Chapter 11. Kyrios made his escape from the Malaster only with an extraordinary amount of difficulty. The rebellion's security precautions were extensive, and the traitorous, barbaric Nori were some of the best operatives in the galaxy, likely even on par with ISB stormtroopers, thanks to all the attention Darth Vader had lavished on the little beasts. But the Grand Inquisitor had promised him that Brachus would see to his escape out into the wilds of Coruscant, and so he had. Kyrios had been able to cause a subtle diversion of the hotel's electronic monitoring system, and Brachus had diverted the guards long enough for Kyrios to slip out unnoticed. It was an odd thing to watch, Kyrios thought. How quiet, gangly Brachus was able to reach out with a simple wave of his hand and compel a pair of perfectly competent rebellion thugs to simply overlook his departure. The Force has a strong influence on the weak-minded, Brachus had said, with the weighty confidence that he had not possessed prior to their brief mission on Yavin. Kyrios still did not know what exactly it was that had occurred at the ancient ruins Brachus and Draeneen had visited, but Brachus had returned a changed soul, one that Kyrios could make use of, one with power. Kyrios was never one to let a resource go to waste, and he intended to use Brachus, to use the Inquisition, and with their help to save the empire he and they so loved. Once he had escaped the Malaster, Kyrios vanished into the throngs of people that made up the massive population of Coruscant and went to work. First he rented an airspeeder. That was easy enough, especially with the stash of New Republic credits he carried with him, and he set it on autopilot after picking its destination. Laying back in his comfortable driver's seat, he watched as the airspeeder rose up into the sky, up to its maximum safe altitude, and settled into the rows of cross-continental travel that crisscrossed the planet in low orbit. On either side, Coruscant skyhooks glittered, gleaming with all the indications of wealth and power that they only possessed because of the Empire's accomplishment and the Emperor's will. Below, the lights of the city became a giant smear, glowing from hemisphere to hemisphere, only spotted with darkness in a handful of places. It was odd, being home. He'd seen this sight thousands of times, every day for years. Traveling from his home to ISB headquarters on the outskirts of the Palace District, or out to Uskru for an evening's entertainment, especially in the years before he'd been married, he'd never thought much of the view. It simply was. But after half a decade of exile, after Isard had given the order to withdraw and abandon the world, being here again was like a breath of fresh, renewing air. It was a shame his children had not gotten to spend their own young adult years on Coruscant, as he had. But, perhaps in a few years, after they had retaken the world, they would get to enjoy Coruscant as it had been. Free and prosperous, clean and safe, under the watchful eye of the Empire as it had been, and as it should be. It was the Emperor's absence that was the problem, Kyrios ruminated, watching the cityscape fly by underneath him, the airspeeder's autopilot keeping him securely locked in the straight line of speeders that stretched out before him, like a rope of light cascading into the horizon. The Emperor had been the great man the galaxy needed, the wise man. Chancellor and then Emperor, he had proven his ability to keep the galaxy from flying apart at the seams under the counterpressures of so many alien species. His strength in the Force, which Kyrios did not and could not understand, had been the linchpin of the galaxy. Kyrios wasn't sure if Grand Inquisitor Hamir would be up to filling Palpatine's shoes, but surely he would be better than Isard or Thrawn or Kaine. Surely he could grow into the role. And if he could not, then all there was for the future of the galaxy was the chaos and civil war that had defined the Old Republic, so they had nothing to lose. It was a long trip from the Palace District to Argosy District, especially in his battered, hired airspeeder. Had Coruscant still been under Imperial control, he would have hopped a ride on an orbital shuttle and made a quick space hop. That would have reduced the time required for the trip by at least 80%. But there was no way to do that without going through some kind of security screening. Instead, he allowed himself to nap with the steady calm of a seasoned operative who knew that nothing was likely to happen to him just then, and even if it did, there was nothing he could do about it. When he woke, his back ached despite the plush bucket seat. The light from the row of airspeeders faded against the light from Coruscant's sun, the endless grid of structure still flowing beneath his airspeeder. The autopilot beeped, letting him know he was within 10 minutes of his destination. Returning the airspeeder to manual control, he instructed the computer to find a landing pad in Argosy District in the vicinity of Airy Tower. Then he started to jerk the controls violently, threatening to send the airspeeder out of control. Wrenching hard on the control wheel, he flung the airspeeder out of line, brushing alarmingly close to a massive residential tower. Within, he could see the faces of Coruscant residents staring in horror through the transparent steel. He wrenched the wheel back hard the other direction, sending the airspeeder weaving through the neat row of vehicles, sending them scattering as some of their drivers took back manual control, themselves in a panic. In a matter of moments, he'd taken the neat, orderly morning commute and turned it into a mass of chaos, airspeeders rushing randomly in every direction, sometimes bumping into one another, grazing close to structure. It was only another few seconds before the airspeeder's computer locked him out. The controls made a loud, buzzing sound, and the wheel shook violently every time he touched it. On the display, words scrolled in a bright red. By order of the Coruscant Constabulary, this vehicle has been locked. You will be detained. Do not leave the vehicle. Do not resist. Kyrios knew 4 different ways to override the autopilot, but that wasn't part of his plan. The chaotic mess of airspeeders was slowly reforming into his previous orderly line. It was a slow process, and he did not join it. Instead, his airspeeder diverted out of line towards the large, flat top of a nearby structure. It came to a comfortable stop, and the repulsor lifts died, leaving only silence in the cockpit and the faint ticking of cooling repulsor coils. He popped the canopy of the airspeeder, much to the autopilot's displeasure as it reminded him that he was not supposed to leave the vehicle, and climbed out. If he didn't stretch soon, his limbs felt as though they would lock up, and the fresh, faintly acrid air of memory offered a more vibrant tang than the warm recycled air sucked through the cabin filters. It took nearly 10 minutes before he finally heard the whirring of an approaching airspeeder. Painted in the colors of the Coruscant Constabulary, it was a typical rapid response unit, armed with an anti-personnel blaster turret and equipped with space for a few dozen detainees. It settled down next to his airspeeder, lights flashing. A 3-man constabulary team approached, armed with stun weapons. The leader checked his datapad, then peered at Kyrios. "Genderlam?" he asked. "That's me," Kyrios affirmed, lifting his chin belligerently. "According to your airspeeder's drive unit, you began driving erratically," the constable replied. "Nearly caused a major traffic disturbance. Have you been imbibing any substances that would impair your ability to make sound judgments, or are you suffering from fatigue?" The words had a rote quality to them, as if they were being recited from memory. Which they probably were. "No," Kyrios replied honestly. "I slept on the trip here, and feel free to search my speeder. You won't find any intoxicants." "We will," the constable said. He waved one of his compatriots forward, who immediately began searching the airspeeder, running his scanner over the cushions and bulkheads. "Did you get distracted while driving? Drop an item and reach for it. Have you had any recent psychological episodes?" "No," Kyrios replied, folding his hands across his chest. The man looking over his airspeeder exited the vehicle. The drive unit confirms that he swerved out of traffic, nearly hit a building, then swerved back into traffic. It says both actions were deliberate. Kyrios arched an eyebrow challengingly. The lead constable sighed. "Can you explain that?" Kyrios shook his head. "No." The constable's annoyance was clearly growing. "All right. 2 options. We can issue you a citation, lock your airspeeder's drive unit, and send you on your way under autopilot. The airspeeder will take you to your preferred destination. You'll have to visit one of the driving centers for recertification before your drive unit will be unlocked. Or we can take you in, give you a full psychological screening at the station, and confirm your fitness before returning your vehicle to you." Put in this situation, 99% of Coruscant's natives chose to travel via autopilot. Kyrios had never counted himself among the ordinary. "Full psych screening," he said. The 3 constables looked at each other with matching frowns. "Fine," the leader muttered. "Get in the patrol airspeeder, and we'll take you to the local HQ." He pointed at one of his companions. "Come the doc's office, Tell them we are going to need a psych droid or a nurse for a screening. But, he eyed Curios with a frown. Tell them there's no hurry. Right, the other constable drawled. They scanned him, patted him down, then pushed him into the back of the rapid response airspeeder. Curios folded his hands over his lap. How long will this take? He asked. Probably the rest of the day, the most junior of the three constables replied, strapping himself into the gunner's seat. I hope you didn't have any plans. I don't think this will be too much of a disruption, Curios replied. I was just on my way to see a painting at one of the local galleries. The Knight Obad. Are you familiar with it? The constable frowned and shook his head, shrugging his shoulders. Never heard of it, he said. Which gallery in the district is it displayed at? But while the junior constable didn't respond, there was a telltale hitch in the motions of the other two, sitting in the airspeeder's two front seats. The senior man shifted to look back at them. Don't small talk with the suspect, Junior, he berated, while simultaneously giving Curios a longer look. Curios stared back, unblinking. The junior constable went quiet. In the front, the other two leaned towards each other, talking quietly as the airspeeder leapt into the sky. Asterisk. Curios never made it into the holding cells. His arrival at the constabulary station saw him immediately handed off to a droid, which escorted him, at an uncomfortable pace, to a lift and then up 2 stories. Curios noted that the droid was equipped with a jamming system, which blacked out all the holocoms as they moved, erasing any record of his presence. Good. At least Black Sun hadn't lost too much of his touch when Zizzer died. Instead of a holding cell, he was pushed into a small, semi-comfortable waiting room. A bottle of water sat on a table, and a handful of decorations provided some color to all 4 walls of the room. There was no window and no holocron. He waited 20 minutes before the door opened. Who are you? A gruff male voice said sourly. Curios turned around, crossing his arms across his chest. Are you the local Vigo? He asked. The man, middle height, with the kind of build that offered the ability to physically intimidate, had a cold expression which grew only colder. Anyone who knows to ask that question should know better than to ask it, he scowled. That would be true, Curios agreed, except for the fact that I'm in a hurry and don't have the time or patience to play all the normal games. I want to see the Vigo. He folded his arms behind his back. How many credits to expedite this rigmarole? Are you trying to bribe me? Yes. How many credits? The man's lips firmed together. He took a step forward, but he wasn't that much larger than Curios and clearly had none of Curios' training. A thug, not a killer, Curios thought dismissively. 50,000, the guard said. Curios had to fight back a smile. Instead, he scoffed, shaking his head. For a bit of convenience. Try 15. 45. 15. 15 for me, the man said. 30 for my boss. After waiting for an appropriately long amount of time, Curios nodded. Fine, he agreed. He held out his hand. The man hesitated for a moment, then handed Curios a datapad, one with a connection to Coruscant's HoloNet node. Within a few minutes, Curios had connected to one of ISB's remaining throwaway accounts and emptied it into the provided account number. The man took the datapad back and examined it. Then he slid it into his jacket. Come with me, he said sourly. Asterisk. The second waiting room was much fancier than the first, and this one had windows. The top floor of the building he was in, he wasn't sure which one it was, had a fantastic view of the rest of Argosy District. With the glittering arrays of airspeeders, framed with massive towers, Argosy District was almost as spectacular as the Palace District. And in the very center of the view was Airy Tower, the biggest building of them all. Opaque walls rising near vertically into the sky, supported by elaborate, unnecessary buttresses. At the top of those buttresses was a large flat roof that served as a massive landing pad. Airy Tower was one of the more visually spectacular structures on Coruscant. It was old compared to the Imperial Palace, which Palpatine had constructed as part of a massive renovation of much older structures, and Airy Tower combined architectural styles to merge pre-Republican and post-Imperial, as if to say I was here before you got here, and I'll be here after you leave. Black Sun had always been arrogant, Kyrios thought with amusement. But, like a borid infestation, each nest was annoyingly hard to kill. Sometimes it was just easier to collaborate with the vermin. The man who entered was younger than Kyrios, lean, intelligent-looking, and infinitely more dangerous than the jobber who had brought him from the constabulary station. He sized Kyrios up quickly, then brushed past him to an array of drinks lined against one of the room's walls. When the man turned back to face him, looking somewhat like one of Kyrios' children wanting an extra dessert, his mouth opened to speak, and Kyrios preempted him. "Vigo, Rotor," he said. Rotor went stiff with surprise, his cup of calf stopping halfway to his lips. He put the cup back down on the small plate that accompanied it, his dark eyes blazing in Kyrios' direction. "How can you possibly?" Kyrios cut him off again. 500,000 credits. "Excuse me? 500,000 credits?" Kyrios repeated patiently. "That's what I'm offering you in exchange for your assistance with the business arrangement." "And what makes you think?" "Let me explain the situation to you, as I understand it," Kyrios interrupted him yet again. "You are the local Vigo, the only native Coruscanti Vigo. And yet, your position has not been as profitable as it ought to be. In the last 6 months, Black Sun has moved most of his operations off of Coruscant, and the new Underlord, Voru, has refused to explain why. This is the center of galactic trade, and you've been ordered not to interfere with the New Republic in any way." Saying the words New Republic was like acid, but not saying them would surely give away Kyrios' allegiances, and he preferred to save that just a little longer. Rotor's expression, which had started annoyed, then shifted into something that was probably hiding surprise, had now become one of polite curiosity. "Go on." "Black Sun was your ticket to wealth and power," Kyrios continued. "And instead of wealth, you're getting handouts, and instead of power, you find you spend most of your day dealing with traffic violations and delinquents." He gestured at himself, "like a good member of the local constabulary. And you'll pay me 500,000 credits and help me escape this supposed purgatory?" Rotor asked skeptically. "Hardly," Kyrios replied. "I'll pay you 500,000 credits, promise to pay you more as one of my assets, and I'll make you the head of Black Sun, or a new underworld enterprise if you would prefer, here on Coruscant when the Empire returns to power." "When the Empire?" Rotor laughed in astonished surprise. "You mean to tell me that you're an Imperial asset?" "No, you are an Imperial asset. I am an Imperial representative." Kyrios folded his arms across his chest. 500,000 credits, he promised. "I know that Voru has ordered you not to interfere with the New Republic's affairs. But you're not seeing any of the money Mon Mothma must be paying him, are you? How much do you think it is?" "Millions. Billions." He allowed his expression to grow into a smirk, even as he watched Rotor's twist into a frown. "If I did agree to help you, what then?" "The Empire will return to power on Coruscant," Kyrios said confidently. "That is inevitable. This world begs for the Empire, for the Empire's leadership. It craves it, just as the galaxy does. Order imposed in place of chaos." He gestured magnanimously at Rotor. "Black Sun and the Empire coexisted. Voru himself is proof of that, after all. But Voru will not be allowed to stand, not after he chose to align with the rebels. Black Sun will need a new leader. A new Zizan." He smiled, the shark-like smile that he had once had many more occasions to use. "A humanizer?" Common sense and ambition were at war in Vigo Rotor. Kyrios was no force user, but he could read the two competing impulses as clearly as a true empath. "What is it you want?" he asked. Kyrios held out his hand. "Datapad?" he asked. Rotor withdrew one from a pocket. He tapped on it, using his fingerprint to confirm his identity, then handed it to Kyrios with a lifted eyebrow. Kyrios took it and with a few quick commands emptied the Inquisitorius accounts Hamir had provided before handing it back. As Rotor took it and started to look to make sure the transfer was complete, Kyrios answered his question. "I have a list of items I need delivered immediately. The only one that will be complicated for a man of your means to acquire in the required time is Yerite, and a delayed reaction dispersal device. Rotor had gone white. Yerite. He gaped. You can't be serious. 500,000 credits serious, Kurios countered. And I need it by tomorrow. I don't need a lot. Half a gram? Even a quarter gram will do. That did not cause the Black Sun Vigo to relax. Nor should it, really, Kurios thought. Yerite was a nerve agent, and one of the deadlier ones that could be produced. It wasn't the most deadly, nor was it the easiest to use, but it had one particular characteristic that made it especially appealing to Kade Kurios. Yerite is a highly controlled substance, Rotor said, as if that was something Kurios wouldn't already know. Ever since it was used on Kashyyyk. I am aware of its use on Kashyyyk, Kurios said, letting a hint of fury leak into his voice. Yerite was not an Imperial weapon, nor was it a weapon the Empire had ever used. Relatively primitive by Imperial standards, it had been a wartime weapon used exactly once that Kurios was familiar with, during the Wookiee uprising that had expelled the Empire from their homeworld and ended the Empire's slaving operations. A rebel operative had slipped Yerite into the air supply of the Star Destroyer subjugator. The sudden death of the Star Destroyer's entire crew had been catastrophic for the Empire's defense of Kashyyyk, and the combination of an uprising on the planet by the primitives, who had slaughtered the ground troopers nearly to the last man, and a rebel attack on suddenly insufficient orbital defenses, had been more than the garrison could withstand. The Empire had made a great deal of publicity out of the debacle, and the New Republic formally banned Yerite's use several years later. I am aware of its use on Kashyyyk, Kurios repeated, and I nonetheless require a small supply of Yerite. By tomorrow. He offered Rotor a soothing smile. If you can provide it, you will set yourself on the road to more power and wealth than you ever dreamed possible. The counselor from Kashyyyk disagrees with your assessment, 3PO was explaining, though that much did not need translating. The Wookiee's growl of fury dominated the room even more effortlessly than his bulk. That Grand Moff Kaine is accompanied by an ISB agent, an agent suspected of no fewer than a half-dozen terrorist attacks against the New Republic, is a sure sign that his stated intentions are not genuine. I'm afraid I have to agree, Garmbel Iblis growled. Leia turned towards him. The rest of the Provisional Council did likewise. I have to reiterate my earlier opinion. ISB will not tolerate peace with the New Republic. They might, Lorsk Philia interrupted, if we offered them all the terms demanded by the Grand Moff. Immunity from prosecution combined with access to galactic markets would give many former Imperials the opportunity to get rich. The prospect did not sound appealing to the Bothan, and Leia couldn't blame him. Are you sure this Colonel Kurios is ISB? Asked Mon Mothma. Winter nodded her certainty. I never forget a face, she said with deadly certainty. I recognized him immediately. We recovered a number of ISB's personnel files when we took their headquarters here on Coruscant. They had not done a thorough enough job destroying their local database. I should add, said the calm, confident voice of Ela Wessery, that NRI has reason to believe that Kurios has been personally involved in multiple actions against our interests. While I cannot prove his involvement, we suspect he was involved in ISB's attack on Rendili following his accession to the New Republic, and perhaps even the leader of that operation. This is not a former ISB operative, someone who has been inactive and is now serving in another role. NRI assesses that he is currently an active ISB asset, and as a colonel, the highest rank typically given to ISB officers, he stands in his upper hierarchy. That sent dark scowls across the room. The attack on Rendili, cowardly sabotage that had left 15,000 Rendili dockyard workers dead, had outraged more than just the New Republic citizenry. For weeks afterwards, the only concern of the Provisional Council had been first how to track down those responsible, and second how to punish the Empire. It had utterly derailed negotiations over the Concordat, which Leia suspected had been part of the point. She didn't disagree with either Winter or Ela, but she couldn't let the chance to end the war slip away. Even if he was involved, she put in, feeling all attention draw back towards her, that does not mean that Kaine isn't serious about peace now. She took a breath, wondering how much she should lean on her Jedi instincts to help make her argument, and decided that now was not the time to leave any of her persuasive weapons holstered. I got a good sense of Kaine, she said earnestly. He infuriated me more than once, and I know I irritated him. But I didn't sense anything from him other than a genuine desire for peace. He knows his territories are suffering, isolated as they are, and he cares about that. Kaine may genuinely want peace, Garm objected. But that doesn't mean that Carias does. Leia frowned, thinking back to the meeting. Carias had certainly been the angrier of the pair, but she had found him harder to read than Kaine. All that ISB subterfuge training, probably. We will be meeting with him again the day after tomorrow, Leia pointed out with a sigh. We can't confront him about Carias then? I believe that I should attend the meeting, said Mon Mothma. With those simple, calm words, from her typically soothing voice, all attention returned to the Chief of State of the New Republic. Kaine is the leader of his territory. The Oversector Outer is his domain, after all. As senior as you are, Leia, Mon Mothma nodded at her deferentially, and as much as I trust your judgment, I would like to have a sense of the man myself. Her lips pressed together in an expression that boded poorly for the future of the negotiations. You're welcome to lead the negotiating team, of course, Leia allowed deferentially. Mon Mothma looked slowly at each member of her Provisional Council, letting her gaze linger on Carithera. I understand your concerns, Counselor Carithera, she said, and I share them. If this Colonel Carias is up to anything, we will take steps to ensure his plot fails. She looked at Ela. Agent Wessery, I am putting you in command of security at the Malaster. I believe you and Colonel Dendo have a pre-existing working relationship. Do inform General Kraken that NRIA is instructed to focus his counterintelligence efforts on ISB. Of course, Madam Chief of State, Ela said obediently. In addition, Mon Mothma continued, we will instruct the Imperials that Colonel Carias will not be permitted to be part of the negotiating team tomorrow. Leia sat up, frowning. If the Empire took that as an insult? Yes, Leia, the New Republic's Chief of State preempted, they may indeed object. But unless I misread your report, you assess that Grand Moff Kaine is intent on achieving peace. If something as simple as expelling his aide from a meeting is enough to derail him from that goal, then I would judge that he was never as serious as he has seemed. Leia settled back into her chair, nodding. She couldn't disagree with that logic. Whether Kaine is serious or not, and whatever Carias' intent, Mon Mothma continued, we have other affairs at hand. We cannot allow the Empire to distract us from the Grand Concordat. Our new government, when it is in place, will cement the New Republic as the sole legitimate galactic authority. We must have the document ready for ratification as soon as possible. It is the responsibility of everyone in this room, all of us who have fought so long and so hard to restore the Republic, not to allow the Empire to provide a single impediment between us and the achievement of that long-sought goal. The Provisional Council did not always get along. There were disagreements, vivid and vicious, personal and impersonal. While as every member had been committed to the mission of the rebellion for decades, those simple words were like a rededication, and Leia could feel the swell of shared unity and determination. They would win. They would. Their cause was just. No other outcome was permissible. Asterisk. Ela stopped Leia on the way out of the council meeting. I want to replace Winter as your aide at the meeting, she said. Leia frowned. Why? Beside her, Winter joined them, looking equally curious. Because of my new assignment as head of security, Ela replied, keeping her voice down. I have no doubt that since we're excluding Carias from the meeting that they won't allow your aide to join them in the negotiations, so you're not going to be losing the benefit of Winter's memory either way. It will allow me to get close enough to do some good, and maybe to keep an eye on Carias. I'd like to try to slip a tracker on him. Are you sure that's a good idea? Leia asked skeptically. If you're caught, you might risk derailing the negotiations altogether. I won't get caught, Ela replied confidently. And even if I did get caught, it would just be normal intelligence efforts, nothing out of the ordinary. What could Kaine say? That us keeping an eye on his ISB aid is out of the bounds of the appropriate. Leia wasn't sure that Kaine would be so magnanimous. But at the same time, she didn't like that he'd brought an ISB man into the negotiations, and she certainly didn't like that he hadn't warned them about his presence in advance. All right, she agreed unhappily. Winter, I guess you'll get the day off. Winter rolled her eyes. Yes, Princess. Across the room, Leia found her gaze drawn to Mon Mothma. Their eyes met and Mon Mothma sent Leia a meaningful look, one she immediately understood. Or, you can keep working on the Concordat, Leia corrected, while I'm distracted with the Empire. The Concordat is the more important of the two problems to solve. With the contract to form a new government in hand, raising the forces required to destroy the Empire will be much easier. She turned to look at Winter. We need the document. Then we need to persuade the Senate and the galaxy that it is the right thing to do. Don't underestimate the Empire, warned Ela. It may be weakened, but it is far from dead. And if it does die, the process is not likely to be pretty or bloodless. That will be up to Grand Moff Kaine, Leia said, a premonition of dread shivering through her. It will be his choice. But, her voice grew hard. If he starts anything, I promise we'll finish it. Chapter 12. The Bitter End Operations Center was still practically pristine, perfumed with the scent of purpose-built infrastructure, durasteel, with the slightly acidic tang of adhesive. The ISB and Inquisitorius working relationship was equally new, less than a year old, brought about following the collapse of Grand Admiral Thrawn's campaign against the New Republic and the fear both of instability within what was left of the Empire and of the rumor of a new Jedi Order. Both fears had been proven to be well-founded, and while the working relationship between ISB and the Inquisitorius had yet to be proven effective at combating those issues, Randall Linscomb still had faith that it would, sooner or later. He didn't touch the communications link between Bitter End Ops and Bass Castle. Like the glidewalk that connected the ISB base with Vader's former castle, it was for use in emergencies only. If Katrina Lavallée was indeed a phony, she was an extraordinarily good one, complete with a ship that certainly had belonged to ISB at some point. He had confirmed its manufacturing identification, the purchase order, and the peculiarities of L6000, 82,688 silhouette, and his ISB identification codes. He didn't want to admit to the Inquisitors that ISB could be infiltrated so convincingly, nor did he want to ask them for help confining her until he was sure that she was indeed an infiltrator. The problem was the code she had given him. Her ship authorization code was one of the old Echo Ice Ninth codes, and her personal identification code was one of the Epsilon Beta codes. Both of those codes were expired, and he had deliberately given her a faulty personal identification code. Her performative confirmation of his code had therefore been a lie. That wasn't enough to confirm she wasn't ISB. It was enough for him to order her quarters sealed and watched. But then, he was ISB. He probably would have done that anyway. He turned Bitter End's holocron back on, waiting for the link to ISB's central command to re-engage. One of the downsides of being in a new facility, he thought sourly, was he did not have the full ISB database on Vjun. Instead, he was stuck interacting with it remotely, linking in to the Ubictorate base on Yaga Minor. It took 10 minutes for the full data file on Colonel Katrina Lavallée to be deposited at his station. The files were old, dating back to just before the Battle of Yavin, and full of detail. Laval's full history, from her tenure at the Imperial Military Academy at Kurita to her recruitment by ISB, then an array of assignments and missions, all of which had been conducted solo. According to the file, she had been one of ISB's rare roving agents, clever, calculating, and completely autonomous. Linscomb stroked his lip, leaning back in his chair. Unfortunately, that meant she might actually be who she said she was. If she had continued to operate independently, it had been outside of ISB's informal hierarchy, and that would explain why she hadn't known his personal identification was faulty. It wouldn't explain why she had lied about being able to confirm it, but plenty of ISB officers, including some of the best, had given up on even the pretense of organizational structure and gone entirely rogue after Endor. Uncertain, he checked each of the names and operations she had listed. He could confirm in some cases that incidents had taken place, the Bank of Hurkia explosion, for instance, but could not confirm they were ISB operations. His frown deepened. Again, that didn't mean she wasn't telling the truth. ISB operations weren't always advertised. The door to the ops center opened, and the stormtrooper he had left to bring Leia to her room entered, armored boots clicking on clean, unscuffed floors. ISB 4977, Linscombe greeted him. ISB 4977 saluted. I escorted Colonel Leia to one of the secure guest rooms in B Block, sir, the stormtrooper reported, with the crisp Coruscant accent typical of long-serving operators. Younger recruits had the accent less and less, and their adoption of it to fit in never came off quite right. As ordered, I sealed the room. We also scanned her ship for life forms, but didn't detect any. Good, Linscombe praised. What do you think of her? ISB 4977 hesitated, then awkward shrug of his shoulders. Young for an ISB colonel. Determined. She carries herself like a capable operative would, constantly aware of her surroundings, even if she tries to be casual. Impeccable control of her body language. None of that was helpful. Very well, Linscombe said. Maximum internal security until further notice. Lock down access to the hangar, and detail 2 stormtroopers to keep watch on her room. Yes, sir. The stormtrooper turned and departed. That left Linscombe alone. He settled into the comfortable chair at the desk, resting his arms on both armrests as he leaned back. The image of Colonel Leia stared back at him, both the one provided in her file and the one from the base's surveillance system. She actually looked familiar now that he took the time to really look at her. Young, in both the older picture and the newer one, with red gold hair and green eyes. Her coloring set her apart from most humans, but there were a few million people on Commoner alone with red hair and green eyes. He clicked through other pictures from the surveillance system, changing his focus from her appearance to her outfit. That kind of get-up had never been ISB standard, but it had been available, and it wasn't surprising that someone with Laval's service record and operational pattern would have acquired one. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, clicking through some more holos. He stopped on one in particular. It had been taken shortly after her landing, when she had been expressing annoyance about the current state of ISB. Her expression was one of dismissive disgust, and his sense of familiarity redoubled again. He recognized that expression. Had he interacted with Leia years ago, before Endor? No, certainly he would remember her, and there was nothing in her service record that suggested they would have crossed paths. Linscombe closed his eyes, concentrating. If he had seen her before, where had it been? On a hunch, Linscombe called up the most recent Inquisitorius reports. He didn't read them regularly, but he read them often enough to be able to not humiliate himself talking to Inquisitor Pasek, which meant about once every 2 weeks, before their scheduled update meeting. He started sorting through them, taking a quick look at each one. There. He stopped and sat up. It had been a report from about 4 months before. There were 3 images. Luke Skywalker was first. The picture had been snapped by Sludge News during their Return of the Jedi series. He was training with a tall man who the ISB report tagged as one Cam Salazar. If it did turn out that Leia was an infiltrator, at least he'd be able to counter the Inquisitorius accusations by pointing out that Salazar was one of theirs. The next image was another image of Skywalker and Salazar, the pair of them training with a young man. The attached Sludge News article had a few sensationalist lines about him. Linscombe skimmed it to find his name, a Kyp Durron, and his supposed force potential, quoting some unnamed, probably fictional senatorial aide. It wasn't what he was looking for either, so he clicked past to the last image. He froze. There she was. Colonel Katrina Leia, except that wasn't her name. The caption said she was named Mara Jade. She was sitting next to Skywalker, glaring at the holocam with a ferocious, disdainful expression, next to her, Skywalker was laughing and just starting to notice what Jade had already seen. The article described her Mara Jade, associate of Talon Caird. She was currently performing a bureaucratic function for the Smugglers Alliance. Linscomb tensed as he read on, because it was rumored that she, too, was a Jedi potential. She and Skywalker had apparently been frequently seen in close company of late. Linscomb was already reaching for his wall locker. It contained heavier armament than his usual sidearm. With unnerved haste, he turned to the security panel and checked for Jade's current location. It obediently reported that she still was where ISB 4977 had left her. He forced himself to relax. She was locked in a room and not going anywhere. That gave him some time to decide what to do. He should call the Inquisitors. That was their function, after all, capture and kill Jedi. It would be embarrassing, but better to give Lanu Pak some entertainment than allow a Jedi to make a fool of him. But there was no reason to act hastily. He already had her in custody. If he performed their job for them, with equal skill, he'd be able to lord that over Pak for years, and wouldn't that be satisfying? He walked across the Ops Center to the holocron. Quickly reopening the link to the ISB database, he input a new query, asking for any and all information on Mara Jade. It took the typical few minutes, each one passing sluggishly, before the link was fully established, and then he waited for the download to complete. With nervy anticipation, he accessed the file. Command invalid. Command invalid. He said out loud in surprise. That was a new one. He tried again requesting the file to open. Command invalid. With a frown, he queued up a second download of the file, just in case it had been corrupted during his journey across the HoloNet. Then he queried the computer for more information on the error. What exactly does command invalid mean? He asked himself. He really wished that ISB had bothered to assign a dedicated slicer to Bitterend. The holocron beeped that the second download was complete. With a shrug, he attempted to access the new copy of the Mara Jade file. Command invalid. Which command? He asked the computer, exasperated. All I asked you to do was open an intelligence report. The computer didn't reply. It did flicker and freeze up briefly, as if responding to some other unknown command. He tapped his keypad, and was relieved when it responded to his keystrokes after about 15 seconds of unresponsiveness. He checked the security panel again, just to be safe. Jade hadn't moved, so he took some additional time to fight with the computer. After 3 additional minutes of frustration, he gave up. I hope there's a tech available at Yaga Minor, he muttered, commanding the holocron to make a connection with the Ubictorate, requesting to communicate directly with someone present there. Again, he had to wait. He watched the dot that marked Jade's presence. It was still, likely sleeping. Remarkable, he thought to himself, that she was able to sleep while in the belly of an ISB holding facility. What had her plan been anyway? A commander dressed in an Imperial uniform appeared in the display. Lieutenant Redzall, Imperial Ubictorate. What can I do for you, Captain Linscomb? Lieutenant, I want you to open a personnel file for me, Linscomb ordered. On Mara Jade? You'll find it in the Smugglers Alliance directory. Just a moment, sir. There was a pause as Redzall accessed his own computer, the display fuzzing. HoloNet connections weren't always stable, and secure ones were slower than most. That's odd, Redzall said slowly. I'm getting an error message. Redzall shook his head with a frown. It's telling me that my access command is invalid. Redzall looked as perplexed as Linscomb felt. Hold on, I'm going to try to open this up using the other terminal. Linscomb's heartbeat quickened. They were having the same computer issue. Was it trouble with the file, or? The screen abruptly fuzzed out and went black. Command invalid. The words gleamed on the monitor, mocking him, and now Linscomb was well and truly concerned. He was staring at the dot that was Jade, still sleeping peacefully in the room she'd been confined to, wondering who and what she was, when all the lights in the Bitterend Operations Center went dark. Asterisk. Through the forward windows of tempered metal, Luke watched all the base's lights flicker and die. After about 5 seconds, red emergency lighting clicked on, which combined with the acid rain pounding outdoors to make the entire facility look like it was drenched in raining blood. Move now. Luke and Cam rushed down the freighter stairs. Luke used the Force to bring R2 down behind them more quietly than he would otherwise have managed. The droid didn't make his normal sound of unhappy woe that was typical during flight without a starfighter, which meant that R2 was as focused as Luke and Cam were. Behind them they closed the ramp and secured it. Alarms started to wail. I've got them confused, but it won't last long. Move, Luke. The fact that Cam was wearing his Gensaray armor still struck Luke as unnerving, but he understood the logic. Cam reported that some, but not all, members of the Inquisitors wielded lightsabers. The Coruscant weave armor was designed to combat them, as most lightsabers would suffer temporary failures after contact with cortosis. The sight of Cam in his armor remained intimidating, even now that Luke knew him better. Cam was nearly 2 meters tall, and when he wore his armor he resembled nothing more than a gigantic bronze golem. His Deomer bear mask gave him a ferocious look that Luke wasn't quite sure was appropriate for a Jedi, but the protection it offered was too valuable to forego for appearance's sake. The armor hindered their attempt at stealth, but it was well oiled and did not make as much noise as it looked like it ought. Keeping their attention out for ISB, Luke followed Mara's mental instructions. R2 plugged into the interface right beside the door, and it only took him about 2 minutes before the door yacht opened with the quiet cranking sound of recent, quality construction. They slipped inside and found the lighting indoors to match the lighting outdoors. Red emergency lighting illuminated the halls, a quiet, unnerving stillness, and the sense of alarm and haste, even if there was no one visible. First door on your right. Luke drew his blaster, sweeping it down the corridor. The expensive, custom electroscope had numerous nifty functions, one of which was infrared. Luke used it to look for any signs of body heat while he and Cam both used the Force to search for potential foes. They didn't run into any, which suggested that Mara's distraction was, for the moment, doing its job. They ducked into the door at the end of the hall. At the end of the hall were the wide, sealed doors of a lift speeder. R2 went straight for the computer interface, making a soft warbling sound of concentration as he attempted to override the base's security. Luckily, with the help of Mara's command codes, the little droid made swift work of it. The door slid open. Inside was indeed a turbolift, settled inside of an extended, metal tube that would carry the lift at high speed down the coast to Bass Castle. Cam stepped inside and started examining the controls. Luke turned to R2. You know what to do, R2? He asked quietly. R2 whistled in affirmative. Luke reached out with the Force, sending a tendril of consciousness to the end of the thread that bound him to Mara. Are you sure? I wouldn't have suggested it if I wasn't sure. You go investigate the castle. R2 and I can play hide and seek with ISB. Her mental sense leaned into his, and for a moment he allowed himself to lean back. Go, Luke. I love you, Mara. Mara's exasperated affection was the cure for many ills. Show me later, farm boy. Luke smiled softly, stepped into the lift speeder next to Cam, and nodded to R2. Good luck, R2. And look after Mara for me. R2's whistle of determination and confidence was the cure for all the rest of Luke's ills. Linscombe stepped into the corridor, holding a life-form scanner in one hand and a blaster pistol in the other. He'd also taken the time to strap a blaster rifle to his back. He was rated Master Expert within the 11. He'd had taken the necessary hours to maintain that skill over the years, and all the same, he'd added a bandolier of grenades to his growing arsenal. All the communications were out, and despite his best efforts, the operations center computers refused to respond. As best he could tell, Jade had simply ordered the base's main power generator to shut down, and her ship was blanketing the area with the comms jammer, which was, annoyingly, standard ISB issue. There was a unit of 4 approaching down the corridor, and Linscombe headed to meet them. ISB 4977, and his men stopped. ISB 4977 offered a salute, while the others took up the watch. I left 2 men guarding Colonel Lavallier's room, the stormtrooper reported, drawing down from his salute. Linscomb handed one of the stormtroopers the life-form scanner, holstering his pistol and taking the rifle in a confident two-handed grip. Colonel Lavalle is not her name. She's Mara Jade, a New Republic asset, he grated out with annoyance. She somehow managed to penetrate our computer network. He fell into the center of the stormtrooper formation, letting them put a protective box around him. Lead the way, trooper. The gleaming red emergency lights put red, shadow silhouettes around the 4 troopers, making their armor and helmets even more intimidating than was normal. Other than the steady beeping of the life-form scanner and the occasional staticky fuss from one of their comms, it was silent. Linscomb tried, as best he could, to work through what he knew about Jade. What was she here for? This ISB facility didn't have much to offer, as it went, and that she even knew about it was strange, given the amount of secrecy that had been invested in the operation. But Jade's immediate goals weighed less heavily on him than her apparent history. Whoever she was, she'd put together an impeccable ISB cover, as an ISB colonel no less, which had laid in the ISB database for nearly a decade before being used. That file hadn't been planted recently. If it had been, that suggested a breach at the Ubictorate, which would be a much bigger problem, but predated Endor, predated even the destruction of the Death Star at Yavin and the struggle over leadership that had realized ISB after the death of Colonel Yularen. As weird as Jade being here was, that forged file was the next best thing to impossible. How had she done it? They stopped at the end of the hall and entered Beta Block. The synchronized boots of the stormtroopers clicked on the floor rhythmically, with the confidence of Imperial training and the menace of ISB. They were the best, he reassured himself. There was no entity in the galaxy with the kind of training and experience of ISB. It was a ruthless, cutthroat organization. Everyone earned their place at the top through a gauntlet of struggle. That was how they kept the Empire in check. It was how they found and terminated traitors. It was how they preserved the New Order. The tiny voice in the back of his mind that asked why they were losing the war was ruthlessly suppressed. When they reached Jay's quarters, they found no guard standing watch outside her door. "Is she in there?" he asked. The stormtrooper holding the life-form scanner nodded his helmeted head, sending shadows across the ridges of his armored eyes. "Yes, sir." "Stand back, sir," said ISB 4977. Linscomb stepped back. One stormtrooper moved on either side of the door, and the third stood in front of it, his armored hand holding a passkey that would release the door lock. When the order came, it was unceremonious and lacked all drama. "Go." The central stormtrooper swiped the card. The door clicked open, and the 3 leading stormtroopers rushed in, fanning out on either side. There was the sound of stumbling and surprise, a curse, and no blaster fire. ISB 4977 and Linscomb entered after them, their weapons at the ready. As they entered, one of the stormtroopers already inside activated the room's emergency lights. On the floor of the room were 2 dead stormtroopers, illuminated and gleaming red. ISB 4977 knelt down and examined each body slowly. "Viper blade," he rumbled. "She took them by surprise. Clean kills." His hand traced along the fabric that covered the gap between each trooper's armor and his helmet. "Took ISB 8812 in the neck," he explained, then put the blade through ISB 9191 side. "Expertly done." Linscomb nodded, not really surprised. "She's not here." "Look, sir," said one of the other stormtroopers. He held up a small device. This was resting on the middle of the bed. With a frown, Linscomb went to examine it. It wasn't a large device, easily hidden on a person's body, like an oversized datapad, and it had no obvious function. He took it in one hand, gave it a closer look, then brought it next to the life-form scanner. "It's producing the life-form reading we're detecting," ISB 4977 said, sounding disgusted, though through the armor it was hard to tell. "She baited us." He turned, looking around the room. "How did she get out of here?" "I don't know," Linscomb said darkly. But there's only one thing she might have of interest on this forsaken planet. On me, move out at the double quick. The lift speeder traveled across glidewalk between the new ISB bunker and the older castle, with its more dilapidated docking facilities and receiving area. It took only a few short minutes before the lift speeder slowed to a stop. Luke peeked his head out the door. Outside was the base of a mountain which stretched up almost vertically. With his long experience of breaking into, getting lost in, and rushing out of Imperial installations, Luke judged that the support was likely artificial and the castle was supported by repulsor lifts, not just bedrock, much like the largest buildings on Coruscant. As such, he was not surprised to encounter a small Imperial vintage turbolift built into the base of the mountain. The surprising part was that it beeped as they approached and its doors slid open obediently. Luke glanced at Cam. "Do we need to be worried?" Cam frowned, peering up at the mountain above them. "Not yet," he said. The two of them darted out of the lift speeder through the acid rain, using a pair of somewhat protective ponchos as shields for long enough to make it into the second turbolift. The plastic material they were made of oozed as they entered the lift, and Luke and Cam dropped the now useless ponchos with matching grimaces. The door slid shut, and a control panel next to the door beeped. "Please enter access code." Luke nodded at Cam. Cam stepped up next to the panel, hesitating as his hand hovered above the buttons. "What is it?" Trying to decide how much of a bad idea this is, Cam rumbled. "The fact that I've joined you is common knowledge now, and the Inquisitorius has to be aware of my switch of allegiance. These codes aren't personalized, but maybe they've been changed." Luke closed his eyes. He could still feel Mara, more distant now, glittering in the Force with all the promise of the future. He could feel the life on Vjun, such as it was, the background hum of the world. It was malicious life, which had bodied out all competition and was, as a consequence, slowly starving to death itself. But it was still life, and in the Force it was not so different from any other plant. He could feel the Inquisitors. It was easier now that they were closer, and he had a better feel for how many of them there were. Maybe a half-dozen, with only one true Force adept among them, he thought, unless they were shielding themselves, which was depressingly plausible. But standing there in the turbolift, he did not feel any imminent, life-threatening dangers. He glanced at Cam. "Are we all right?" Cam was likely making the same evaluation, asking his own instincts, the insight and wisdom the Force offered, the same questions that Luke was. In answer to the question, Cam punched in the code. The lift controls beeped twice, a confirmation, and it started to move, lurching, and then steadying as it rose upwards against the force of gravity. They both held their breath. When nothing happened, Cam shrugged. For the moment. Asterisk. The interior of Bast Castle was grim. They emerged into an octagonal room, with corridors extending in the 4 cardinal directions after a brief set of stairs. The walls were fused from chemically bonded blocks of plain permacrete, fuzzy with strange lichens and dripping with acidic condensation. Other than that, there was no decoration or guidance, nothing to indicate location or importance. A handful of maintenance droids, which themselves did not look all that well maintained, were fighting a losing battle against water damage from at least one leak somewhere in the ceiling. There were long streaks of moisture stains along the walls and floors, and the entire structure had a depressing, damp smell. "Pleasant," Cam muttered, glancing in each direction. Reaching out in the Force, Luke concentrated, working to make himself as small in the Force as he could. All life had a presence, and Force sensitives in particular felt like pebbles falling into a calm pond, radiating outwards, noticeable to those who knew to look for them. Luke was that pebble, and he did his best to make as few ripples as he could. Beside him, Cam was doing the same. For a moment, Luke wondered what had made his father choose this miserable place as his residence. What had it been about Vjun that drew Anakin Skywalker to it? Part of it, he knew, had to have been the dark side. Vjun was a place of sorrows and horror, and he felt the dark side strongly all around them, making its own presence felt. The remembered agonies had imprinted on this world, and, like the ripples that Luke's presence made, the ripples from sorrows past washed over them both like a rising tide. Beside him, Cam tensed, lost in memories. Luke rested a brief hand on Cam's shoulder, felt the taller man's relief at the touch, and heard his breathing slow again. Luke peered in each direction. Towards the north, he felt only Vjun, almost serene in the constant ebb and flow of his ancient rage and sorrow. In each other direction, the background hum of the planet was dwarfed by Vader. Vader's sense of betrayal and sorrowful rage, his torment and the pleasure he took from inflicting that torment on others, making them feel what he had felt. He had been betrayed by the galaxy, by everything and everyone he had ever loved, and so he did his best to forget that love, to focus on what he could control, the galaxy, the Empire, his subjects, and destroy everything and everyone that refused to submit. By the time Luke had known Vader, the man had been more than just that creature. But here, it was impossible to hear the heartbeat that had been Vader's memory of family. Of Luke's mother, a woman whose name Luke still did not even know, and of the fantasy of children which had disrupted the painful equilibrium that this place represented. Here, Vader had been the man who ordered the death of Luke's aunt and uncle, stood by, and watched the destruction of Alderaan, tortured Leia, and slain Ben. The conflict that Luke felt within him at Bespin and Endor had been a latent potential only dormant. It was an unpleasant reminder of just how far Anakin Skywalker had fallen. Luckily for all that, it appeared they were still unnoticed. Luke was wary of reaching out in the Force to scan for potential foes. Being Force sensitives themselves, it was a good way to alert the Inquisitors to his and Cam's presence. Luke took a breath, feeling all the life of Vjun around them, letting the Force soothe his tension. "I wish I had a better idea of what we're doing here," Cam muttered. Mara said they'd captured a holocron. "That's why I like working with Ela and Mara," Luke murmured. "They're investigators, and often give substance to my hunches." Luke glanced around, judging the room they were in, and trying to visualize the most likely spaces around them. Mara said they captured someone at a place called Exar Station, he added quietly, and that this person had a holocron that the Inquisitors thought might be valuable. He nodded ahead of them. But as valuable as an actual holocron might be, that someone comes first. Cam's intention and protective instinct gleamed quietly in the Force. "Let's go this way and hope we find them." Luke adopted a quick, hasty trot towards the nearest corridor. They had to travel up a half-dozen permacrete stairs, passing by a maintenance droid steadfastly scrubbing at the walls, trying to burnish away water damage. Ducking past the droid, they entered a large open room. It had a pair of turbolights against each wall, and a bay of battered, dim windows through which they could see and hear the pounding of the acid rain beyond. The middle of the room was some kind of training space. There were scars from blaster and lightsaber strikes, and each of the 4 heavy pillars that were arranged in a square in the middle of the room had suffered grievous damage. Luke could feel Vader's rage, almost see the crumpled wrecks of droids and men. "Holocrons can contain a lot of knowledge," Cam said quietly, fighting to prevent the sounds from carrying far, much of it of unquestionable provenance, and since it must be accessed by a Jedi, it will likely be untainted. It might be as valuable of a resource as the records you retrieved from Dathomir, maybe even more. "We've got to find it first," Luke muttered. "Let's not put the pot before the engines." Instinctively, both men ducked behind one of the permacrete pillars. They pushed their backs against it, Cam holding very still to avoid the scraping sound of metal against permacrete, as voices echoed through the central room they had just exited. "The ISB station has lost power." A woman's voice cut archly through the din in a prim Coruscant accent. There was a matching laugh. "Oh, I'll be holding that over Captain Linscomb's head for years, I can assure you." "Inquisitor," said a new male voice with clear concern. "Sensor records indicate that a ship landed at bitter end just before the power went out. ISB may be having trouble with the prisoner." "A prisoner?" the Inquisitor asked with a frown. "The only prisoner on Vjun is in our custody." Next to Luke, Cam's fingers wiggled. Luke glanced up, leaning towards the bigger man to allow for a near-silent whisper. "I recognize her voice," Cam breathed, barely audible. "Pack. Former Jedi Agricorps." Luke frowned and nodded. We can't let them send reinforcements after Mara, he murmured back, wishing that he and Cam had as much facility with telepathic communication as he and Mara did. ISB should not be taking prisoners to bitter end, Pack was saying with a frown. Nor should they be conducting operations here without our knowledge. They are here at our request and with our permission. Any visitors to Vjun should be cleared with the Inquisitors. There was a lengthy pause, and Luke could feel his Passage stretched out to the Force. She reached out, making the energy generated by all of Vjun's stunted life her own, channeling that to expand her awareness. Luke withdrew his Force presence as much as he could, shrinking the ripples he made until the pool was nearly still. I see, Pack mused. You are right, Neil. Something is indeed wrong. Cam flinched, his Force sense tightening with dismay. Sorry, he muttered. Hello again, Inquisitor Salazar, Pacific called out, louder now. Her voice echoed through the permacrete halls, the multi-directional echo giving her voice the illusion of omnipresence. It's been a long time. I thought you were dead, or I did, until you started appearing in the Coruscant sludge news. There was a sound of murmuring, then footsteps running hurriedly away. Luke nodded at Cam, both of them still carefully staying out of sight. If he wasn't mistaken, Pacific was still only aware of Cam. Lanu? Cam said. He didn't have to put any special heft into his voice for it to carry. He spoke, and the permacrete walls amplified it enough to be easily heard from quite a distance. The sound of a scoff echoed back. Is that all you have to say? The room seemed to grow darker around them as Pacific embraced old anger, a sense of betrayal, of resentment, and... Luke hesitated, frowning. Mourning? Yes. Wrapped up in Passic's anger was a distinct sense of melancholy and loss. He glanced at Cam, whose lips were pressed firmly together. Noting his glance, Cam held up a hand, indicating that Luke should stay quiet and try to keep his presence hidden. Vader died, Cam said. The Emperor died. I left and sought absolution. Absolution, Pack responded, disbelieving, as if Cam had said something unbelievably mundane in response to a question that demanded the profound. Absolution. Yes, you left. You left and now you call yourself a Jedi, do you? The scoff was louder this time. A Jedi. As if the title holds some important power and is not as empty and soulless as it has ever been. Do they know what you've done? Don't deceive yourself, Cam said, his solid voice more comfortable now. You wanted to be a Jedi too? You sought a master, to grow to be a knight. His voice softened. I know you did, Lanu. You may have done wrong, but you could achieve some measure of peace now, if you are open to it. Achieve it now. She laughed mockingly. The Jedi rejected me, Cam. They let me languish, year after year, waiting to be chosen by someone as their Padawan. They tormented me with promises of a future, of responsibility, and then they discarded me because I had become too old. There was old anger in that voice, Luke thought. Very old anger, old pain, which had been allowed to fester for decades, poison in her soul. Palpatine and his ilk twisted the Jedi just as they twisted the Republic. The Jedi have to change, Cam replied with a quiet, sincere earnestness. A new Jedi order for a new generation and a changed galaxy. You could help us forge it anew. I have my new Jedi order, Lanu hissed furiously, her voice closer now. There were heavy footsteps arriving, reinforcements there to add to her strength. What is the Inquisitorius if not the Jedi Order without the lies? We have the power of the Force. We alone. And if you do not join us, then we murder you. We don't leave you to languish pointlessly in menial service for a lifetime. We give the gift of mercy, a quick death, rather than allowing talent to be wasted in a mediocre existence. Don't we, Cam? There was the snap hiss of a lightsaber, and a glow of red cast over the room, matching shadows projected in columns by each of the permacrete supports. Passek gripped her lightsaber with both hands. She stalked towards Cam's voice, cat-like but flanked by heavier footsteps. Her saber's glow illuminated her dark hair and darker eyes, adding shadow and menace to her otherwise ordinary face. Asterisk. Lanu's lightsaber hummed as she spun the blade comfortably through a lazy twirl. She looked to her side. Her fellow Inquisitor, Saniel, strolled forward, behind and beside her. The rest of the Inquisitorius strike team readied its myriad assortment of weaponry with the casual motions that spoke of long practice. The Inquisitorial attaches were armed and trained specifically to capture and kill Jedi with all manner of weaponry ranging from gas grenades, shock prods, and flechette rifles to web grenades and ferk batons. Saniel was not much taller than she was. He was wiry and physically tough, but his force abilities had always been limited. Cam was bigger, he was tougher, and he was stronger in the force, and that combination would mean Saniel was no match for him. For that matter, Lanu herself was outmatched one-on-one, but there were ways to even the odds. Saniel, she said offhand to the other Inquisitor, take the second squat and kill the prisoner. She smiled with satisfaction as she felt a flicker of surprise from Cam, followed quickly by an almost imperceptible tremor of fear and anger in his force sense. Anything to put him off kilter would help her win the coming fight. Salazar stepped out from behind the pillar, and she saw him for the first time. It was definitely Cam. It was his voice, his build, but strangely, he was dressed from head to toe in a set of bronzium armor with an ursoid mask that obscured his face. A Jedi he might now claim to be, but he wasn't garbed in their robes. Armor, Cam, she taunted, losing your nerve in your old age. Cam's response was to ignite his lightsaber. It did not match the gleaming red of Lanu's, as the lightsaber he had wielded for the Inquisitorius would have. The bright blue joined Lanu's red, the two colors clashing and casting purple light over the space between them. Saniel was in the middle of turning, waving at some of the men to join him, when Cam's voice cut through the twin hum of lightsaber. Saniel, Cam ground out, bringing the Inquisitor's footsteps to a halt. Tell your squad to stand down and place their weapons on the ground. There need be no violence today. He lifted the blade up slowly, holding it in a stance that was more aggressive. The tension in his body was taut with the potential for motion. If you do not stand down, however, I will use whatever force is required to stop you. Lanu scowled at him. You are going to have other things to worry about, Cam, she hissed. We still have unfinished business. Infuriatingly, Cam ignored her. What is it to be, Inquisitor? He asked Saniel, lifting his saber higher aggressively. Saniel's helmeted head pivoted to Cam, then back to her. Then he and his squad fled. Cam started after him. In a fury, Lanu put herself between Cam and the fleeting Saniel. You can't just walk away, she hissed. Not again. Finally, Cam focused on her. Lanu, the tall Jedi, said sadly, you'll find that I can. He charged, their lightsabers clashing. He was just as strong as she remembered, their sabers screeching against one another as he forced her aside. Then he was past, footfalls heavy as he raced after Saniel and his team. Lanu gathered herself for a leap at his unprotected back. The force closed around her. An impossible invisible grip locked around her, preventing her leap, almost causing her to trip over her feet and topple onto the ground. In the momentary pause, Cam outpaced her and hammered aside one of the armored attaches. The man fell, broken, and then Cam was gone. The grip around her relaxed. She spun, the sudden swell of presence behind her growing, blazing like a sun in her awareness. Standing there was another figure, dressed in all too familiar Jedi robes, an unlit lightsaber in his hand. His cool blue eyes were measuring and confident, and she could see the power in them. Pack swallowed hard, sudden fear seizing her. She took a half step back, lifting her blade defensively. Her inquisitorial attaches took up positions on either side of her, offering backup, but the Jedi before her was not cowed. He took a small step forward, lifting his unlit lightsaber and pointing it towards them. Nervousness flooded through her, paired with sudden, horrified recognition. Luke Skywalker. Your business is with me, Skywalker said mildly. He thumbed his lightsaber, the emerald blade extended. The green glow washed around him, pushing back the unsettling red as he stood like a wrenching tree in the path of howling floodwaters. His voice turned to Dursteel. Surrender. Chapter 13. The corridor that led from Beta Block back to the facility's main entrance was a short one, gleaming the scantily interspersed red emergency lights. Jade had to be after the holocron. That was the only thing that made any sense. Silently, Linscombe berated himself for mentioning it. He had even suspected her, and he'd still mentioned it. But it probably hadn't mattered. Maybe the scavenger they captured had been in contact with Coruscant and had been carrying some tracking device they'd missed. That had to be it. Nothing else made any sense. "Did you hear that?" asked ISB 4977, bringing the company to a halt. Two stormtroopers dropped to one knee, pointing their E11s down the corridor in each direction. The third manipulated the life science detector, looking for anything that might be Jade. ISB 4977 peered down the corridor ahead of them with a frown. Something mechanical. Linscombe checked his rifle's power pack. "Keep moving," he murmured. "Slow." They made their way slowly, footsteps as quiet as 4 stormtroopers and an Imperial officer could be. Hands gripped blasters with nervy fingertips, as even the highly trained professionals of the ISB Stormtrooper Corps, who received the best training in the Empire, found the slow, careful movements unnerving. ISB Stormtroopers weren't stealth units, they were enforcers. They knocked down doors, arrested traitors, and made an example for the citizens. An example of discipline, patriotism, and fear. An example of power. They made a quick left, 2 troopers watching their rear. ISB 4977 tapped one of them on the shoulder and gestured at the ground. The second trooper nodded and stopped, dropping to his knee and taking up the rear guard position. Silently, the rest of them made their way down the rest of the corridor. In front of them were the large doors to the lift speeder that connected Bitter and to Bass Castle. Linscombe swiped his access key. With an obedient beep, the controls flickered to green and then the doors slid open. ISB 4977 and his troopers rushed into the room, their blasters and glow lights sweeping over every corner of the room. When no blasters were fired, Linscombe entered after them. "Clear, sir." Asterisk. From his place watching the team's rear, ISB 6768 peered down the darkened corridor, the barrel of his E11 dipping. Red lights flickered down the full length of the hallway, giving illusions of motion that he had to fight the urge to shoot. But he'd been trained at Kurita before joining the ISB by the best teachers the Empire had to offer. Decades of combat experience had been at his disposal, and psychological reprogramming, and together they provided calm surety of the rightness of the Imperial cause. His hand clenched on the barrel, holding the weapon steady. Using a button on his wrist brace, he clicked through the various settings on his helmet. Being ISB equipment, it was the finest in the Empire, with multiple settings for different lighting conditions. He tested each one to see which gave him the best field of vision, licking his lips under his helmet as he concentrated. Duty and training overrode the fear another man might have felt, he thought proudly, because he was a stormtrooper of the Empire, and stormtroopers felt no. There was a flicker of movement down the hallway, and his blaster snapped up. But it wasn't a person. He frowned and flicked back through the settings. There was something producing heat down there that was moving, but that certainly didn't look like a human or a biped at all. It slid across the floor, a small cylindrical shape topped with a dome. It stopped at the end of the hall, and he pointed his blaster at it, flicking the glow light on his blaster to a higher, more concentrated setting, and illuminating the potential target with light. The astromech droid he could now see clearly turned his head to look at him. There was a low, mournful, slightly wary warble of sound, and ISB 6768's finger lifted off the trigger of his E11. He opened his mouth, beginning to call to his superiors to inform them of the droid. He never heard her coming. Asterisk. See? The sound from their rear guard ended almost as quickly as it had begun. The half-syllable cut off with a gurgling, gasping sound. ISB 4977 fired a shot at the shadowy figure, but Jade, now dressed from head to toe in black, she'd seemingly added a mask to her outfit to cover her hair and face, gripped ISB 6768's corpse and twisted in front of her. The blaster shot slammed into stormtrooper armor, sending the armor and the body inside toppling to the ground with a heavy thud while Jade vanished from view. After her, Linscomb ordered, a knot in his throat, and the 3 stormtroopers he had left surged forward. The blast doors slammed shut, locking them inside. "Get the door open," Linscomb hissed. His remaining stormtroopers were attempting to do just that, but whatever Jade had done had completely scrambled the door's electronic locking mechanism, making it impossible to command the door to release. They spent 10 minutes fighting with it before giving up. They were discussing more potent alternatives when his comlink crackled. "I wouldn't advise using your explosives to open the door." Jade's voice was cool, with more than a hint of warning in it. "You probably can, but I already have what I need from you, and you're safe where you are. If you come out of there, you become a threat again." Linscomb ignored her. ISB 4977 affixed 3 small explosives to the door, checked to make sure the explosion wouldn't be too big and kill all of them outright, and then waved them into the room. In the back of the room were the doors to the lift speeder's landing dock. They had already managed to get those open, but the lift was presently docked over at Bast Castle, which left the long tube another dead end. They hopped down off the platform, ducking down into the tube to hide, protected by both the doors and the platform. Each of the ISB men braced themselves, their feet against the tracks for the lift speeder, their backs against the permacrete platform. His comlink crackled again. "Last warning. Stay where you are or I'll kill all of you." Linscomb glowered with annoyance. "Do it," he ordered, and ISB 4977 pressed the button. There was a boom and the sound of shattering transparent steel. Shards of sharp, transparent material showered over them, raining down onto the platform above and into the lift speeder tube. Some of the shards fell around their armored feet. None of them were hurt. The 3 stormtroopers spun around once, their helmets and torsos poking out over the platform, E-11 blaster rifles pointed in the direction of the exit. The interior door, which exited from the small waiting room and into the lift speeder dock, was completely shattered from the force of the explosion, all its shards blown in their direction, glimmering in the red emergency lighting. The exterior door was completely gone, blown to smithereens, along with much of the wall on either side. Small fires smoldered among chunks of permacrete. Many of the emergency lights had been destroyed, leaving the outer hall blanketed in darkness. The comlink didn't make another sound, nor did they come under attack. The stormtroopers climbed back up first. Then ISB 4977 gave him a hand and pulled him back up onto the platform. Boots scraped over fragments of transparent steel as they creeped towards the exit, rifles at the ready. Asterisk. Idiots, Mara sighed as her ship's computer reported the explosion below. She waited 5 seconds, then hit the firing key. Tempered Metal was a well-armed ship for its size. Armed with 2 rapid-fire proton torpedo launchers, both fully loaded, it had more than enough firepower to flatten the entire ISB compound. But proton torpedoes were expensive, and flattening the entire compound was a bit more than necessary. Luckily, the ship also mounted a single turbolaser. A spinal mount, the ship's primary gun could only fire directly forwards, drawing power from Tempered Metal's main reactor. It also reduced the amount of power available to the ship's engines and shields when in use, but a single shot from the spinal mount was more devastating than even a proton torpedo would be. Under other circumstances, degrading the ship's shields to fire the main gun would be risky. With the base's power disabled, though, their defensive turbolaser mounts were out of action. The disguised emitter in the freighter's nose unleashed a single bolt of green energy. It slammed directly into the ISB compound's lift speeder dock, blasting through the roof, the floor, the foundation, and a meter or so into bedrock before dissipating. Even R2 was silent as they regarded the effects of their handiwork. His dome swiveled to look at her, then back at the destruction they had wrought. Mara could feel the temptation of satisfaction, of the thought that the 4 ISB men had gotten exactly what they deserved. Vjun sang out that she should enjoy her victory, reveling in even. But she felt more than just Vjun, she felt Luke. Felt Luke's resignation that he would have to fight and kill. felt his refusal to take pleasure in the fact that he could do both. She deactivated her ship's turbolaser and redirected power to engines and shields. "Come on, R2, she said. "Get in your socket. Let's go help your master." Luke Skywalker held his lightsaber in a confident two-handed grip. Across the room, Lanu Pacific stared at him. The sudden, almost feral fear at his unexpected appearance was matched by the tension he could feel in the Force. Vjun's dark environment fed it, hissing insidiously at her and at him. "Take satisfaction in how she fears you," it whispered. "You are Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, conqueror of the Emperor, son of Darth Vader, bringer of righteous wrath. Show her why she should fear you." But Luke knew better. Those thoughts did not belong to some disembodied dark side consciousness. They were his own worst impulses, and they were lies. He was Luke Skywalker, yes, and he was a Jedi Knight. That much Yoda had granted him. He was even the son of Darth Vader, who had returned to the light in the end. But Luke had not conquered the Emperor, and he would not be a bringer of wrath. Justice, perhaps, if necessary. So he calmed himself, letting Vjun's tongues of remembered hate wash over him, sliding away like oil repelled by water. In their center he was calm, centered. He spoke. "You were an apprentice, Lanu Pacific," he said, remembering what Cam had told him, and the words he'd heard them exchange. "It isn't too late. Not for any of you." He put as much assurance into his voice as he could. All the hopes he had for the possibilities. Cam had brought so much to Luke's own knowledge of the Force. Cam's remembered training was an invaluable asset. Lanu was older than Cam by a few years. She surely remembered even more. "I want to hear about your training. I know you feel betrayed by the Jedi, but I want you to tell me how and why. I want to know about every mistake the Jedi Order made so that they aren't repeated." There was a flicker in Lanu's eyes, a moment of hesitation. Luke could almost see a kernel of indecision grow, and his own hope grew in response. "I know they weren't perfect," Luke continued. "We don't intend to recreate the Order as it was. The new Order will be new for a changed galaxy. Yoda would not have trained me if he wasn't prepared for that." Luke lowered his lightsaber slightly, a gesture of disarmament, offering peace. "Not perfect," Lanu echoed, and Luke's hope started to fade as he could feel the kernel of indecision vanish into a fireball of fury. "Not perfect." She trembled with anger, cackling almost maniacally. "They used us, consumed us, stole the lives we might have had, tried to remake us in their own image. And when they failed, the pretense of calm vanished fully into a furious scream of rage, one that echoed through the Force. Vjun screamed back, the dark side empowering her fury, adding to her hate the remembered pain of a world's brutal death. Luke lifted his lightsaber into a full guard position, shifting his feet in anticipation of a strike, sinking deeper into the Force, seeking the candle of light in the sea of darkness, and finding it, when they failed. Not us, not me, them. When they failed us, they tossed us aside like we were nothing. They claimed it was a privilege, the agricorps, that we served the greater good, that we brought hope to the galaxy. But we'd been promised greatness and they made us farmers. Another person might have exhausted their anger and seen reason. With Vjun feeding Lanu's hate and her acute sense of betrayal, the Inquisitor was just getting started. Luke took a deep breath, bolstered his calm, and spoke sadly. "I was a farmer." As Lanu strode forward and her attaches brought their weapons to bear, Luke steeled himself and spoke no more, filled with a dreadful vision. He feared he was going to have to kill her. He hoped he was wrong. Lanu came in like a feral animal, vicious and fast. Luke felt a vortex of dark thoughts as she charged with her saber outstretched. Her Inquisitors rose streaming behind her to reveal matte armor similar to Mara's. The Inquisitor's lightsaber jabbed at him, trying to spear through him with a quick thrust. Luke didn't intend to make it that easy for her. Trusting the Force to guide his footwork, he stepped to the side. Her thrust struck only void and her momentum carried her past him. Luke spun, using a quick jab to distract one of Lanu's guards and using the Force to push Lanu forward. She stumbled another step forward, right into the guard Luke had just distracted. The man dropped, partially bisected. Despite having just killed one of her own, Lanu didn't even hesitate, spinning back towards him and snarling as she bored in again. "You're no Jedi. Swing. Jedi were emotionless. Swing. Jedi were graceful and strong." Her lightsaber came at Luke again and again, swings interspersed between curses, but each of her strikes was easily batted away. Each voided strike caused a hisses of indignation and anger, and her strikes became more erratic, if also more dangerous, as she allowed a berserker's instincts to conquer her. Or so he had thought. He had been preparing for her to attack him again when, instead of a lightsaber thrust, he found himself pelted with smoke grenades. They didn't land within reach of his lightsaber, but once they hit the ground they filled the air with a thick, blinding smoke, and all he could see of his foe was the sweep of her robes. Her two remaining attaches tried to use the smoke cover to kill him with projectile rounds, but the Force was his ally. Bursts of segmented fléchettes whined past him to thud into his surroundings, creating more smoke and permacrete dust in the hazy air around him. The scent of burning intermingled with the damp, producing an unpleasant, acrid smell. Her voice echoed from the smoke-filled dark corners. Jedi didn't hesitate when they knew they had to kill. Luke whirled behind one of the columns interspersed through the training room for greater protection from those flechette rifles. Tossing his saber to his left hand, he drew his blaster with his right, bringing up the electroscope to see through the haze. She almost surprised him. The Inquisitor charged at him out of the smoke, her lightsaber slashing partway through one of the permacrete columns, the tip of his blade nearly extended enough to catch him. The attack steered Luke into the path of an armored attaché with the scattershot slug thrower pointed directly at him. He was ready. In deep communion with the Force and relying on every erg of combat experience he had, Luke continued his spin. He lifted Pasik's blade with the saber in his left hand, cleaving the permacrete column cleanly in two, and leaving a gaping slice in the otherwise solid construction, while the blaster in his right hand seemed to flow up of its own accord. A pair of red bursts lanced from it into the attaché in front of him. The man dropped as the blaster bolts burned through his stun-resistant armor and lay twitching on the ground as he died. A second attaché's flechette rifle coughed, and Luke dropped to the floor as needles howled towards him. He dodged the worst, but felt a screaming pain as two flechettes grazed over his arm and chest. Suppressing the pain with a grimace, he hurled his lightsaber at the man who had just shot him. The green blade scythed mercilessly through the attaché and fell to the ground, spinning until the lightsaber automatically disengaged and the emerald glow vanished. The third attaché was coming around behind him. Luke's blaster flowed up again, and he snapped off a shot, catching the man just under his chin and above his chest plate. Luke twisted and threw himself into a roll, down, and away just as Lanu thrusted the tip of her lightsaber at him again. He hit the ground heavily as she came after him with a vicious downward slash. Reaching out with the Force, Luke holstered his blaster and summoned his lightsaber back to his hand. It flew across the room and into his grip with a reassuring, familiar thud. He reignited the blade just in time to block Lanu's killing blow with a column of concentrated plasma. Her red blade gleamed as it ground against his green, her eyes on fire with hate and with fear. They sprang apart, Luke flipping back up to his feet. Both were breathing heavily, but now she was alone. Her eyes tracked over the corpses of her men and their fallen slug throwers. With a snarl she reached out in the Force, gripping grenades from their belts and flinging them at Luke. He scythed through them, redirected some back beneath their prior owners and rendered others useless as he pursued. Her feet slapped against the permacrete floor as he chased after her, following her through the dripping, vacant corridors. Her fear and anger swelled in the air, heavy and thick, pressing down against him. He cut through it, acknowledging his pain and fear, releasing them back to the Force, and refusing to let it divert him or feed his worst impulses. At the far end of his bond with Mara, vibrating like the far end of a taut string held between them, he could feel her own determined calm. She gleamed in the Force, bright against the darkness that surrounded her. His bond with Cam was not so potent, but his fellow Jedi was in the thick of battle, holding tight to his own touchstones, his recent redemption, and the memory of his father. Lanu did not have to fight against the shadows of Vjun. She took all his hate and pain and draped them around herself like heavy armored robes, elegant and empowering. She sprinted ahead, charging through an open door that led into a darkened room full of what looked like lighted exhibits, all empty except one. The air in this room was fresher, less musty, likely as a precaution for preservation. In the center of the room was a pedestal, and in the center of that pedestal was a blue cube. It floated a few inches over his stand, held in the air by some kind of repulsor, glowing with dim inner light. The Inquisitor spun around, holding her lightsaber over the device, her eyes desperate and fiery. "I'll destroy it," she screamed. Luke stumbled to a stop, holding his own lightsaber before him protectively. "I'll destroy it," Lanu hissed, much more calmly as he stopped. She shifted her weight, moving to put the pedestal between them, her lightsaber held in both hands, hovering inches away from the cube. "It's the holocron we took from Exar Station," she said, scowling at him as she wagged her lightsaber from side to side threateningly. "The scavenger found it. Then we found her." He hesitated. The holocron was valuable, very valuable, and preserving it was a priority. But then, so too was preserving Lanu's life, if he could. He reached out to the Force to help choose his words, hoping Vjun's darkness would not draw him down the wrong path. "I don't think you can destroy it," he said the words softly, almost too softly to overhear with the hum of their lightsabers. He could see her lean forward slightly, almost unwillingly. Not because it's protected in some way, but because of what it represents. A pathway away from darkness, a welcome beacon of light. He stepped closer, his gaze moving from Lanu to the holocron. As if in response, the holocron suddenly gleamed with a new, lambent light. It opened, flowering, and Lanu's eyes flickered down to look at the sudden radiance. Luke moved up to interpose himself, beating her blade aside, grounding himself in the Force and on solid footing next to the holocron. He was ready for her response. He wasn't quite ready for its vehemence or desperation. "I'll take this whole castle down around me, I swear," she howled. He could feel her reach out with the Force, reach for the dark side that surrounded them, reach and tear and rip as she gathered his power to herself, flooded with rage and energy, and the entire castle shuddered with her exertion, rock grinding underneath his feet, immovable permacrete, starting to tremble. But that wasn't her plan, and he realized that just in time to save his own life. She triggered a static grenade. His vision went white, blinding him to her attack, but he heard her saber change pitch as she swung it towards him. Trusting the Force to guide his defense, he intercepted her swing with his blade. The clash of her saber against his was sudden and intense, and she drove into him with all her momentum and Force-empowered strength. He could feel her using both hands to push his arm, and the lightsaber that was held in the hand at the end of that arm, back towards his face. The blade's plasma was hot. The weapons gleamed too much for his star-filled vision to focus. Luke didn't think. He didn't have time to think. He struggled to get to his blaster while resisting her powerful, Force-infused lunge with his blade. His blaster came free, and Luke shoved it against her armor and pulled the trigger. With his ringing ears, Luke felt more than heard his loud report. As Cam had reported months ago, their armor could lessen the power of kill shots, while the underlayer dispersed stun blasts. But a blaster set to kill at point-blank range. Pac staggered back. The armor around her got a large, smoking wound. Her lightsaber fell from her suddenly limp hand, twisting and sputtering on the ground. With the flick of the Force, he sent her blade spinning away, then holstered his blaster and deactivated his lightsaber. He caught her as she slumped, collapsing to her knees, her weight heavy against him. The rage was gone from her now. Decades of accumulated hate, dating back to the earliest days of the Empire and the obliteration of the Jedi, fled. She stared at him, and in her eyes Luke could suddenly see the despondent young woman she had once been, failed by her order, found and twisted by Vader. She took a hitching breath, looking down at the hole in her armor with a pale grimace. Pac looked back at him, this time with a glint of respect that edged out the pain. Not much of a Jedi move, the blaster. As you mentioned earlier, Luke said softly as he helped her to the ground, his eyes still seared but his vision starting to return. I'm not much of a Jedi. Her armor scraped over the permacrete and Pac choked out a laugh and groaned in pain. She fixed him with a softened gaze. Sadly, and with a final effort, she croaked, "Don't forget me." "I won't," Luke promised honestly, knowing that there was no chance he would. He tried to make her comfortable, using the Force to take some of her pain. "You're not alone," Luke reassured Pasic, taking her hand and reaching out into the whirlwind of her dark despair with the tendril of his consciousness. "The Force is with you?" He noticed a weak grasp in return, and felt, more than heard. "And I am one with the Force." Lanu Pacific died with her eyes open. Luke gently closed them and arranged her body respectfully. On the pedestal next to him the holocron continued to gleam a steady blue. He could feel it in the Force too, a beacon of light on a world of darkness. Inquisitor Saniel had only a few seconds to prepare. His team had managed to construct a very impromptu barricade in the minute that Lanu had bought him before Salazar pursued. Now he listened in silence as Salazar approached that barricade, defended by a squad of the Empire's finest. He couldn't see Salazar yet, so he focused on what he could hear, and what he could remember seeing. Salazar's bronze armor hadn't looked particularly advanced, certainly nowhere near the extraordinarily expensive, blaster-resistant armor Saniel's squad had the luxury of wearing. But the armor surely had a purpose, and he had to assume that it would be an effective protection against at least some blaster fire. The armor plus the lightsaber would make blasters a liability. He hoped Salazar wouldn't be prepared for their alternative choice of weapon. They waited. All was still, but he could feel the would-be Jedi's presence. Sweat tickled his brow as he held his breath, feeling the tension of his men rise as they wondered what their foe was up to. All was silent. He didn't hear the hum of a lightsaber. Salazar might be in a full armor suit, but he hasn't drawn his saber yet. Perhaps. The ex-Inquisitor stepped into the light at the end of the corridor, bronze armor gleaming. Saniel never had to give the order. As his squad opened fire, their projectile weapons and shock rifles hurled a flurry of metal fragments, and barely harnessed electricity down the corridor, and Salazar raised a hand. The lights went dark, and the failed Inquisitor disappeared behind a haze of permacrete dust raised by errant projectiles hitting everything except Cam Salazar. Asterisk. Cam knew his armor couldn't take too many projectile hits, but the bronzium underlying the cortosis was strong. He should know. He had forged it himself. He strode forward with his saber still unlit. His father's was in his left hand, closest to his heart. As the electricity blasts and projectile needles rushed at him, Cam reached out, felt the force, and hauled shards of the fragile permacrete wall into a shield ahead of him as he moved ever onward. As the rain of fire petered out to a trickle, he grasped the rocky material, now reduced to dusty gravel ahead of him, and flung it ahead of him with the force, battering and blinding the contingent of inquisitorial troopers. It was not their fault, he thought as they fought to recover. Not their fault that he knew their tactics and weapons, their habits and intentions. He had been one of them. He had been one of their commanders even. He knew them even better than they knew themselves, and the Force had never been with him as strongly as it was now. The dark was there too. He could feel it, hovering in the air around him. The air was as thick with the dark as it was with moisture, practically soaked in it. But he was not the wayward child that Vader had taken from his father's corpse, nor was he the misguided young man who suffered his impressment as bravely as he could have. He was not the confused mercenary who had fought Mara Jade and Luke Skywalker on Coruscant and Lingerie. He was not any of those things, not anymore. He knew what he was. He had faced that trial, and he had surpassed it. It had taken him decades of confused struggle and the help of a kind young Jedi who had taken his hand and offered him the reassurance no one else had been able to give. Cam Salazar, former Inquisitor, now Jedi, lit his twin blue blades and charged headlong into the press of his former colleagues, bellowing a guttural war cry. They rose to greet him. The woman in the cramped cell prepared to pass another day, much like the others she had passed before. They only called her prisoner Esh 89,437, but Tion remembered her name, repeated it inside her head, kept it guarded for the day she could use it again as a free being. She was a singer, a scavenger, a tale-teller. She was not human. Not entirely. Near enough to pass if you try. Don't worry, dear, you won't stand out. Not until you want to. Her Graham had said that once, while tying Tion's silver hair back across her slightly higher than human forehead. Graham had then kissed her goodbye before sending her off for the first day at school. Rendale was a backwater, but thanks to its proximity to the Senex Trace trade route, and the lack of many alternatives in the Hadar sector, it rated a second-tier regional trooper academy. A trooper academy meant Imperials, and Imperials meant you had to be careful if you didn't fit in. One day, her Graham had not been careful enough. Graham had been a marvelous musician and singer, but more dangerously she was a keeper of old stories. Some of those stories the Empire did not appreciate hearing. Stories about the adventures of the champion Nomi Sunrider and the fallen Ula Kildroma, or of the determination of Kara Holt, or of the luminous and ageless Master Faye. One otherwise fine afternoon, trooper cadets had taken exception to songs about the gold-dusted days of the Old Republic and the adventures of the Jedi. They'd beaten the old woman to death in the town square, and Tion had fled with only the clothes on her back and her Graham's ancient double vial. Another woman might have shied away from taking up Graham's profession, given her rather gruesome fate. But Tion had never been normal. Even her admirers sometimes claimed she was not entirely sane, and she was not about to let those songs fade away and be forgotten, as so many other tales of the Jedi had been. So she took up Graham's instruments, singing those same songs to pay for transit on the starways, where a surprising number of people wanted to hear them, but would not admit that publicly, running and moving when she felt flickers of more than polite interest. She made her way around the Outer Rim in search of Jedi history, adding more songs to her repertoire as she carefully excavated things the Empire had buried. Until she too had not been careful enough. By her own internal reckoning, it had been 26 standard days since she'd last seen the sun. 26 days ago, the Imperials had run her down on Exar Station. Thankfully, the Inquisitorius extreme measures hadn't started yet. So far, they just stuck to the basics. Sleep deprivation, psychotropics, and silence with some light coercion. Well, her sleep hygiene was already terrible. Psychotropics were fun. Silence let her compose, and she hadn't yet met an ISB goon who could throw a punch that really hurt. Certainly not more than that disgruntled customer on Daluaj anyway. Clearly, the Inquisitorius didn't have any experience singing in spaceport cantinas for tips, or they would have come up with a tougher interrogation routine. She didn't have an ounce of quit in her. So she sat in darkness, wrote songs in her head, and when she felt particularly brave she sang them, bawling out half-remembered Jedi heroics in a clear contralto in the pitch dark. It annoyed the Inquisitors to no end. Usually it earned her a beating. Today, she sang, and they never came. With a frown she stopped and stood, trying to stretch out as she wondered where the Inquisitors were. Surely they didn't have something better to do than torment her, so where were they? That was when she started to hear the sounds of combat. A chaotic medley of screams and blaster fire, and an odd humming sound that wasn't quite like anything she'd ever heard before. Her stomach lurched at the sounds of pain and death, the walls seeming to close in around her, the already confined space becoming oppressive and nearly vicious. And then it stopped. Like the first light shining through a cloud-filled stormy sky, she abruptly knew everything was going to be all right. She didn't know how she knew. She didn't know what it meant, but everything was going to be all right. A crash of relief broke over her. She sagged back against the wall and waited. Sure enough, the cell door hissed open. On the other side was a living suit of bronze armor, or, perhaps, an almost impossibly tall figure dressed head to toe in bronze-colored armor, looking like something out of Graham's less plausible stories. His face was covered not with the helm, but with the pure white Ursoid mask, thick with teeth. She greeted the interloping suit of armor with a friendly smile through her bruises, then her eyes widened. The humming continued, because in his hand was a lightsaber. A lightsaber. She'd never even seen a lightsaber. Well, not an ignited one anyway, That one Inquisitor who had captured her kept one on their belt, and the Shutter hadn't even let her take a look at it. All her life collecting Jedi lore, preserving it for future generations, and right here, in front of her, was a suit of armor with a lightsaber. With 2 lightsabers, she corrected as she noted a second hilt hanging from its belt. The blue blade cast a soothing light over the room, and it hummed with a pleasant, slightly undulating sound which gave it a nice backbeat. Distractedly, she wondered if she could incorporate a lightsaber into her music. "I'm Cam Solo, sir," the masked suit of armor said. He spoke in a resonant, pleasant rim timbre, one that echoed through the confined space. "I'm here to rescue you." He unstrapped his mask and removed it, revealing a pleasantly attractive middle-aged human with hair even wider than her own in human silver. She stared at him in astonishment. It took her a few moments to compose herself. "My name is Tion," she said with every ounce of poise she could muster. "And I've been looking for you. Well, looking for any Jedi. But those scum-huffing shutters have my Grams double vial somewhere in this permacrete nightmare, and I'd appreciate your assistance in helping me get it back. They also took this talking Jedi cube thing from me, and seemed very excited about it, so I don't think they should be allowed to keep that either." She quickly considered her other needs, and blushed with sudden recollection. "And could I possibly get a ride off this rock? They destroyed my transport." She felt a glimmer of warm amusement from the tall man, well matched to his sudden smile, that was banked like a small spark in the encompassing darkness. His gaze was wary but also respectful, which was better than most of her audiences. "It would be my honor, Tion." They found the double vial down the hall, with some of Tion's other possessions. She cradled it with all the adoration the precious instrument deserved, checking it over for any possible damage. Luckily, the double vial was heavy and even tougher than she was. The rustle of movement from down the hall presaged the appearance of an inquisitorial attaché in casual dress. Unarmored but not unarmed, the guard charged into the room, then stopped short as he saw Cam's enormous frame and the lightsaber still glowing in the Jedi's hand. Tion got only 3 words into her profanity-laced battle song before she slammed the fat end of the double vial into the trooper's head like a Gamorrean's battle axe. One of the strings on the instrument twanged, and something in the Inquisitor's neck went pop. She hit him again, taking out 26 days' worth of frustration with 2 swift blows. The guard dropped, either unconscious or dead. She turned towards Cam and found him staring at her with astonishment. "Where are we anyway?" she asked without missing a beat. "This place looks like it was constructed by the Imperial Ministry for making people miserable." It took a few seconds for Cam's voice to begin working again. "Vader's castle." Tion stopped dead. "Say what now?" "I am not joking," the big man replied, his astonishment fading into amusement. "Sith spit." She gaped at him. "This is going to be my most epic ballad ever." Asterisk. Cam led Tion through the halls and up a series of winding stairs. The chaos of combat was fading, the swirl of the dark going from rolling boil to Vjun's more typical lingering menace. They found Luke on the castle's rooftop landing pad, shaded from the world's typical acid rain as it spat and sizzled down. In the distance, the sun was starting to rise, purplish light leaking up over the horizon. Far nearer than the sun was the sound of a ship with active repulsorlifts, and just as he was about to make halting introductions, a trio of spotlights abruptly appeared, sweeping over the landing pad, and the nose of the tempered metal became visible through the downpour. Beside him, Luke blinked rapidly, apparently recovering from the effects of a flash grenade. They shared a nod. Tion waved at him wildly. "Heroi," she shouted over the sound of rain and repulsor lifts. "Thank you." She was nothing short of astonishing, Cam thought. She was covered in bruises, clearly hadn't eaten well, and had been in solitary confinement, except for her jailers, for nearly a month. And she still had the brightness of heart for enthusiasm. Well, either that or she was a wild optimist. He sent an inquiring glance over to Luke, who was still blinking, and the other Jedi just smiled. Clearly, she wouldn't be alone. Covering themselves up as best they could, using the Force to disperse the drops into a lighter mist, they sprinted through the rain and up the tempered metal's forward ramp. All three of them toppled to the deck, gasping for breath, enjoying the cool scent of recycled air rather than Vjun's own damp misery as R2's jubilant beeps and whistles resounded through the ship. "I think I hate that place," Tion said cheerfully. To his surprise, Kyp found he was able to laugh. Apparently, Luke could too. As the ramp raised and the ship rotated and rose to boost towards an orbital trajectory, Tion sat up straight. "Did we recover the glowing blue Jedi box?" "She's known us for all of 5 minutes, and we're already a we," Kyp mused silently. "Well, you were our first priority," Luke said. He made a show of patting himself down, wincing when he brushed over flechette grazes, and then Kyp watched with amusement as Luke finally fished the holocron out of his pocket, holding it up on his palm with an exhausted smile. "But yes." Tion breathed with relief, then stared at Luke with surprise and burgeoning awe. "Tarkin's teeth, you're Luke Skywalker. I've seen your holodramas. You're a little shorter than I pictured, but wow, they weren't kidding about those eyes." Luke blushed and laughed. "I wouldn't believe everything you see on the holonet." She shifted the double vial and held out her hand. "Where are my manners? I'm Tion. I found that talking Jedi box on an ancient space station, Exar Station." She shook her head. "The Inquisitors destroyed it on our way out. I'm afraid there's nothing else left." "That's all right," Luke said seriously as he accepted the offered handshake. "I believe we found everything we came for. I've got to talk to our pilot, but you look like you've been through the wars." The silver-haired woman nodded mutely. Her silence, clearly not a natural state for her, betrayed just how true that statement was. "Of the three of us, I think Jedi Salazar has the most medical training. Let's get you into one of the empty rooms and see if anything needs treatment with what we have on hand, and then we can all get acquainted." He sighed and tucked the holocron in his pocket, stretching. "I'll start working on dinner." Kyp felt a flicker of uncertainty from Tion, well masked and gone in an instant. "We do have," Kyp offered warily, "a female pilot if you prefer someone else, or we can wait until we're back on Coruscant to see to your injuries, if they're not serious." Tion hesitated, considering, then shook her head definitively. "Not at all. It's just a scan and some needles, and anyway, I've got a good feeling about you. Those almost never let me down. All right, handsome Jedi, let's go play medtech." Astonished, Kyp blushed. He placed his mask inside his cubbyhole, handed Luke a tube of Bactisal from his belt, and led Tion up the stairs to the ship's main deck as she chattered on irrepressibly. Mara had turned control of her ship over to Slips, the piloting droid beeping his typical deep, dour commentary as he brought the ship up into the Vjun sky. Luke watched as the heavy, moisture-laden clouds parted for their passage and tempered metal lifted through them into the brighter skies of Vjun's upper atmosphere. The oppressive shadow of Vjun faded as they put distance between them and the world. It was, Luke thought, such a relief to leave. He settled into the chair next to Mara. She turned to look at him as he did, her green eyes knowing. They had a hard time hiding anything from one another now. Luke knew that had made her uncomfortable at first, that she had silently feared that if he saw too deeply into her soul he might be repulsed by what he found. Once she realized that he wasn't scared, not of her past, but genuinely wanted to share all her burdens, and let her share his, her fear had passed into quiet melancholy and acceptance. His hand slipped into hers. She squeezed back, offering him a quick, comforting smile. He could see Lanu's face, her last moments, her dying breath. "Don't forget me." Lanu Pasek had been a Jedi apprentice. She had never become a full Jedi, but she'd been brought into one of the old Order service branches. She had been tasked with doing good in the galaxy, helping people thrive, making sure starvation touched no one. How had she become what she was? Had her resentment against the Order been there from the start, or had it been something Vader had inculcated? Mara could feel his tension, and her thumb stroked gently over his hand until he finally looked at her again. Her usual masked calm, worn as a matter of habit, faded as she relaxed in his presence. Lanu's death had been surprisingly quiet, Luke thought. Her rage had fled. All she had wanted was to be remembered. He would remember her, whether he wanted to or not. I think she regretted all her choices, in the end, Luke said finally. It was like she saw clearly everything that had led up to that moment and wished things had been different. He shook his head, looking down at his lap and away from Mara, the two back to momentarily forgotten. She made her own choices, Mara countered. Her voice softened as she felt him tense. The Empire, Palpatine, they twist everyone they touch, she said. Some more than others. Had the Empire never risen, who would she have been? I don't know, neither do ye. Neither did she, probably. Maybe she would have been content to be a farmer, Luke sighed. I wish I'd been able to help her. Help all of them? Mara rested her hand on his wrist. I know, she murmured. But I'm just glad you came out of that fight alive. If she had killed you, how many other people in the galaxy would go without your help? How many people, he heard her think but not say, would have to go on without you? He turned to face her, taking both her hands in his own. She gazed back, unhesitating, her brilliant green eyes sympathetic, and so relieved. If she had, Luke murmured, leaning in closer, if it was my time, you would have helped them instead. But I won't leave you without one hell of a fight. She snorted, shaking her head dismissively, before taking him in her arms and holding him close. Chapter 14. Tempered metal echoed with the calming hum of her hyperdrive as Mara exited the quarters she shared with Luke. He was already awake, of course. Luke's sleeping patterns reflected many years waking to calibrate moisture vaporators before dawn. She reached out with the force, extending her consciousness until she found him. He was still weary after Vjun, but it was more mental than physical, and the way his spirit brightened when he felt her touch was more than enough to make her smile. She wished, some mornings, that Luke was not an early riser. The experience of having a body next to hers while she slept was a novel one, and an uneasy novelty at first. Over the months since they had embarked on their romantic experiment, it had gradually transformed from novelty to normal, and rapidly from normal to longed for comfort. Mara shook her head with annoyance. If she was being so sentimental, she thought, she clearly needed a harsh blast of morning calf to get her edge back. As she entered the ship's galley and lounge, she realized the hyperspace hum was not the only sound she was hearing. Their guest, Tion, she called herself, was sitting perched on the arm of the most comfortable chair in the lounge, thrumming on her massive club of an instrument, trying to duplicate the hum of tempered metal's engines. Tion looked human, but she had two characteristics that set her apart. Her silver hair could be accomplished artificially, but bore none of the signs of artificial dye. Her eyes were a pale, whitish gray. The combination gave her a somewhat ethereal appearance and contrasted noticeably with tanned skin, likely earned exploring harsh outer rim worlds. The minstrel stopped her strumming and offered Mara a shy smile. Hi there, she said with a wave. We didn't really get to say hello last night, Tion. She gestured around herself lightly before strumming a few new chords. I heard this beautiful lady is all yours. Mara, said Mara with a curt nod. And if you mean the ship, then yes. She strode purposefully across the room to the very expensive calf maker Luke had purchased for her on the day they'd chosen to celebrate as her life day. Luke had insisted they pick one. Mara had frustratedly retorted, fine, it's today, and to her astonishment he managed to get her a gift, take her to dinner, and get them tickets to a performance of the Coruscant Symphony all in the next 6 hours. It had been a night to remember. She wondered how many favors he'd blithely burned through to make her smile. Mara, mused Tion. It's a good name for lyrics. Tion tilted her head to the side, gazing past Mara rather than at her, repeating Mara's name a few times, trying different intonations. She was harmless, Mara decided. Mildly unnerving, but harmless. Tion strummed on her instrument some more as Mara poured her calf. The Inquisitors caught me on Exar Station, Tion explained, playing a few more notes. Mara was impressed by her obvious skill, and by the double vial's rather impressive range. They destroyed the station afterwards, the nerfs, Tion sighed, but at least we recovered the Jedi box thing. Holocron, Mara said between sips of calf, idly wondering where Luke was, and if he had made breakfast or if she should dip into her supply of ration bars. That's what Cam said, Tion agreed absently. What rhymes with holocron? Mara was just about to go for her ration bars when Luke and Cam walked in, followed by R2. Good morning, Mara, said Luke. Take a seat, I'll make something simple for breakfast. She considered objecting that a ration bar would be fine, and decided not to. Luke would insist, and she could feel the melancholy still clinging to him after the battles on Vjun. Mara, for her part, had no doubt that each and every one of the deaths had been absolutely necessary. Luke, being Luke, would never be convinced of that. Besides, she thought fondly, he practically glows in the galley when he cooks. Is all Aunt Beru slice this that way? Or Uncle Owen refused to boil vegetables, says it's a pointless waste of water. It will make him feel better. Tion hopped down off the arm of her chair. Have you figured out how to make the holocron talk again? She asked curiously, taking a seat at the galley's center table. As she sat, Luke cooked up some eggs and toast using the kitchen equipment. It wasn't fancy by any means, but as the sense of cooking food filled the galley, Mara had to admit that waiting for a real meal was better than ration bars. Cam placed the holocron in the center of the table. It gleamed a dull sapphire, inner light undulating. I can feel it in the Force, Cam said, but so far it hasn't responded to me. That's odd, Tion said. She sat down at the circular table across from Cam, reaching out to pluck the holocron from where it rested. It was pretty chatty with me. Just started glowing and then, she waved her hand, talking. She peered at it intently, but nothing happened. A frown grew on her face and creased her brow. I think it was glowing brighter when I found it, she said with a somberness that was somehow at odds with her demeanor otherwise. I hope the imps didn't break it. I don't think they broke it, said Luke confidently. He placed a plate of eggs in front of each of them, then put one down for himself. The scent of spices made Mara's stomach growl, and Luke's cocky grin was a sure sign he hadn't missed it. Mara rolled her eyes and took a bite. Luke wasn't up to hand standards as a cook, but he was certainly better than she was, though that wasn't saying much. Why not? Cam asked, taking the holocron back from Tion and returning it to the center of the table. Because I can still feel it in the Force, Luke said seriously as he sat down. Just like you can. He leaned forward, his gaze intent on the object. I think we should all concentrate on it, he said after a long moment. Like you're trying to establish telepathic communication with someone nearby. Focus on it like it was a sentient mind, and just say hello. Cam leaned in. Mara and Tion did not. You too, Tion, Luke encouraged. It responded to you before. You said it did. Maybe it will again. I'm no Jedi, Tion said skeptically. Maybe I should sing to it instead. Luke laughed, and Mara noted the way Cam's lips twitched. It was rare to see the big Jedi smile, but that was not the first time she had seen him smile since Tion had come on board. Concentrate on it and sing in your head, Luke suggested, also smiling, though that was not so unusual. Pretend it can't hear your thoughts. Entice it as you would an audience. Hopefully it won't wake up and demand its credits back, Tion muttered. It wouldn't be the first time, but she did as bidden. Luke's familiar blue eyes moved from Tion to Mara. He arched an eyebrow, silently inviting her to participate. She folded her arms across her chest. I'm not a Jedi, she pointed out. Neither is Tion, Luke replied. And we both know that of the four of us, you have the most natural talent for telepathy. Mara scowled at him stubbornly. If she started getting involved in these little seances, before too long she'd be participating in other Jedi rituals. One step would lead to another, and then another, and before she knew it she'd be a Jedi in all but name, having made a commitment to the nascent order that she still wasn't sure she was ready for. If she chose to become a Jedi, if it would be a decision she made of her own volition for the right reasons. Not because she slipped into it when she wasn't paying attention, not because she cared about Luke. But he was right. She did have the most natural talent for telepathy. And he was smiling that damn smile, the one that annoyed her and made her want to kiss it off his farm boy face. It didn't help that she was pretty sure he could pick up at least the spirit of her thoughts, feel her annoyance with this entire exercise, and know she didn't really want to participate. It also didn't help that if she refused, it would just disappoint him. He hoped she would help. He hoped. If she chose not to, he wouldn't be angry. He wouldn't stop loving her. She sighed heavily. But he hoped, and there was nothing in the galaxy more dangerous than Luke Skywalker's hope. The entire mental debate had taken less than 5 seconds. She relented. She leaned in, concentrating on the holocron, opening the corner of her mind that she allowed the foreign to touch. She heard an awkward hello from Cam as the Jedi reached out to the device. Tion was into the third verse of some Jedi song about someone named Nomi Sunrider. Mara shut her back out. From Luke, there were no words, but a sensation of welcome, like he was inviting someone into his home. But tempered metal was her home, and with the casual ease that had inexplicably come into existence somewhere between Mirker and here, her mind slid against Luke's, adding her own confirmation of the offer. Yes, she thought, confirming Luke's wordless message. You are welcome here. The holocron's dull blue became bright. They all pulled back in surprise as the cube's inner light suddenly swelled, becoming momentarily painful to look at, and then above the device a hologram, if it could be called a hologram, for it was more realistic and lifelike than any hologram that Mara had ever seen before, gradually consolidated into the image of an alien from a species that Mara did not recognize. It was from an insectoid species, covered with constantly shifting chitinous plates. The creature's face was rounded with a long, elongated snout which provided nothing that a human could recognize as an expression. It was distinctly masculine in appearance, so Mara assumed he was male, and had two large, surprisingly expressive compound eyes. Greetings, Jedi, he said. I am one of the guardians of this holocron. Greetings, replied Luke, his eyes practically glowing with the exultation of victory. He bowed his head. I am Jedi Knight Luke Skywalker. He introduced each of the others. What does it mean to be a guardian? The holocron spirit bowed his head, which made his large hunchback even more prominent. A Jedi can put a small piece of their spirit in a holocron, imbuing it with some of their wisdom. I, Jedi Master Vado Syaspas, was among the first to do so with this holocron. Many others after me did so as well. Together, we are the 20 Guardians. I see, Luke said. Mara had to admit she understood his excitement. A find like this was extraordinary, and was everything that Luke had spent the years since Endor searching for. A true mentor, not a living mentor, perhaps, but a mentor nonetheless, to help guide the Order, to teach him how to teach others. A sudden weight seemed to lift off Luke's shoulders, as if. I am afraid that if this holocron has been found, it brings ill tidings, said Vado Syaspas. We have been dormant for thousands of years, destined to be found only when the time is right and our wisdom is most needed. Yes. Much has happened, Luke agreed heavily. He took a deep breath, and Mara could feel him steeling himself to tell the holocron the bad news. That the Jedi Order had been nearly destroyed, and was reduced to 2. Yes, Vado Syaspas said seriously. I must tell you of the great Sith War that occurred 4,000 years ago. Luke stopped, confused. Cam looked equally so. Tion did not. I know about that, she offered cheerfully. That was during Nomi Sunrider's time. That song you were singing in your head? Mara asked in surprise. Tion nodded. That war was caused by a student of mine, Exar Kun, who found hidden teachings of the ancient Sith, said Boss. He imitated their ways, and used them to form his own philosophy of the Jedi Code, a distortion of all we know to be true and right. With this knowledge, Exar Kun established a vast and powerful brotherhood and claimed the title Dark Lord of the Sith. That made all of them freeze. A chill ran down Mara's spine, thinking of that title, and how Palpatine had deployed his dread glory so magnificently. I am afraid he is not dead, said Vado Syaspas, and if they had been frozen before, they were positively statuesque now, their whole bodies turned to stone with surprise and apprehension. Not in the manner intended for all living beings in the Force. And if he is not stopped, the harm he could bring is incalculable. Mara had a wide vocabulary of profanity obtained from some truly varied experiences in a lifetime of covert service. She spoke numerous languages, and was moderately proficient in several others. In a colorful diatribe, she ran the length and breadth of the Outer Rims, trade tongues, and did not repeat herself once. Boss remained motionless himself, fuzzing in and out of focus. Cam swallowed, but said nothing. Luke looked very scandalized, and Mara caught the brief impression of an equally scandalized middle-aged woman who could only be Aunt Beru. Tion tipped her an approving nod and strummed along. Asterisk. Sith pawn. Mara finished, irate. As Luke watched with real concern, Mara slowly sank back into her chair, suddenly exhausted. She rubbed her temple. We just finished dealing with one dark Jedi. Now what? We're dealing with a Sith ghost. Can't they just stay dead? Luke couldn't blame her. He felt much the same. Vjun boss slowly shook his holographic head, his exoskeleton shivering as if he were still a living creature. It is difficult to explain what he is now, the long-dead Jedi Master said. The holocron shimmered, and Vjun boss vanished. A new Jedi, another master from those ancient times, Luke guessed, appeared in his place. A human or near-human woman, she was aged, with gray and rusty brown hair and blue eyes, and spoke as if carrying the weight of the galaxy on her shoulders. At the end of the war, we tracked him to a temple he had constructed in his own honor. An entire army of Jedi Knights, every knight the galaxy had, came together to end the era of Exar Kun. She looked away briefly, swallowing hard. He had slain or corrupted so much of our order, including his own master, Vjun boss, she said somberly. Our ships filled the sky above his temple, but when we arrived to fight his armies and destroy him once and for all, we found the land around the temple afire for 1,000 kilometers in every direction, and when the fire was out, Exar Kun was nowhere to be found. There was nothing left. Tion was staring at the figure, eyes wide, for once not gently plucking at the strings of her double vial. Master Sunrider, she asked in astonishment. The hologram nodded and offered Tion a small smile. Though my deeds are somewhat exaggerated in your ballad. She looked at Luke, Cam, and Mara in turn. Exar Kun's body was never found and, between then and when this holocron was hidden, by the order, he never re-emerged. He's never spoken of as dead. Only vanished? Confirmed Tion. What, no one has seen him since, at least not in any of the records or songs I've seen and heard. He's infamous in every tale he features and shows a terminal inability to keep a low profile. An ego, a desire to be noticed, to corrupt and cause pain to Jedi. If he had returned, it would have been noticed. What makes you sure he's still alive? Mara asked the holocron stiffly. Are between life and death. Jedi Master Nomi Sunrider smiled, then vanished. In her place was once again Vjun boss. Exar Kun murdered me, the fallen Jedi Master said. The insectoid trembled, in sorrow and anger. Luke could not tell, then bowed his head and closed his compound eyes. I failed him, as only a master can fail, boss admitted. But the bond between master and apprentice is not so easily broken. One of his tentacle-like hands touched his carapace. This holocron contains some of the spirit of Vjun boss. I can still feel that my apprentice lives. As if at the bottom of the deepest ocean, or buried in the heart of a gas giant, my student lives. Powerful, arrogant, broken, and consumed by the power of the dark side, but not dead. Not truly. Why now? Mara demanded. Why is this being told to us now? It's been thousands of years, she paused, looking to Tion for confirmation. Tion nodded. Thousands of years since this Exar Kun terrorized the galaxy. You've had this knowledge all along. Why wasn't this dealt with 1,000 years ago, or 2,000, when there were still hundreds of Jedi there to fight him? In response, the holocron produced a third figure. This new figure was insectoid, as Vjun boss had been, but of a clearly different species, one Luke recognized. The new Jedi Master was a Gand, They had a pair of bulbous compound eyes and chitinous exoskeleton like boss, but was short of stature and had hands with 3 powerful fingers and a mandibled beak, a feature that Gan almost always covered with a breathing mask among humans. "I am Zuodin Vaklia, Finesman and Jedi Master," he said. "I was the last Jedi to possess this holocron before now." His mandibles chittered. It is a particular skill of the Finsman to know the when. The vital moment. The Gand offered a very human-like shrug. "The win is now." "You hid the holocron away," Tion said with wonderment. "You hid it away on Exit Station, and then abandoned it, lost for eons. You hid it away in the hopes that it would be found when it was needed." "Not in the hope," Zuodin Vaklia said with a small shake of his head. "For Jedi, finding the right place is not so very difficult." The Gand's compound eyes gazed at Luke, as if those words were particularly meant for him, but Luke had no idea what he meant. "Whatever the Gand's intent," he went on, "the win is now, and the people are you." He gestured expansively at all of them. "The Jedi of the Order of today." Tion looked behind her, then turned back with a look of confusion. "You mean them?" She pointed at the other 3 people at the table, "right?" "Not all of us accept that title," Mara interrupted, her voice grating. "If Thuinus is now, and there's us, then we're somewhere." It was Nomi Sunrider who answered. "A jungle moon of a distant, forgotten gas giant," she said, "called Yavin." The members of the newly appointed Jedi Order of today stared at her. Luke was the one who spoke, and his words lacked all the studied gravity he had previously used to converse with the shades of the bygone masters. "You have a OT to be kidding me." Asterisk. Tempered Metals Navi computer and R2 were working to calculate the fastest hyperspace route to Yavin Four while Luke and Mara tried to sleep. In Mara's, their quarters, she was currently pacing like a caged Nexu. She hadn't objected when Luke said they had to go to Yavin. She knew as well as he did the dangers of a master of the dark side. She might be the only person alive to know those dangers even better than he did. But she wasn't happy about it. "You notice they gave us when, where, and who," Mara said, stopping to look at him. "But not how." "I did notice. I'm not sure they know," Luke replied with a sigh. He hung his lightsaber up in Mara's wall armory next to her own. "Cam and Tion are going to keep talking with them a while longer. There are 17 other guardians of that holocron we haven't met yet. Maybe one of them knows something." "I doubt it," Mara said sourly. "If they didn't know how to defeat Exar Kun, they would have done it already, not waited until now and given the task to us." She shook her head. Something has clearly changed to bring this to a head at this moment. "Maybe it was the destruction of the Death Star," Luke said somberly. "Maybe the deaths of all of those people offered Exar Kun a source of power. Or maybe the rebellion disturbed him while we were in the Massassi ruins. Or maybe—" "Stop looking for reasons to blame yourself," Mara cut him off. She put both her hands on her hips. "This isn't your fault." "I wasn't," Luke objected, but his voice trailed away. Ever since the echo of Nomi Sunrider had said Yavin, he had been looking for a reason to blame himself. Those deaths, all those deaths, still haunted his dreams some nights. Mara knew it, too. They had discussed them more than once. "You were," she said curtly. He nodded, no longer denying it. "I was," he agreed. "And you're right. It's not my fault. But I've got to deal with it all the same." "We've got to deal with it, farm boy. I'm not a Jedi. I don't care what they called me. But I'm also not letting you waltz into a Sith Lord's vacation home alone. We've already done that once this week, and we scraped by through luck and the skin of our teeth. Sure, we got a prisoner, a holocron, and whatever else I pried out of ISB's computers, but I don't think we'll be that lucky again." He considered arguing with her, considered bringing up the fact that the holocron had named them all Jedi. Not just him and Cam, but Mara and Tion too. But Mara had made it clear that she was not about to accept the title, and he and all the spirits of bygone Jedi would just have to lump it. He didn't consider it for long. Instead, he just smiled and moved towards her. "I feel better having you with us any way I can get you. Besides, you're our ride." I'm billing the order for fuel. I know you're good for it. The words were stiff at first, but they faded to a murmur as he slowly moved into proximity. I'd like to think my cooking has paid for some of our passage, Captain Jade. Mara sounded just a bit breathless. I have some ideas about how you can work off the rest of it. As I recall, there's something you have to show me. He smiled and ducked his head bashfully. She melted. Asterisk. Uncle Owen's speeder raced along the ridge, heading back towards the Lars family farm. In the passenger seat, Luke leaned against the door, his brow damp with sweat. He was exhausted. One of the main vaporators on the ridge had broken down the afternoon before, and he started work on it just after supper and had only finished it after the suns had set. Owen had picked him up and given him a packed meal from Aunt Beru, which he devoured in short order, and now he was tired. He watched the sky. One in particular was completely stationary, a perfectly still point all year long. That star was the end of the dragon's tail, and Luke had years before learned to use it for navigation. Now Owen was keeping it forward, following it towards home. Why is that star always still while all the others move? Luke asked. There are always some constants in the universe, Owen said, and the dragon's tail is one of them. That wasn't much of an answer. Luke wondered if that star had its own planets, and if those planets were better to live on than Tatooine. He figured they had to be. You can't always count on the dragon, Owen was saying. They're ferocious and protective. They're inexorable beasts, unstoppable. The only way to stop a dragon is to cheat. Once they've made up their mind to do something, you can be sure it'll get done. Luke sighed. He'd just look up why the star appeared stationary on the local holo, and the next time, he went to Mos Espa. The library there had a link which could on a good day access the Arcanist sector hub. He blinked, then rubbed his eyes. But that didn't change anything. The dragon's tail was growing dimmer. He looked quickly at the stars around it, but they remained just as bright. He watched it longer, willing his brain to concentrate, his eyes to function properly, but it was still dimming, and as he watched, the star vanished. Uncle Owen. He turned. In the chair beside him was a skeleton, charred beyond recognition, smoldering in the speeder's bucket seat. Luke sat bolt upright, gasping for breath. Beside him there was a flurry of motion, and the long form of Mara's blaster pistol whipped up and pointed directly at the door to their cabin. What is it? She gasped, adrenaline burning through her veins, and sleep instantly banished. He panted for breath, putting the horrifying image out of his head. He turned away, bowed over. Mara glanced at him, both hands on her blaster, still pointing the weapon at the door. Nightmare, he explained sorrowfully, blood pounding in his chest and skull. He willed himself to calm, drawing on the Force to help the process. He found no calm. Instead, sudden realization and horror flooded him. Mara felt it, her hands lifting the blaster back up. She had started to relax her guard. What is it? She asked again, sounding more worried now. Leia's in trouble, he said, sure of it. We have to get to Coruscant. Now. Instead of asking questions, Mara was out of bed and gone within seconds. Less than a minute later, tempered metal dropped out of hyperspace and spun on a different vector. Shortly after, they jumped again. This time, the ship's engines didn't have the calm hum of cruising speed, but the stressed whine of a hyperdrive being pushed beyond his red lines. Brackus performed his morning exercise routine, getting ready for what promised to be a busy day. He worked his way through the typical stretchers before taking advantage of the Malaster's extensive suite of exercise equipment. By the time he was done, his exercise clothes were damp with sweat and he was breathing heavily. Exar Kun's voice was quiet. He could feel the Sith's concentration focused and distant. Often, Exar Kun's consciousness hid alongside Brackus just behind his eyes, a second mind with a second voice carrying ancient wisdom and power. But other times Exar Kun felt more distant, his voice quieter, as if he had moved elsewhere in the universe. This was one of those times. Is something wrong? He merely needed to let the thought form in his mind fully, words springing into existence, and Exar Kun would hear. Slowly, over minutes, Exar Kun's presence pulled against his once again. The Sith amulet that Brachus wore warmed to the touch, not quite burning against the skin of Brachus' chest, but not far from it either. "I felt something through the Force," Exar Kun replied, in his archaic accent. "The Jedi prepare to move against us." "What?" Brachus said out loud. How can they know? How can they know anything?" "They are Jedi," Exar Kun replied quietly, as if that was explanation enough. "Do not worry. I will make sure that they meet us in the place of my greatest power." "We are going to kill the Jedi here on Coruscant," Brachus said, perhaps brashly. "You are not ready to fight a Jedi," the voice chastised him firmly. "You do not have a lightsaber, and we will have to acquire one before you are ready for that. Here on Coruscant you are not targeting Jedi. You are targeting children with Jedi potential." "I know," Brachus repeated, annoyed. The voice grew cold. "The difference is important. Do not overestimate what you can do without my help, and do not think yourself invincible." The amulet that Brachus wore against his chest pulsed, as if a reminder of his presence, seeming to grow hot and then cool once more. "When we become stronger we will be unstoppable, but my powers are yet limited and you are still an apprentice." Brachus' expression tightened, his annoyance growing. "If you teach me more, I will be able to do more even without your help." "Mastery is not achieved in a day, no matter the teacher," Exar Kun hissed in his ear contemptuously. It took 20 minutes for Brachus to finish his preparation for the morning session. He dressed in casual, unremarkable civilian clothing, choosing to go entirely unarmed. Exiting the Malaster for the rest of the morning's plans would be easier without weapons in hand, and he could always procure weapons from the supplies Coruscant had provided. In the conference lounge that the Malaster provided for the Imperial contingent, he found Colonel Coruscant and Grand Moff Kaine conferring quietly. He entered, allowing Exar Kun to diminish their reaction to his presence. Surely Kaine ought to be more alarmed than he was by the young Inquisitor in their presence, given the sensitivity of the matters at hand, but he barely seemed to register Brachus' presence. And Coruscant, Brachus' co-conspirator, didn't even spare him a glance. "Clear that you won't be permitted in the meeting today," Kaine was saying. "They've discovered your personnel file, know you are ISB, and are unhappy about it." Coruscant turned away, his expression tight. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, Ardus. I know we are friends, but I can't help but think you should have brought someone else for the negotiations. Admiral Deschorn, or a representative of Dynamic Automata. Our Governor Kyp. Someone without my ISB ties." "I have ISB ties, too," Kaine pointed out with a shake of his head. "And I don't trust any of them." He placed his hand on Coruscant's back. "Besides, this works out just fine. You withdraw from the meeting as a concession to their sensibilities, and I can explain to the New Republic that your presence here proves that ISB won't undermine the negotiations. We can commit to keeping ISB in line, and even using it to prevent the other factions back home from becoming a problem." In Brachus' mind, Exar Kun's focus was obvious. He could almost feel the Sith spirit concentrating on Kaine, putting all the intensity of his attention on the Grand Moff. Reaching out through the Force, from beyond even the veil of death itself, to feed Kaine's ego and confidence. To blind him to even the suspicion that he might be so very wrong about the man he was talking to. Coruscant played his part. The ISB colonel's genial smile appeared utterly genuine and slightly rueful. "You always did think 3 steps ahead, Ardus." Coruscant nodded. "You're right, of course." The ISB man turned away, moving to stand near the calf machine, starting to make 2 cups. "Do you think that the New Republic's Provisional Council will give you what you're asking for?" "I think we have a better chance of getting it from the Provisional Council than we would from the full Senate," Kaine replied. "Which is the other reason to do this now, before they finalize their Grand Concordat." The ISB colonel poured 2 cups of calf. As he turned back towards Kaine, his eyes focused on Brachus, as if noticing him for the first time. Then he looked away, striding towards Kaine with the cup in each hand. "Thank you," Kaine said, taking the one Coruscant offered. The Grand Moff shook his head ruefully. "With the Provisional Council, We must persuade 5 or 6 of 9 people that peace is in their interest, despite our requests. Once the Senate is reformed, we would have to persuade hundreds or thousands of people, all of whom bear a grudge against the Empire. It can't work, Kyp said, watching Kaine take a sip of his caf. The new Republic can't possibly stand. It will just be the old Republic all over again, tottering under its own bloated weight. Kaine did not seem convinced this was right. In fact, Brackus thought, the tiny shake of the Grand Moff's head betrayed an even deeper disagreement. But Kaine did not vocalize that disagreement. We'll see, Kaine said instead. If it does collapse, we'll be in a perfect position to exercise greater influence. Yes, of course, Kyp said, almost a whisper. Sorrow poured off him in waves, but with it was patriotism and determination. The fervent desire to do what needed to be done. And, most of all, the knowledge that the course was now set and could not be changed. It was an odd mix of emotions, Brackus thought. They waited until Kaine departed. Then Kyp turned to Brackus. We'll need to escape from here again, he said. I have some additional equipment to help us make our escape this time. It won't be a problem, whispered Exar Kun. It won't be a problem, echoed Brackus. Good. Kyp's eyes were hard. Today is the day the Empire finally asserts itself. Today is the day we begin our restoration to power. Deluded fool, Exar Kun derided the older man silently. He sees only what is in front of his face. A sense of smug satisfaction gleamed in the Force, and Exar Kun shared it with Brackus, letting them revel in it together. The day the restoration began was when you found me among the ghosts of the Massassi, my young apprentice. This man, his empire, neither of them matters. All that does matter is you and me, and the Jedi. Everything else is but a means to an end. Brackus pictured himself seated on a throne like Palpatine's, clad in the darkest black robes, Ottoman silk to contrast with his pale face, and he smiled. Asterisk. Are we ready? Asked Mon Mothma quietly. Her voice was its usual preternatural calm, reflecting her almost impossibly even temper. Leia had seen Mon Mothma aggravated, annoyed, even angry. But the new Republic's chief of state did not often let those emotions touch her, and when they did it was always very well regulated. The HoloNet caricatures of Mon Mothma portrayed her as an emotionless automaton, heartless, or disconnected from reality, with a perpetually blank expression. The artists who drew those caricatures did not have Leia's advantages. She could feel Mon Mothma's turmoil, her uncertainty, and her deep and abiding passions. Mon Mothma was the farthest thing from an automaton, but she also had spent the last 30 years making herself into the perfect rival for Palpatine. Trustworthy, rational, patient, calm, forgiving, steadfast. And absolutely ruthless, when she had to be. Yes, Leia replied. Behind them, Ela Wessery was dressed in one of Winter's handmaiden's outfits, elegant, serviceable, not flashy. She was distinctly uncomfortable, but when she noticed Leia's regard, she confirmed her readiness. I don't know how Winter moves in this, but I'm ready. Good, Leia said. Then we just need to wait until the meeting. Ela's comlink chirped and she withdrew it from her pocket. Wessery. I'm sorry to disturb you, ma'am, but Counselor Bel Iblis is here and would like to speak to the negotiating team before the negotiations begin. Leia frowned, sharing a look with Mon Mothma. Ela lifted her eyebrows at them. Do I let him in? Mon Mothma nodded. Go ahead. Her expression had tightened, Leia noticed, almost imperceptibly, but for it to reach Mon Mothma's usual statue-like visage, it had to mean something. Send him in, Ela said into her comlink. The door slid open, and Bel Iblis walked in. He looked distinctly nervous, dressed. Leia paused, frowning. Bel Iblis was dressed in his general's uniform, not his civilian outfit. Why would he? Counselor Bel Iblis, Mon Mothma said. She had not missed Bel Iblis' wardrobe choice either. Or should I call you General? Bel Iblis took a deep breath. He glanced at Leia only briefly, but he approached Mon Mothma. Chief of State Mon. His shift from formal to informal caught Mon Mothma off guard. Leia saw the sudden flicker of surprise in her expression, mirrored by the flicker in her emotions. "I want your permission to replace you in the meeting today." Leia tensed. "Why?" Mon Mothma's response was not what Leia expected. But, in hindsight, she wasn't sure what she had expected. She knew Mon Mothma and Bel Iblis had a lot of history, and that their history had included a multiplicity of political differences that had finally led to a final split, one which had lasted a decade before Bel Iblis had returned to the fold. Bel Iblis had stood distant, expecting, fearing, that Mon Mothma would win the civil war only to make herself empress, and that distrust still cut Mon Mothma deeply. They had gotten past it. Bel Iblis' embarrassment and Mon Mothma's indignation were both subsumed under their shared desire to defeat the Empire and create a lasting new republic, but that was not the same as saying it had been forgotten. 2 reasons. Garm folded his arms behind his back, as if presenting an official report to a superior officer. First, we're intending to press the Empire for concessions, while also offering some. Having a military officer in the room will send the message that we won't back down if these negotiations are unsuccessful. We will press the campaign to its conclusion, and we will win. He looked at Leia. "I know you have your own military history, Leia, and can make that case as well as anyone, but I think we should drive it home as deeply as possible, and I think that Kaine may hear it more clearly coming from me, especially given the misogyny inherent in the Imperial hierarchy." Leia pressed her lips together with annoyance, but Garm was right. And the second reason. Garm turned back to Mon Mothma, his expression serious. "You are the heart of the new republic, Mon," he admitted awkwardly. "I'm just an ornery Corellian cuss. You leading our negotiations is giving them too much, too soon. Make them earn the privilege of your company. If we send you in there now, after letting Leia lead the negotiations alone, and after they breached protocol by bringing ISB into the room, we might be sending a message that is too conciliatory. You know the point here is to make peace?" Mon Mothma asked, her gaze intense. "Yes," Garm said firmly. "Peace if they will accept it. War if they will not." He smiled thinly. "Apathy, never." Mon Mothma watched him for a long time. Seconds stretched as she examined him with such intensity that Leia would have squirmed in Garm's place. "All right," she said finally. "Your logic is sound." She stepped forward and put an arm on his shoulder. "The Republic is in your hands now, Garm," she said quietly. "As it always has been." Garm then bowed his head. "I'm sorry we were at odds for as long as we were. And I won't let you down, Mon, I promise." Chapter 15. There were days, Han Solo thought tiredly, that he wished his life were not so complicated. That he could sweep up his family, toss them into the Falcon, and jet off into peaceful obscurity. Find some small, out-of-the-way world that only smugglers bother to visit. Buy a house with plenty of space and a nice yard. Someplace where Leia wouldn't be instantly recognized, and no one knew the name Han Solo, where Jacen and Jaina could grow up without needing constant Nori supervision, where Chewbacca could bring his family without them having to go through 15 layers of palace security. Someplace Winter didn't have to be Leia's political aide and could just be her sister. Around the time he started imagining Luke's wife coming to visit, the vision fell apart. It wasn't that he didn't like Mara, quite the contrary. He liked her a lot. It was just that he couldn't imagine her ever settling down. Still, it was a nice fantasy. Reality, however, was far less peaceful. Taking the twins on a peaceful stroll around Coruscant was a production. First, he needed all the kids' stuff. Luckily, today he had Winter around to help him with that. But she was almost 6 months pregnant and he didn't want to push too many responsibilities off on her, and that took a large carrying bag, well stocked with everything that could imaginably be needed, which was an astonishingly large number of items. Second, he needed to get Jacen and Jaina settled into the airspeeder. He had Chewbacca to help with that, and the Wookiee was great with kids. Then he needed to fly the airspeeder, because he'd be damned if he'd use the autopilot. And yes, he could let Chewbacca or Mavekar have the controls, but he liked to fly, thank you, and he wasn't going to give away his increasingly rare opportunities to do so. Kyp was low maintenance. The kid was even carrying the baby bag, his small contribution to managing the chaos. It wasn't like they were going to the Manta Mountains. It was just a nice, kid-friendly walking garden on the top of the Argon building that they'd been to before, which had butterflies that Jason particularly liked. The last time they visited, a few months before, Jason had stumbled after the fluttering insects with the rapt expression, with Maveker chasing after him with normal diligence. Even better, it was close to one of the main planetary landing routes, because while Jaina liked butterflies, she liked ships more. It was rare they were both happy at once, and he had Winter to help him today, so he was going to take the kids out to see the blasted butterflies. Was that really too much to ask? Nice and easy, he muttered, the kids sobbing like tortured souls behind him as Winter did her best to soothe them. Next to him, Chewie had his big, furry hands over his ears. Han didn't blame him. With more poise than he felt, Han brought the airspeeder to land in a secluded landing pad behind a waist-height hedge maze. Evacuating the airspeeder was marginally easier than getting into it had been. Han didn't want to think about how difficult getting the kids back to the palace would be, so he didn't, one step at a time. And then Jason and Jaina were crying while outside of the airspeeder and inside of it, and Han counted that up as a small victory. Chewie carried Jason. Take him to see the butterflies, Han gasped out as he gathered up Jaina, Winter providing support. His daughter was utterly infuriated about something, and damned if Han had any idea what it was. She was usually the better behaved of the two. They'll make him feel better. They always do. Chewbacca roared as agreement, momentarily drowning out the wails of the twins, then bounded off. 3PO was helping himself out of the back of the airspeeder. Oh my, I do believe Master Jason and Mistress Jaina are unhappy this morning. I do wonder what might have upset them so, but I've read in the various child-rearing journals that. The incredulous scowl Han sent him shut him up momentarily. Han gathered up Jaina in both arms, patting her back reassuringly, and started to head in the direction of the best view of the starships. 3PO tottered behind him as the distance increased. The droid leaned towards Winter, who was following behind at a comfortable pace. I do believe that whatever has upset the twins is not limited to pre-adolescence. Just be glad mine isn't born yet, Winter said. Her tone suggested she was more amused than upset by the entire affair. But that was okay, Han thought viciously. Someday soon, he'd be the one laughing. Just wait until her kid is 2. Leia couldn't quite shake her sense of uneasiness. There were plenty of things that could be causing it. The upcoming meeting with Grand Moff Kaine, the uncertainty about his intentions, and the real prospects for peace. The upcoming move from the Imperial Palace to the senatorial skyhook. Winter's pregnancy, the fact that Luke had gone off to investigate Vader's castle on Vjun, the upcoming military campaign against the Empire. The possibilities felt almost innumerate. She wished she'd spent more time training with Luke and Cam, learning how to use the Force to navigate her intuitions, but there was never enough time. The New Republic and her family took every ounce of attention she had, especially with the pressures of the peace negotiations and the Grand Concordat. Winter wasn't with her, and Leia felt her absence acutely. Instead, Ila Wessery was there, dressed up like one of Leia's handmaidens. Ila carried the look well, though the prim and proper, stately elegance that Winter wore like battle armor was not what the NRI agent preferred. It was too hard to run in, among other things. Ila had also dyed her normal dark blonde hair white, and today she had applied sufficient makeup to change the lines of her face, making identifying her even more difficult. Leia felt a brief flash of envy, as she had not been allowed to be anonymous at any point in her life. Being the daughter of Bail and Leia Organa had seen to that. But for Ila, her anonymity was a necessary requirement of her job. I wonder if Sludge News has figured out that all the women Wedge keeps being reported with are the exact same height. Just as she was about to ask Ila, the door to the room opened and put paid to her musings. Both women turned to peer at the nicely furnished doorway. Into the conference lounge that served as their pre-negotiations war room walked Garm Bel Iblis. General Garm Bel Iblis, who declared which title he preferred today with his choice of outfit. a senior New Republic Defense Force dress uniform, white on black with a red sash, littered with medals and service ribbons. "Ladies," Garm greeted them. "Good morning, Garm," Leia said, sipping her caf and feeling the liquid burnish her keenness of mind. The caf and adrenaline intermingled in her blood, and she drew gently on the force to enhance her focus. "Are all the preparations complete?" Ela had her hand on her ear and was murmuring into her comlink quietly. She nodded at Leia and Garm, waiting for the voice in her ear to stop speaking. "We're prepared," she announced. "The Chief of State will join me in the observation lounge while the meeting is ongoing. Palace security has locked down the building as tightly as possible and have confirmed that Colonel Kurios will not be attending." She frowned. "No one has seen him, so there's been no chance to slip a tracker on him. I'm going to keep an eye on their quarters." "Good," growled Garm. "Keep ISB as far away from the negotiations as possible." "Yes," Leia sighed. "All right, let's do it." "Good luck," said Ela quietly. Asterisk. Garm Bell Iblis felt sick. The tension of responsibility curdled in his gut, and combined with the nerves of almost juvenile inexperience. It had been decades since he had been a politician, and he'd never been all that diplomatic. But here he was, Senator Garm Bell Iblis again, volunteering for diplomatic duty. The fact that Mon Mothma was relying on him, that Leia Organa Solo was relying on him, and that the New Republic was relying on him, steeled his resolve. He was needed. His duty called, and he had never ignored a call to duty, even, perhaps, in moments he should have. "Are you all right, Garm?" Leia asked quietly, just outside the door to the meeting room. He missed Cena. She'd have been able to cover for him in these moments of uncertainty, step in to offer a few words that would buy him 10 or 15 seconds to find his center. But he'd ordered her to stay behind with Wedge and the fleet, and her son, who also served in that same fleet, and so she wasn't here. At least his uniform boots meant he didn't have any shoelaces to tie together. Thankfully, a moment of insecurity in front of Leia was not as embarrassing as a moment of insecurity in front of Mon Mothma would have been. The former was acceptable. The latter was not. "I've been playing a different kind of game for many years," he confessed. "I'm not used to negotiating without having a cruiser's guns pointing in the direction of the enemy." "If it makes you feel better, Lusankya is in orbit above," Leia said, "I swinging briefly skyward. We made sure to have Wedge keep her there." A small smirk crossed her lips. "I never minded negotiating with the benefit of a few big guns pointed the other direction myself." Her smile faded. "It certainly is more fun than being on the other side." "Well," Garm said, bringing her attention back from whatever dreadful memory was causing that haunted look, "to answer your question, Counselor, yes. I am ready." He nodded and offered her his arm in an old-fashioned, courtly gesture. "Shall we?" Leia's nod was decisive as she accepted. "Yes. Let's go deliver our terms." This time, Grand Moff Kaine was already there waiting for them. They went to work. Asterisk. "Must express our concerns about your choice of aides," Garm Bell Iblis was saying. As he spoke, Leia watched Grand Moff Kaine, who had an expert sappic face, the kind of sappic face that even Lando did not have, because Lando had never played for such high stakes. "We requested that Colonel Kurios not join us for this meeting, because New Republic intelligence has identified him as a high-ranking member of the Imperial Security Bureau. Even worse, while we cannot yet prove it, we highly suspect that Kurios was involved in the attack on Rendili." "Let me set your concerns at ease," Kaine replied smoothly, with the alacrity of anticipation. "First, you surely both know that I myself served in the Imperial Security Bureau. I was among the Bureau's founders, in fact. It was in that capacity I met Cade Kurios. He joined ISB for the same reason I did, because we felt that it was needed in the chaotic final months of the Separatist crisis." Leia did not like where this was going. Unease and annoyance mixed together in her, but she found she was not as angry as she had been during the previous day's negotiation. With a frown, she glanced around. That was a bit odd. They had only requested Kurios not attend, but had given permission for Kaine to bring his other aide. But Brachus was nowhere to be seen. For Kaine to come alone was strange. Cade is a patriot, Carius continued, because he believed, as I did, the Empire was necessary to secure galactic stability and prosperity. In the places where the Empire rules, we believe that remains true, and that the Republic's efforts to alter the current balance of power by removing systems from Imperial control represents a serious threat to galactic stability. Garm responded before Leia could roll her eyes. Excuse me, Grand Moff Kaine, but we're at war. Yes, we are. She definitely did not like where this was going. And as long as we are at war, acts of war are going to continue. That is why I am here. To try to end the war. A spike of anger flashed through Leia. What happened at Rendili was no typical act of war, she said, attempting to keep her anger out of her voice, and succeeding. Civilians were killed. The facilities that were destroyed, Kaine said firmly, were engaged in the construction of new Republic warships, or they were about to be. Your new Marshal-class escort carriers, I believe. That makes them legitimate targets. Does that mean? What it means, counselors, Kaine cut Bel Iblis off, is that I am here to end the war. I cannot promise you that no Imperials will continue to fight the New Republic, because I speak only for the Oversector. What I can promise you is that the Oversector will not, and without the Oversector's military capacity the Empire poses no serious threat to you. He pointed at them. The fact that I have Korea's support, despite his involvement at Rendili, should tell you that I have ISB well in hand. I also have the firm support of the Inquisitorius. He moved his finger from pointing at them to making contact with the table. The question is not whether I am serious about peace. The question is, are you? He at least thought he was serious. The Force made that clear, not that Leia really needed it. She'd been good at reading people long before she started exploring her Force talents. I believe the answer to that. Garm Bel Iblis' voice was quiet. Is that we are winning? The fact that the Empire is willing to resort to such desperate measures is proof of that. His was a passionate voice, the voice of a man who had lost his family to the Empire, had devoted his life to fighting it, and was on the verge of winning that fight. You are willing to negotiate. Very well. So are we. We all want the fighting to stop. The question is not, however, will the fighting stop? It will. The question is, where will the final line be drawn? And how much more pain we will have to inflict before we figure that out. Kaine's eyes were dark. I am not here to surrender unconditionally. And your Republic will find that if it chooses to aggress against the Oversector, that we are prepared to fight for every sector and system within our territory. You can fight, Bel Iblis said. His tone drew Leia's attention. He spoke with grim certainty and foresight, and his tone was that of dread warning. But while we may be willing to grant pardons to you and many of your subordinates as part of a peace arrangement, I can promise you that we will not be granting any pardons if you force us to fight to the very end. Bel Iblis leaned forward, using every inch of his frame to loom towards Kaine, his back casting shadows over the desk between them. The staring contest between the two men produced an almost tangible tension in the air between them. And yet, as Leia regarded them, it was not the threat of violence she perceived first and foremost. In the Force, she could feel Bel Iblis' determination, his resolve, but also his willingness to make the compromise he had just offered, and his dire hope that Kaine would accept it. And from Kaine, she could feel his matching determination and resolve, but also his relief that Bel Iblis had started by indicating the willingness to bargain, not with the subsequent threat. The staring contest was interrupted when Kaine suddenly burped. When he burped a second time, both he and Bel Iblis couldn't help but laugh. Kaine offered a rueful smile. Pardon me. I should make better breakfast choices. There was an opening here, Leia thought. The eye of the needle was narrow, but it was also present, where before had been implacable Durstill. Her anger at Kaine and the Empire, which had verged almost on fury during the first meeting, faded as she focused on the problem before her. It was time to get this meeting back on track. We should focus on the specifics, she said. As Counselor Bel Iblis has said, the new Republicist willing to offer pardons for crimes up to and including. Her voice faded as Kaine's face suddenly contorted into an expression of extreme discomfort. He turned away, letting out a violent cough. His hand flew to cover his mouth. Leia's sudden concern turned to mounting horror. She saw that the skin on the back of Kaine's hand was rapidly starting to blister, a rash spreading even as she watched from his wrist up to the forearm visible where his uniform ended. "I'm sorry," Kaine hacked out, coughing again, even more violently. He rubbed at his eyes, his now seemingly sunburned hand coming away moist as his eyes began to tear. Bel Iblis let out a vicious Corellian curse she'd never even heard Han use before. He was not a young man, but he moved like one as he sprinted away from the table back towards the door they had entered through, slamming his hand into the door controls and sealing it shut. There was a chemical smell, Leia noted. Faint. Kaine's hair was starting to curl. His chin and cheeks were reddened with spreading blisters, tears pouring down his face, his reddened eyes looking out at Leia with confusion. "What is?" "Seal the building." Bel Iblis was gasping for breath. "Seal the building, there's Yerite in the air supply." Leia could hear Mon Mothma and Ela Wessery talking over each other over the comm, their voices pitching higher with increased concern, as her eyes started to water. "Yerite?" she asked, gazing down at her hand and noting, with distant detachment, that her own skin was starting to redden. "Yerite's banned." Across from her, Kaine was staring at them both with disbelief. "Yerite," he managed to say between coughs. "But how?" He shook his head, dazed. "Yerite, like Sejugator." Bel Iblis dropped his comlink and seized Leia in both his arms. "Leia, listen to me," he insisted. His voice seemed like it was coming from so very, very far away. She looked up at him, his familiar features, watching his skin blister, tears start to fall from his eyes. It wasn't that painful, Leia thought. It itched more than it hurt really, but it was starting to be hard to focus. Fear. Leia abruptly came back to full attention. A wave of fear washed over her through the force, of sudden, catastrophic terror. The terror of toddlers. The terror of her twins. She gasped out, Bel Iblis' expression suddenly coming fully into focus, and she grabbed at him with both hands, strength returning. "My babies," she gasped. "Listen, Leia," Bel Iblis snarled. His tone was almost vicious, and it, combined with the stinging lash of fear whipping across her through the force, brought her back to the moment. Bel Iblis coughed. Across the table, Kaine was coughing furiously, but whatever was happening, it was affecting Kaine far more quickly than it was her and Bel Iblis. "You have to go into a Jedi trance." "A trance? Now." "I've never done one before," she stammered, starting to cough herself now. The sense of fear through the force was intensifying. "Han, Jacen, Jaina." "You have to," Bel Iblis was begging. "Stay with me, Leia," he demanded. "Stay with me? Luke has to have taught you the basics, and we don't have time to debate it. Now, Leia." His hand squeezed her biceps, but his strength was starting to slacken. If you want to see the twins again, Leia, please, you have to put yourself in a trance." He was crying now, crying freely and furiously, just as she was. "Please, the Republic needs you." Oh, Leia realized. Oh, I'm about to die. The corner of her mind that was still able to focus remembered the long, excruciating debates about Yerite, the controversy of its use during the liberation of Kashyyyk, and her fervent support for banning its future use. She gazed up into Bel Iblis' teary eyes, Kaine's coughing becoming even more violent now. She felt the twins, terrified of something, and knew that right now, she could not help them. She thought back on the scanty training sessions she'd done with Luke on the times they'd practiced trances. Bel Iblis was still holding her, pleading with her incoherently now, but his words were coming slower, his speech sloppier. As the itch that started on her hands and arms spread over her entire body, and tears scorched their way down her cheeks, she focused on the force. Everything faded. She sank into the force, feeling a swell of power rise up to meet her. There was so much of it, she thought as she faded. So much life on Coruscant, a constant gleam, like every star in the sky, and every world, and every plant, and every animal, and every sentient, all were pricking her skin with the needle of light. It itched. It itched so much. Han, she thought, wishing that he could share her thoughts like Luke could with Mara. Han, look after our babies. I love you. And then she was lost. Asterisk. Leia went limp in his arms, and Garm didn't know if she was alive or dead. All he could do was hope she would live, that she had put herself into a Jedi trance, and that the trance would keep her alive. He was crying. It was impossible not to. One of the many effects of Yerite had on humans was extreme stimulation of the tear ducts, and the itching sensation was beginning to turn into the burning sensation that presaged death. His gaze was tugged upwards by that unknowable impulse that sometimes drew the gaze to meet the gaze of another. He found Grand Moff Kaine gazing back at him, slumped in a chair on the other side of their negotiating table. Their coughing was starting to fade along with the itching as the effects of Yerite grew more severe. Kaine's expression was one of dull, disbelieving shock. How did it come to this? He was saying, over and over again. Peace was there for the taking, and I can't believe it. Garm pulled Leia in close, hugging her limp form and silently willing her to live as he watched Kaine, an odd sort of sympathy coming over him. It was getting hard to focus, hard to concentrate, but Kaine's shattered expression was too real to be an act. The Grand Moff had that glazed, agonized look, no longer looking at Garm, but through him, seeing someone or something else before him. He is my friend, Kaine mumbled, Yerite, our betrayal eliciting a new wave of tears, and then Kaine collapsed in the chair, convulsing. Garm gathered the last of his strength and lay Leia's body down on the table, just in case his own convulsions might cause him to accidentally harm her, one last time silently willing her to live. It had been a long road, he thought. Long and lonely. He had lost the Republic. He'd lost his wife and his children. He'd lost Corellia. He'd lost the rebellion. The itching had progressed to a burning sensation now. But it wasn't so bad, he thought dimly. They'd won their legitimacy. And Wedge would lead the fleet, and Mon would lead the Republic, and together they would free Corellia from the Empire. They would. They would free Corellia from the Empire. They would. Perhaps it was just a physical response, a memory triggered by a dying brain, but Garm Bel Iblis coughed, sputtered, and started to sing. As I walked out in the streets of Old Coronet. As I walked out in Coronet one day, I spied a young spacer, all wrapped in white dressings. Wrapped in white dressings, as cold as the void. I boldly stepped up to, and kindly did ask him, "Why are you wrapped in dressings so white?" "My body is injured, and sadly disordered." Asterisk. Watching the negotiations from their secured room, confusion had been followed swiftly by concern, and from there to fury, fear, and panic in equal measure. Ela Wessery could barely hear herself over the pounding in her ears, and suddenly she was shouting in the comlink, ordering a lockdown, evacuation, and investigation in a trio of breaths. Then she ran for an emergency case on the wall, shoved a rebreather mask over Mon Mothma's face, and donned her own. Yerite. There had been no reports of injuries elsewhere in the building, which was the only saving grace, but the sight of Leia falling prone, followed by Kaine and Bel Iblis, she refused to watch, instead focusing on getting the security forces moving. Next to her, Mon Mothma stared numbly at the vidscreen with the clear curving section of an emergency rebreather misting over her face. The New Republic's chief of state clasped her hands together, with a look of horrified despair as she watched her old political ally and opponent crumple around the woman who had become her protege. "Lock down the Malaster," Ela ordered. Her analytical mind was already at work, ticking through suspects, but she couldn't quite bring herself to believe that the Empire would assassinate their own Grand Moff. And then, Kaine's dying words, "But he is my friend." "Find Colonel Kurios," she snarled furiously. "Take full biological precautions. Then find and detain everyone. If they resist, you have my authorization to use lethal force." Her order was acknowledged, and she rushed over to Mon Mothma. "I have to get you out of here, Madam Chief of State." She gestured at Leia's stone-faced Nori bodyguard. "Kakmame, watch over Mon Mothma." The Nori's distracted gaze, glassy with shock that looked alien on his near-hideous features, found hers. "But the Lady Skywalker, my oath." "Kakmame." Ila snapped. "If she's in a trance, there's nothing you can do for her. And if she's dead, it's already too late. This government, embodied in Mon, is Leia's life as much as her promise to your people." The word struck the Nori like a slap. He reared back, and she softened her next words. "Helpful you can now," she reassured him, "and on my honor we will do everything we can for Leia when we can." She didn't wait to see what he had to say, rushing to Mon Mothma. She took the woman's arm, hurrying her towards the door. "With me, Madam Chief of State," she insisted, ushering her into the protective gauntlet of New Republic security, the quartet of commandos in full armor, led by Kyp Durron, and all of them as stone-faced as Kakmame. "We need to get out of." The building rocked. The walls around them shuddered from the sudden wrenching blow, sending Mon Mothma toppling into her guards, a trio of them catching her as one to keep her from falling. Only Kakmame seemed steady on his feet as the building rocked again, the second explosion even larger than the first. "What is that?" Kyp shouted over the ringing in all their ears as he and Ila stood, weapons ready and scanning in all directions. The other troopers bore Mon Mothma to the ground and lay across her, protecting her with their backs. The building seemed to sway, trembling on its foundations, and Ila heard the telltale whine of its emergency repulsorliths, never a good sign, as large chunks of the carved alabaster ceiling started to rain down. One of them caught her in the back, and she hit the floor hard, her head striking the ground as she toppled forward. Her hand came away bloody as she probed at the wound. She tried to look to see where Mon Mothma was, to make sure the New Republic's chief of state was still alive, because if Leia was dead, her mind shied away from the possibility, terror coursing through her confused and atypically unsteady thoughts. If Leia was dead, then the Republic needed Mon Mothma, needed her desperately. Another chunk of shrapnel sent pain arcing through her arm, and the last thing Ila remembered seeing was Kakmame's focused gaze as the Nori tossed Mon Mothma's still form over his shoulders and started to run towards the turbolift. The last thing Ila remembered hearing was Garm Bel Ibla's voice, haltingly singing the Spacer's lament over the building's comm system like a revenant spirit. "So, beat the drum slowly, and play the flute lowly. Sing the death march as you carry me along. Take me to the gravesite, there lay me in state. For I'm a young spacer, and I know I've done wrong. Wedge." Another chunk of the ceiling collapsed. Dazed and bloody, Ila found herself hefted and slung over Kyp's armored shoulder in a combat carry as the Deveronian lifted her away. As Han and Winter attempted to calm Jaina, Kyp did his best to simply stay out of the way. The Argan building was taller than most of the buildings around it, which made sure the garden on the building's roof received plenty of sunlight. That was a blessing for the plants, but a burden for Kyp, as the glare from Coruscant's sun was harsh on his eyes. He fumbled in the family pack, retrieving a pair of protective glasses that Han had bought for him. With them on, he blinked a few times, waiting for the scorched blurs in his vision from sun glare to clear. It was a beautiful garden. Greenery had been non-existent on Kessel, and Kyp found being surrounded by plants a remarkably soothing experience, especially after he had begun meditation under Luke and Cam's guidance. "It is pleasant here, isn't it?" 3PO said from behind him. "It reminds me of the Great Queen's Garden on Alderaan. That was on the ground, of course, not on top of a structure, and it had more running water, but it had the same kind of hedgerows." Now that he could see, Kyp took a closer look at the gardens. It seemed to have tiers, with outer rows of hedges low enough to see people walking amongst them, but they grew taller and taller until even Chewbacca's head would not be visible beyond the tallest hedge. Among the hedges were small squares, each one with a massive tree, of many different varieties, with stretched branches providing shade to benches that the guests could sit on. Insects of all kinds, benign kinds, buzzed and hummed, zipping from flower to flower. Coruscant's carefully weather-controlled environment making it friendly to them year-round. Each square also had pieces of art, sculptures made by artists of different species, arranged in geometric shapes and depicting scenes of all different kinds. Security droids unobtrusively hummed around, nearly silent as they hovered, probably to ensure that no one did harm to the carefully designed environment. This building is owned by the intergalactic banking clan, 3PO explained. That meant nothing to Kyp, so he just nodded and allowed 3PO to prattle on about the history of the clan and the importance of having a garden like this for his public image on Coruscant. Yes, Kyp replied distractedly, not listening. The weather was perfect, with the sun's warmth providing a perfect amount of heat for the semi-shaded public space, but Kyp shivered as a tendril of ice creeped up the back of his spine. 3PO's prattle faded as Kyp closed his eyes. On Kessel, especially towards the end of his time in the spice mines, he'd sometimes just known when things were not right. He'd know the right days to avoid the more dangerous mines, or when his fellow prisoners were in bad moods. The touch of premonition was ice even in Kessel's chill. It felt as frosty as vacuum to him now. He hurried off, 3PO toddling after him, as the kindly protocol droid wondered aloud what exactly it was he had said to chase Kyp away. Kyp caught up to Han and Winter in one of the garden's many squares. They were seated on a bench, watching Jaina run about, pointing up at the starships as they traveled through the sky and up into orbit, excitedly trying to name them. Han, he called, coming to a stop in front of Han and Winter, feeling foolish when they both turned to look at him with expectant eyes. Jaina stopped too, tilting her tiny head as she peered up at Kyp, her hand on Winter's knee for balance. Kyp swallowed. I think something's wrong, Han, he said, feeling even more foolish with every spoken word. I've got a bad feeling, like a phantom just walked through me. Han and Winter looked at each other. Then Han took his comlink off his belt. Chewie, Maveker, Kyp thinks something's up. It's probably nothing, Kyp added. Kid, when someone with the Force says they've got a bad feeling, I've learned to take it damn seriously, Han cut him off. That just made Kyp feel foolish. What if he was wrong? What if it was nothing? What if it was just? Winter pulled out her own comlink. Ela, are you there? She asked, then frowned as the comlink emitted a burst of static. She and Han shared another look. Jammed. The white-haired aide shaded her eyes with a hand, scanning the sky and examining her surroundings, then nodded subtly at an airspeeder which was circling the building without trying to land. See that? She said to Han, her voice dark with sudden suspicion. That airspeeder is marked media. The way it's acting, I guess is sludge news here to get holos of the family for tomorrow's daily. But, she shook her head, do you see those markings? Those insignias belong to a sludge news outlet that went under more than a year ago. You're saying they're fake, Han said, not looking at the speeder. When Kyp turned to look at it, Han grabbed him so that he didn't. No, don't look. If they don't realize we've made them, we've got a better chance of dealing with it. He flicked his comlink again, but this time he too got a burst of static. Han grabbed Jaina, ignoring her cry of objection as he placed her in their deceptively well-armored hover stroller. Okay, let's find some cover. I don't want to get caught out in the open. Oh my, 3PO said, making Kyp jump. Once again, Kyp had forgotten the droid's presence. What do you want me to do, Master Han? The most important job of all, Han said. If any of us run for the airspeeder, they'll know their op is busted. But you might be able to get to it and fly off without being noticed. So get back to the airspeeder and go for help. I see, 3PO said, very seriously. His eyes flickered once. Of course, sir. I shall endeavor not to let you down. Asterisk. Brachus could feel Exar Kun hidden away in the back of his mind. Could feel the heat of the amulet on his chest, nearly glowing with power as the Sith ghost concentrated on something. Preparation, though for what, Brachus did not know exactly. For the impending attack. Surely Exar Kun's powers would not be needed to deal with 2 toddlers and a handful of Force Splendor adults. Silently, Brachus wondered why exactly it was so important that they kill these 2 children here and now, if there was some prophecy, or instinct, that demanded it. But if there was, Exar Kun was not inclined to share it. The ISB team was dressed in civilian clothing. Carius was nowhere to be seen. The last Brachus had seen of him was when they'd made their final escape from the Malaster with Brenner, and that had been many hours earlier. In his absence, the brick-faced Lieutenant Brenner caressed his weapons almost lovingly, checking every single setting, and then rechecking them. The rest of the ISB team had been smuggled into Coruscant and armed by Carius contact. Brachus thought them closer to droids than people. "Weapons check," ordered Brenner, in the growl that he had in place of a voice. The rest of the team obeyed, their actions a mimicry of Brenner's own tests. They were disturbingly quiet. In their minds, there was nothing but intent and rage, the fury of distilled purpose. Even Carius had not been so single-mindedly intent. Every man was imagining murder, minds clear of fear or worry, nearly selfless in their dedication to mission. His eyes widened, and he had to fight back the urge to verbalize the question. "Are you?" His mental voice trailed away. Slowly, he felt Exar Kun slowly turn back to him, the dead Sith's mind swimming back into focus. "I give them purpose." Brachus could almost see the formless spirit smile, and could feel his smug self-satisfaction. They did not need much encouragement, but all servants require proper focus. Brachus swallowed hard, unsure whether to be impressed or horrified. Ultimately, he settled on both, adding a large dollop of avarice to the mix. He watched the ISB team as they wordlessly prepared to rush to their deaths, determined to see their mission through with not a single thought as to their own fates. Their families or desires, their hopes and dreams were all locked behind an impenetrable barrier where they could no longer touch their waking minds. He did not need to verbalize his question. Exar Kun answered it unprompted. "Yes, my apprentice. All that I know how to do, you will know how to do. Someday, they will all follow you." The dark side stirred as Brachus allowed the image to form within his mind. The galaxy, and all its sentience on their knees. Respect, unified and complete, catering to his every whim. All the Inquisitors serving him, admitting his superiority. He wanted. "Focus, my apprentice," Exar Kun whispered, chastising him. "Dominate the present and the future takes care of itself." "Yes, master." The airspeeder they had acquired lowered itself towards the Argon building, settling down into a landing spot concealed by a grove of trees. Their team checked their weapons. Then Lieutenant Brenner turned to look at Brachus, obedient and expectant. "Awaiting your order, sir," the man said. It took effort for Brachus to smooth the smile from his lips. "Let's do it." The dozen men of the ISB squad filed out. If not for their size and blaster rifles, the men could have blended in with the crowd of human civilians. As it was, they took advantage of the hedges to conceal their weapons below their waists, splitting into small teams of 4, and moved to box in their targets. Even Exar Kun's voice went silent, but his force sense magnified, shedding perfect and opaque darkness. Tendrils reached in all directions as the Sith conducted a dark opera, directing his musicians with exquisite precision. But for the first time since they had begun their association, Brachus could also sense strain, and feel how the effort aided Exar Kun's spirit. "Help me," Exar Kun whispered, and his essence mingled with Brachus, drawing on the Inquisitor's force gift as well as his own. Brachus gave willingly, reaching out into the force. He thought of Hamir and Draeneen, of Carius and Lanu Pasik, of their disrespect. He let it stoke the rage he kept in his gut, ever churning, and that was a conduit to power. Coruscant had so much to spare, with all the lives of all its denizens. In the deeper levels, the poverty and pain had its own well of resentment that Brachus drank deeply from. All that power he gave to Exar Kun. The ghost laughed, a laugh of relief and satisfaction. "Oh yes," Exar Kun cried out. "I live again." Brachus was about to ask what he meant when a blaster bolt punched through the hedge just ahead of him. A Wookiee bellow of rage was heard on the far side of tall hedges, mingled with the toddler's cries, and more blaster fire. Brachus could not see the combat, but did catch sight of the mangled corpse of an ISB operative as it flew over the row of hedges. He ducked behind a tree, keeping out of sight, while the team of 4 accompanying him sprinted forward, entering a large square. There was already a blaster fight ongoing. An armored hover stroller had been turned into a makeshift barricade. Han Solo had a blaster in a 2-handed grip, shooting over the barricade at the ISB squad and their barking blaster rifles. Next to him, Winter had a holdout blaster, also firing. One of her blaster shots took the point man on Brackett's team in the face, and he fell to the ground. A second shot took Brenner in the arm, but he only snarled and fired back, putting a 3-round burst into the stroller. Behind the stroller, a dark-haired young man held one of the Solo twins protectively, keeping his head down. The sudden scream of repulsors, followed by a gust of air, drew Brackett's attention away from the fight to the sky. He threw himself to the ground just in time as the Solo family aircar ripped through the greenery, just above his head, and through the tree he had been hiding behind, causing splinters to explode all around him like small grenades. The golden droid in the driver's seat had a horrified expression, or as horrified as a droid with limited facial expressiveness could make, as the airspeeder careened drunkenly through the square, bouncing off the ground and then up into the sky before spinning off into the distance, its engine smoking and blaster scarred and slowly losing altitude. Asterisk. 2-year-old Jaina Solo was crying in Kyp Durron's arms with the fury of Force-born terror. The shadow of dark swirled around them with burgeoning winds, making the ice that had been crawling down Kyp's spine turn to permafrost. And now, as 3PO careened over their heads, Winter and Han emerged, their assault timed perfectly. Winter wielded an exceedingly elegant holdout blaster, one that Kyp had not known she carried, and she used one arm to brace the other and improve her accuracy. She fired 4 times, killing 2 of their assailants with a pair of blaster shots each. Han was even bolder. He stood, holding his famous DL-44 in both hands. The weapon snarled once, twice, an attacker slumped to the earth. Maveker exploded into the square. The Nori guard was already wounded, one of his arms hanging limply at his side, but there was not a hint of hesitation in his gray-skinned alien face. Armed only with a viper blade, he carved through the remaining assailants viciously. Blood erupted from a neck wound from one man, then from a leg wound on a second, and then Kyp cried out in horror as a third man shot Maveker with the chopped-down riot rifle at point-blank range, sending a barely contained spray of coherent energy into his chest. The Nori fell back and was still, and the man who shot him swung his rifle towards Han. The moment slowed to a crawl. Kyp saw it all. He saw what had just happened, and what was about to. In the Force he could see Chewbacca, wounded and cradling Jacen sobbing for him in one giant paw. He could see Jacen's twin, a tiny bundle of trembling light, her head buried in his chest. He saw Maveker fall, his viper blade glistening with the blood of at least 2 men, probably more. And he could see Han's blaster coming around towards the man who had just killed the Nori, and he could see that man's rifle swinging towards Han a split second faster. A double blast took Han in the thigh and hip, and he dropped. Han's blaster shot went wild, firing off into the sky as he fell at Kyp's feet, hissing in pain as he clawed his way onto his back, raising his blaster again with a single trembling hand. There were only 3 of them left, but Winter couldn't aim in every direction at once, and her holdout blaster's power pack was very small. Despair. Fear. Sadness. Anger. Kyp could feel Han's helpless fury, could feel Winter's dawning understanding that none of them would be leaving this fight alive, and her cold determination to make every shot count. Could feel Chewie, desperately trying to make his way back into the fight despite his own wounds. I have to do something. Kyp thought of Kessel of the Mines. Han had saved him because he could and because it was the right thing to do. He and Leia had taken him into their home and made him family. The Nori, poor, dead Maveker, had called him Kyp Clan Solo because he was family. Not strong enough. All memories of breathing techniques and common meditation were gone from his mind, consumed under the swell of desperation. The Force was with him, and it was not calming. It was a tempest, summoned to him because he needed it, because this could not be allowed to happen. I'm not strong enough, and Han, and Chewie, and Jacen, and Jaina, and Winter are all going to die. Tycho is going to be alone, and Leia is going to be alone, and no one should ever be alone. They don't deserve this. I don't deserve this. Kyp Durron felt a red rage surging at the corners of his consciousness, and he gave it full lease. His focus narrowed to the surviving assassins as they swung their weapons towards him, and Jaina, and Winter. With Jaina in his left arm, he stood, extended his right hand, and closed it to a fist. Red-hot fragments of shrapnel, burned off the hover stroller, were caught in his force grip. So too were pebbles from the walking paths and a chunk of airspeeder fuselage. Jagged lumps of metal and stone leapt into the air like missiles. Asterisk. 1 second the fight was nearly won. The next second, all of the members of their ISB team were dead. Brenner, the last to fall, bore an expression of stunned disbelief on his blunt features as he dropped like a puppet with cut strings, impaled by a fairly substantial chunk of metal. The air around the dark-haired young man who had killed them was heavy with power. All that darkness that Brachus had drawn on, had given to Exar Kun, swirled away from Brachus, and the young man drank it down. The raven-haired youth inhaled, and it filled him with strength that Brachus could almost see. He had taken that strength and unleashed it in a single burst of force strength that was utterly unlike anything Brachus had ever seen, or even heard of. Now the boy exhaled and stood shell-shocked, staring at the 3 corpses he had made. Brachus could feel him blazing in the force. Another Jedi. Brachus reached for his weapons. Stop. Exar Kun's voice was stunned. Stunned and exultant. Let them go, the ghost ordered. We must escape before we are spotted. Now. Confused, Brachus obeyed. Retreating from his hiding spot, he tossed aside his rifle and vibroblades and joined the crowd of panicked bystanders fleeing for the exits, finally noticing Doppler sirens as constabulary airspeeders converged on the building. He followed those crowds, accepting instructions from the authorities as they arrived to give them, and vanished into the warren of Coruscant's mid-levels. Master, why did we let them escape? When they were safe, halfway between the sky and the Undercity, Exar Kun finally answered his question. Because, my young apprentice, Exar Kun responded, his mental voice quiet, as if tired from the exertion of the day. If we had stayed, we would have been seen, and you are not nearly ready. It would seem those who would call themselves Sith and lay claim to my legacy have kept none of my patience or restraint. Brachus felt a flare of doubt. There had been something else in Exar Kun's force sense, an emotion that went far beyond a mere desire to survive. And because the ghost confirmed Brachus' suspicions, I believe we have discovered your new apprentice. After all, did not your Emperor Palpatine have his Lord Vader? Chapter 16. General Wedge Antilles was not yet accustomed to having arms office. It wasn't that he disliked the office, although when he thought about the fact that it had been Isert's, his skin crawled and he felt the need to have the room swept for espionage equipment and parasites. It was, in fact, a very nice office, well furnished with wood paneling, and plenty of holoprojectors and flat screens to allow him a full understanding of the strategic and tactical environments he faced. He could run full battle sims here, linked into Lusankya's impressive main computer for the best possible projection of enemy action. He, in fact, ran probably too many of those battle sims, to the point where Cena had locked the system with her override and wouldn't let him do it without her permission first. So despite everything, he actually rather liked the office, minus the creepy-crawly sensation. The creepy-crawly sensation vanished every time he remembered that Ela had also shot Isert to death here. Good riddance. No, the problem was what the office represented. The weight of responsibility, of command. The knowledge that Lusankya alone had hundreds of thousands of crew, each and every one under his direct command. Each and everyone's life depended on the quality of his decisions. When he thought about it that way, Wedge dearly missed his cabin on Eshin Strike, with the desk that folded out of the wall and the communal refresher. Luckily, Cena knew the weight he carried and helped him bear it. They were sharing their morning caf, working their way slowly through the fleet's readiness. And when Captain Kreffy and Lando arrived in an hour or so, they would go through the most updated battle plan for the reconquest of Bespin. "I'm not worried about their mobile forces," Cena was saying thoughtfully, holding her cup of caf in both hands as she examined the plot wedge was slowly spinning between them. Cloud City rotated as his hand gently spun the display, showing off the Sky Fortress and the Carrot-class cruisers that were the platform's primary mobile and low-orbit defense. Even if they do reinforce Bespin the way NRI suggests they're trying to do, nothing they can bring to help protect Cloud City will match up to Fifth Fleet. Agreed, Wedge confirmed. But we've got the same problem we did at Yukio. An Imperial garrison on the ground, potentially with orders to destroy everything we want to capture intact. He furrowed his brow, glaring not at the Sky Fortress or the Carracks, but at Cloud City and the tower near its apex that was occupied by the Empire's Baron Administrator and the stormtroopers under his command. "We'll have to coordinate our internal and external attacks," Cena said with a shrug. "Use whatever forces are already present among the workers and slaves to rise up and hold off the Empire until we can get Major Page's forces down to reinforce them. Lando is prepared to instigate that uprising, but the fighting will be fierce," Wedge cautioned, thinking back to battles on Thyfera, Coruscant, Seatric, and a dozen other worlds where the rogues or their allies had been impressed into ground as well as aerospace combat. Cena's violet eyes gazed at him levelly. "Wedge, I know you've handled large formations and fleets, but all your reflexes are still accustomed to commanding a squadron. 12 pilots. And in the last few years, you've done a remarkable job of keeping those pilots alive. But this is not going to be bloodless. There's no way to take Bespin without suffering casualties, among the fleet, and among our allies on Cloud City." Wedge firmed his lips together, biting back a retort. He knew that, and he might have done a better job of keeping his pilots alive the last few years than he had the years before Endor, or the years right after Endor. A dozen faces flashed by, bringing with them the agony of remembered loss, but he was no stranger to the concept of inevitable losses. He didn't like it, but he wasn't about to flinch either. He took a breath, let it out again. There was no sense in getting irritated with Cena, and she was right besides. "I know," he said. "I don't like it, but I know." He used both hands to manipulate the display, magnifying the Imperial garrison tower. "We have a good idea of how many stormtroopers and other Imperial Army troops are on Cloud City," he said. "We also have a good idea of how many people Lando says will rise up to resist them when the time comes. As long as we are able to land Major Page." He frowned, looking at different locations which could both potentially be secured and be good staging areas, then gestured at a series of landing pads which could accommodate a troop transport. "In one of these locations, we should be able to get support down fast enough too." There was a door chime. Wedge glanced at his wrist chrono, but it was still too early for Lando or Kreffy to arrive. "Captain Kreffy and Commander needed to see General Antilles," came the report from the sentry outside. Wedge glanced at Cena. She shrugged. "I don't know either." "Come in," Wedge called. Kreffy's uniform was impeccable, but the way he carried himself, slightly off balance, without his usual poise, and the way his fur stood on end along his forearms made Wedge think that this arrival had been in haste. Beside him, Nita was much more presentable, but Wedge swallowed hard. Nita looked like he'd just been told the Empire had another Death Star. "What is it?" To his credit, Kreffy was the one who stepped forward. The Bothan swallowed hard, blinking with the nervousness that Wedge had not heretofore seen from him. "General, Madam Adjutant." Kreffy's hesitation only added to Wedge's concern. "I am afraid," Kreffy said heavily, "that I bring bad tidings." Asterisk. Kyp Durron stared at his hands and waited. He could feel Jason and Jaina's twin, confused terror. They were in the next room, a comfortable waiting room which had been prepared for the families of the wounded, with Winter watching over them. Doctors and nurses, droid, human, and alien, rushed in every direction as the Manta Ray Medical Center worked to treat their injuries. The force dripped with pain and uncertainty, blazed with fury and fear. He could feel the devastation of loss, echoing all around him from the dozens of people who had already been told that their loved ones were dead or in critical condition. At least 30 people were already reported dead, including every member of a palace security team. They had arrived at the landing pad to investigate the Violet Envy right before the vessel had exploded, ripping apart the top 2 floors of the Malaster and doing serious structural damage to the rest of the building. All 14 of them had been killed in the explosion, and many others had been wounded throughout the building. Exploded, ripping apart the top 2 floors of the Malaster and doing serious structural damage to the rest of the building. All 14 of them had been killed in the explosion, and many others had been wounded throughout the building. The wrenching pain of loss was echoed in his own heart. When he closed his eyes, he saw Mavekar fall, his body burned and marked by multiple wounds. He saw Han hit by the same brilliant light and falling to the ground, but at least Han's desperate voice, shouting at the medical staff, desperately asking is Leia all right, confirmed that he would live but be hobbled until his injury fully healed. Chewbacca had insisted he was fine, but the scorch marks on his fur where he had taken not 1, not 2, but 3 blaster bolts said otherwise. The medical staff would have argued and forced him to receive treatment, but they were too busy to provide care to a not-critical patient. Kyp could feel Leia, beyond the door that Han was trying to get through. She was so vibrant, so full of life and determination and verve. Her Force presence was usually a vivid, unmistakable glow, unless she was trying to suppress it, which she did not do well, a permanent marker, a reassurance that even when she was late for dinner, that she would eventually get home to share the meal with her husband and kids. That reassurance faded as she did. He had no idea what Yari was or did, but it was killing Leia Organa Solo, and that was killing Han. He remembered, was it only a few hours before, when he had saved Han's life, and Jacen's, and Jaina's, and Winter, and Chewie, when he had reached into the Force and found the power he needed. When he closed his eyes, if he was not seeing Mavekar's mutilated chest, he was seeing the bodies of the 3 assassins, bloody and still. The look of surprise on the face of the leader, at his sudden, unanticipated death. That same face, filled with hate as he killed Kyp's friend, the quiet Nori, who was always in Kyp's shadow and always catching Jacen before the toddler could fall. Kyp realized he was crying only when his hand came away from his forehead wet. He could feel the Force at his fingertips, could feel all the power of the galaxy there for the taking, and he had no idea how to use it. Surely if Luke were here, he'd know how to help Leia. He had to. The Force could do anything. It was the Empire's fault, a distant, quiet corner of his mind whispered. It was all the Empire's fault. They had banished him to Kessel, stolen his brother, ensured the death of his parents. They refused to admit they were wrong and stand down, no matter how hard Leia tried to convince them to. They would kill and kill and kill, and everyone and everything Kyp cared about would fall before them, just as his family, his new family, almost had. The only thing that had stopped them was the Force, and Kyp would learn to use it. He would take it and he would find that power again, and the death of the assassins did not fill Kyp with horror but with pride. They had to be stopped, and Kyp now realized he had the power to stop them. And I will stop them, he promised himself again and again. I will. I must. Asterisk. Brachus thought this was a really stupid idea. The Manta Medical Center was beyond busy. It was crammed with everyone imaginable, with rows of palace security keeping back civilians and sludge news. The press was out in force, with hundreds of reporters from every news service in the galaxy crammed into his corridors, bribing or sneaking their way in to get every scrap of news they could. In such a mess of people, sneaking in was not so difficult. But what Brachus couldn't figure was why. Why take the risk of putting themselves so close to palace security, when they had only barely escaped the rebellion's forces at the garden? There are moments, my apprentice, around which the galaxy turns, Exar Kun whispered. Those moments where all potentials are present and can be pushed, with careful manipulation, towards a desired end. Brachus frowned, doing his best to stay out of the sight of the numerous surveillance holocoms as he edged his way closer and closer to the waiting room. and he concentrated on Exar Kun's presence, doing his best to eavesdrop on the Sith. It was difficult. He was not as skilled as Exar Kun at telepathy, or anything else really, and the Sith's presence was slippery and elusive, like trying to catch a fish in the deepest waters, viscous and concealing. He didn't catch much. Just a recitation of words. I will stop them, Exar Kun was thinking, focused and concentrating. I will stop them. I will stop them. I will stop them. I will stop them. Stop who? He asked. Exar Kun's flash of irritation was all too obvious. Do not take liberties, apprentice, the Sith whispered scornfully. Brachus winced. Yes, master. For a moment, he thought there might be further punishment coming. But Exar Kun seemed content with the scolding. You would not be a promising apprentice if you were not ambitious, he said instead. But now it is time. His voice vanished and was gone. It was gone. Brachus groped out with the Force, searching for Exar Kun's presence. He touched the amulet on his chest, which was warm to the touch. It still pulsed with presence and power, as it had since he found it, but the presence that touched his mind was gone. Panic tightened his throat. Had he done something wrong? Had he broken the bargain between them with his espionage? Or this place, was there something here that... Behind him doors burst open. People scattered in every direction, pressing themselves to the corridors on either side. Brachus felt himself gripped and pushed against the wall, and he started to lash out in his anger as he turned towards whoever had just grabbed him. Luke Skywalker had his hand up as he forced every person in the corridor up against the walls. The invisible, telekinetic grip pushed against not just Brachus' chest, but all of their chests, driving them back. Brachus' back pressed into the wall as he panicked, suppressing his strength in the Force as the trio of Jedi, for Skywalker was flanked by Cam Salazar on one side and Mara Jade on the other, ran down the corridor at a breakneck pace, followed by, of all things, a silver woman clutching a large musical instrument. Then they were passed and the grip on Brachus' chest slackened. He gasped for breath, terrified from the brief brush with the Jedi. If they had noticed him, if they'd seen him, they would surely have. Fly, you fool! Exar Kun hissed, his voice the thinnest of whispers from beyond the greatest of distances. Brachus ran. Asterisk. Kyp looked up just as Luke and Cam swept into the waiting room, their long brown and white robes billowing behind them. Cam channeled the Force like a shovel, pushing the gathered sentience and newsies out of his and Luke's way. Luke angled his way through the resulting parting of the masses, dodging limbs and bodies as he moved with determination through the crowd. The commotion drew Han's attention. Luke, he shouted, hobbling on one badly wounded leg, trying to manage a crutch, and only half succeeding in his haste. Leia's hurt bad, Luke, Han said desperately as Luke finished making his way, Cam at his side. Mara followed farther behind, glowering at the more aggressive newsies, her fingers creeping towards the lightsaber she had on her belt. Perhaps wisely, they kept their distance. I'm here, Han, Luke reassured him. Where's she? She's back there, Han snarled angrily. They won't let me see her. They'll let me, Luke said darkly. He pushed past Han and strode at an even pace towards the medical staff that stood between them and the treatment rooms where Kyp could feel Leia's dim presence. No doubt, Luke could as well, and he sought that beacon of life with the unerring focus of a locked-on concussion missile. Whether he used the Force for persuasion or not, Kyp didn't think he did. It took Luke only half a minute to talk his way past the gauntlet of medical personnel that had been an impenetrable barrier to Han. Han followed on his heels, hobbling with awkward pace. Cam slipped into their wake. Once the door swung open, New Republic security was everywhere. There were sentients lining the corridor, fully armed and armored and holding their rifles like they expected and wanted a fight. But the sight of Luke Skywalker in his Jedi robes took the fury from their expressions and replaced it with the dire sympathy that seized Kyp's heart. I'm here to see my sister. Every single blaster muzzle dropped toward the floor as the veteran soldier stepped slightly to the side to make way. Kyp had saved Jacen and Jaina, but it hadn't been enough. It would never be enough, not while the Empire lived. The lure of Leia's presence led Luke and the Jedi to a large emergency center. Bacta tanks lined the room, each one monitored by a 2-1B medical droid. The droids murmured in binary to one another, and spoke in basic to the non-droid medical staff. Kyp stopped dead, because he recognized the face in the first Bacta tank, and it wasn't Leia's. Mon Mothma, he gaped in surprise. The whisper-soft footsteps would have caught him by surprise. They did not catch Luke by surprise, and he turned slightly to accept Ela Wesseri's one-armed embrace. Luke, she greeted him, sounding hoarse, and then she gave Mara a hug also. The Corellian agent was masked by bandages and had a cast on her left arm. Access to the blaster on her right side was unimpeded. Cap pulled me free while Cacmame saved Mon. Ela said quietly, ceding honor to the dust-coated Nori to her left. The Chief of State will live, hissed Cacmame. Her injuries are not fatal. The nearest 2-1B chittered in agreement. A few days in Bacta, it said in his awkward electronic voice. She will be good as new. And Leia? Asked Luke. His attention only lingered on Ela for a moment, because at the other end of the room was Leia's limp form, floating in a large, slightly bubbling Bacta tank. Her skin was reddened as if sunburned, taking on a slight purple cast when combined with the blue coloration of the Bacta. Counselor Organa Solo has been unresponsive since she was recovered, said the 2-1B emotionlessly. Well, thank you, you rotten hunk of. Ela briefly braced herself with her good arm and cut an overhands outburst. She went into some kind of Jedi trance after the Yerite was released into the conference lounge. Garm realized what had happened first. He probably saved her life by getting her into the trance as quickly as he did. Ela's breathing hissed momentarily. Kyp could feel emotion and sorrow flooding through her, but only momentarily, as she quickly regained control. Is Garm all right? Kyp asked nervously. The dire expressions that passed between the others in the room answered the question before any of them vocalized it. Oh, Kyp said softly. His head fell, further sorrow adding to his swamp of emotions. He'd liked Garm, and Garm had liked him. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. Next to Ela, Mara very subtly rested her hand on Ela's arm. Ela offered her friend a slight nod, steeling herself. Her voice hissed as she spoke. Counselor Bel Iblis was killed. So was Grand Moff Kaine. We're still trying to figure out how the Yerite got into the room. The normally blonde, currently white-haired NRI agent took a slightly unsteady breath before speaking again. It took us almost 4 hours to get her out after the explosions, Ela explained to Luke. The doctors all agree she should be dead. She's not dead, but she's close, Luke agreed. He stepped close to the Bacta tank. He rested his palm against it, his fingers flat, and closed his eyes. Kyp could feel the way Luke extended his consciousness, pushing into the tank. The twins had a bond in the Force that even Kyp could recognize, and something in Leia's spirit stirred as she instinctively recognized her twin, but her soul and spirit remained firmly dormant. Luke's voice was thick with emotion. She's in a hibernation trance, he explained huskily. She'll be okay, right? Asked Han. I'm not sure, Luke said cautiously. The poison is still in her system, I can feel it. His voice faded as she leaned towards the tank, his eyes closed tight. He spoke, sounding strained. I think I can help her fight it, then help her into a healing trance to deal with the damage it already did. Slowly he opened his eyes and turned towards the 2-1B watching the tank. The 2-1B chattered in binary to the other 2-1Bs in the room, then turned to look at Luke. There is no record of such a treatment in our medical system, the droid said. Unfortunately, if Jedi have performed such before, those records would have been purged by the Empire. The droid's voice took on the distinctly clinical, warning tone of a physician. Even if you are able to denature the existing Yerite and help her begin the healing process, she may require some neural pathway regeneration. She'll be okay, right? Asked Han again, sounding slightly more confident. I think so, repeated Luke, though Kyp found his reassurance more than a little forced. Luke put his arm on Han's arm. I'll get to work right away, he promised. Asterisk. Luke could hear the movement of people swirling around behind him. Hospitals had a distinctive scent, one he'd gotten to know quite well since leaving Tatooine. The scent of disinfectant, the kind of freshness that came with constant cleaning. They also had a distinctive feel in the Force, the combination of hope and despair, of lives saved and lives lost. The steady thrum of doctors tending to patients, of patients searching for hope. In front of him, Leia floated in the Bacta tank. She looked dead. In the records, the Jedi of old had made clear that there were certain Force talents that were rarer than others. Healers were the rarest of all, in part because being a Force healer was not as simple as channeling the Force and healing a wound. A healer needed to know the Force, but a healer also needed to know anatomy, to know how to use the Force to encourage a body's natural healing processes. Most accurately, a Force healer encouraged a body to heal itself. And while Luke had received a fair bit of field experience in treating wounds, dealing with what had been done to Leia was far outside of his normal expertise. He could feel the Yerite still in her system. Reaching out with the Force, concentrating on Leia's unconscious form, he could feel how she clung to life, and he felt how her still, nearly frozen form, paralyzed by the voluntary hibernation trance, was laced through with the tiny particles that had assaulted her. How the life was leaching out of her where those particles did their deadly work. "I can sense the poison," he said. "It's still in there?" The knot in his chest transformed itself into agony he couldn't keep out of his voice. "It's still killing her, despite the hibernation trance, just more slowly." "You are Jedi," said an unfamiliar voice. He turned to face Tion, who had placed her instrument down, and now instead held the Jedi holocron in both hands. From the holocron emerged the ethereal form of Jedi Master Nomi Sunrider. The long-dead Jedi Master had kind eyes, paired with the calm confidence. And this place has many doctors and their expertise. That combination is a potent one. Her words brought back some of his inner calm. She was right, and she sounded like Yoda, in her own way, if not quite the same. The combination of the wisdom of her words and the reminder of his training settled his heart. 2-1B, he asked the nearest droid. "What treatments exist for Yerite poisoning?" He sat, not even really noticing as Cam slid a chair behind him so he could sit next to him. Luke focused on those particles, hearing the 2-1B explain that they could introduce a counteracting agent, but that with Leia in her hibernation trance, it would not distribute through her body easily, and that if Leia came out of that trance, it would be a respite in the Yerite, and the counter-agent to see which could do his work first, a race they were already losing. Luke nodded, a corner of his mind processing that information. Beside him he could feel Mara with him, offering her ability in the Force, soothing his worry and exhaustion, but this was not necessarily a problem which could be solved with raw power. Slowly he extracted himself from his close examination of Leia's wounds, bringing his consciousness back to the people around him. Han paced awkwardly, limping and cursing each time he put too much weight down on his wounded leg. Cakmane was ramrod straight by the entrance to the room, diligent as ever, even more determined to fulfill his role as Leia's protector now than he had been before. Tion stood close to him, looking both heartbroken and awkward, like she wasn't sure what she was doing here, and the way Cakmane occasionally stared suspiciously at her surely wasn't helping. He worked his way through the problem, came to a potential solution, wished he was a real healer and not a desperate neophyte. 2-1B, he asked. If I were able to prevent the Yerite and her system from doing any more harm to Leia while the counter-agent was distributed through her body, would that be enough to protect her from further harm? The droid considered this. Yes, it said, beeping in binary at the other medical droids in the room, who beeped back furiously as they collectively considered the problem. I cannot guarantee that the damage that has already been done will be reversible, the droid cautioned. Luke offered a wry, painful smile. You don't know my sister. He turned to Mara and Cam. I can't do this alone, he said. I need your help for this. You too, Tion. The troubadour started, head jerking in Luke's direction. Me? The singer said. I barely feel the holocron. What makes you think that I? Luke placed a hand on her shoulder, and she quieted. You're here. His eyes swung over Mara and Cam to land on Kyp, who quailed slightly under his gaze. Luke regarded the young man steadily. "We're all here, and we're right where we should be." He turned back to look at his sister and took a deep breath. "We're all here," he repeated. "Let's save her life." They worked for a long time. Loved ones came and went, paying their respects. Winter and 3PO came and went, taking Ela with them. Luke barely heard as a stone-faced Winter told Han that there was an emergency meeting of the Provisional Council and that she had been asked to serve as Leia's proxy. Chewbacca came in briefly, but he was watching the twins, and Han didn't want them to see their mother as she was, so he didn't stay long either. 4 hours later, Leia had been eased out of her hibernation trance and into a healing trance. Her blistered skin had begun to heal, thanks to the Bacta and her body's own Force-empowered healing abilities. Most importantly, the counter-agent had neutralized the remaining Yarite, so the damage that had been done was all the damage that would be done. The army of 2-1Bs and doctors were amazed and relieved. The Jedi were exhausted. When Luke finally sagged into sleep in an uncomfortable chair not far from his sister's Bacta tank, the last thing he remembered seeing was his brother-in-law, quite awake, wringing his hands as he watched his wife and silently asking the Force to please bring her back. Chapter 17. Pelian's comlink chime. "Admiral Pelian, Admiral Dala is here to see you." The holoboard in the Strategic Command Center was illuminated with shapes. Smaller ones, wedge-shaped, represented the ships of Pelian's burgeoning fleet. It was becoming something akin to a fleet now. Chimera led the formation, along with her sister ships Exigent and Gonfalon. Neither ship had been part of Thrawn's formation, but they had good reputations among the officers of the Starfleet, and they made a good corps. The recent addition of the Venator-class Star Destroyer Magistrate gave them a fully loaded carrier, one that came with 4 squadrons of TIE defenders to lead the fleet's growing flight wing. He was still hoping to talk Grand Moff Kaine into letting him have some more of Thrawn's core Star Destroyers, but Kaine had been incommunicado for the better part of 2 weeks, with no word on when that would change. "Anything else I should know about Dala's service record before we bring her in?" he asked Dreef. Dreef crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, a slight scowl marring his dark features. "Nothing you are not already aware of, sir." Pelian nodded slowly. Admiral Nadasi Dala had been one of the Empire's finest cadets at Karita a few decades before, but she'd been held back by her gender. Then Cadet Dala had caught the eye of one Wilhelm Tarkin, and her steady march up the ranks of the Imperial fleet had begun. Fair or not, after Tarkin's death, she had been summarily exiled to Outer Rim patrol duty. A more boring, unnecessary task was difficult to imagine, but Dala's reports had for years been professional and punctual. She had waited as the Empire crumbled under the weight of the rebellion's pressure, waited to be called back into action. The letters she sent to the Admiralty asking to be given a real combat assignment made that exceptionally clear, but she never had been. Not until the Empire's most desperate hour, which Pelian thought Durley was now. Send her in. Dala cut a striking figure. She entered alone, her back stiff as a stormtrooper's, and her expression might as well have been carved from stone. She knew how the game was played just as well as he did. First, show no weakness. That was especially true for a woman who had spent the years since Tarkin's ignominious death in the purgatory of the Outer Rim. Pelian had read her academy records with interest. She had been an exceptional cadet, and she had deserved rapid promotion, if not quite as rapid as she had received. And to have drawn Tarkin's eye was not her fault. The responsibility for professionalism had been his, as her superior. But she was an unknown quantity, and the stiff-necked, blank-faced professionalism she now wore like armor offered no new insights. Admiral Dala, reporting as ordered. She stared over Pelian's shoulder, not meeting his gaze. Admiral Dala, by order of the Imperial Starfleet, you and your squadron have been assigned to me. When you return to Gorgon, please communicate to the men under your command that we are now the Empire's first line of defense. It is our responsibility, and our privilege, to stand as the first line of defense against the forces of disorder and rebellion. I understand, Admiral. Her response was not enthusiastic. Neither was it dour. It simply was a statement of fact. As my senior subordinate, he continued, watching her expression as he did. After all, technically she outranked him. They were both admirals, but her promotion had taken place more than 10 years before, while his was only a few weeks old. By seniority alone, she ought to command the fleet. If that fact occurred to her, she didn't show it. You will serve as the fleet's executive officer. That got her attention. For the first time since she walked in, her green eyes flicked to him. They were shadowed with decades of frustration, and there was a certain molten quality to them that could presage anything. Anger over years of mistreatment. Bloodlust. I will, sir. Yuo Pelion agreed. He probably could have gotten away with cutting her out of the chain of command, but it would not have been fair to do so. Terran Rogris had often complained about the harassment his daughter Asori had been subjected to at the Imperial Academy, and specifically complained about how Tarkin had treated Dala. If Rogris were alive, Pelion had no doubt that he would have accepted Dala and attempted to work with her. With his passing, it came to Pelion to live up to the memories of his mentor and his friend, of Thrawn and of Rogris. He would not disappoint them. Dala's reaction was subtle, but Pelion didn't miss it. The lines in her expression, ridges in the stone that was her face, relaxed. Stone became flesh. Her spine went from the parade rigid of a nervy cadet to the relaxed stance of a confident officer. That was good, Pelion thought, because he had no need of more nervous cadets, and a dire need of good officers. Your 4-star destroyers will be integrated into our formation, Pelion continued. He manipulated the holodable, and the 3 Imperial eyes that were already there were supplemented by dollars for Imperial is. At the moment we have 7 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, but I'm hoping that we'll be given at least 3 more. We also have a Venator-class fleet carrier, loaded with a full flight wing, 12 squadrons of TIEs, ranging from defenders to bombers. Grand Moff Kaine will be providing us with a number of Victory-class Star Destroyers as they become available, and I've been informed that we should expect to be given at least a half-dozen Enforcer-class cruisers. The ships multiplied on the display, paired with a number of smaller vessels that would provide escort, Katana dreadnoughts, Carrack-class light cruisers, and a handful of Lancer-class frigates. It was a formidable formation, or would be once all of the ships had actually arrived, Pelion thought, but not as formidable as the one the New Republic had assembled around Lusankya. Not even close. And our assignment? Our assignment is simple, Pelion replied. He swept his hand and the Imperial ships vanished, replaced by their best estimate of the New Republic's formation. In the center, surrounded by the enemy's Imperial-class Star Destroyers and Mon Calamari Star Cruisers, was Lusankya. Engage the rebels and destroy them. Other Imperial officers, given such patently ridiculous orders, might have objected. But Nancy Dala's lips actually twitched into a small, almost anticipatory smile. After so many years on the Imperial periphery, perhaps she saw even suicidal orders as better than purgatory. Can I count on you, Admiral Dala? Of course, she said. Her smile grew, becoming almost friendly, except for the lupin edge. Until I am dead, or rendered unfit to serve, she quoted the Starfleet oath. Even after all her years of inglorious scut work, she spoke the words with the gravity of a museum curator charged with irreplaceable artwork, carrot and refinement slightly enhanced by a rougher patois. Very good, he replied. Then let us discuss our battle plans. Asterisk. It didn't take Pelion long to realize that Dala was good at her job. It took Dreef the better part of 2 hours to fully brief them on the New Republic's 5th Fleet, and by the end of the first half-hour Pelion had decided that she would be an excellent second-in-command for his new fleet. Whatever fleet is left after Antilles finishes with us. Dala questions were precise and incisive without any of the fancy frippery that some fleet officers used to make themselves sound smarter than they actually were. Her time on the Outer Rim chasing pirates and watching infrequently traveled trade routes had not dimmed her instincts for greater strategy. It was in the last half hour of the briefing that he had been most impressed. Dreef had walked them through Imperial Intelligence's assessment of Wedge Antilles, his history, and his strengths and weaknesses as a commander. As a commander, Dreef declared, Antilles has demonstrated independent initiative and creativity. During the Thifera and Singe campaigns, he operated without higher command authority most of the time, and with extremely limited resources. In each campaign, he successfully defeated his foe despite that lack of resources. Dreef swept his hand, dismissing the holomaps and replacing them with a new set. Since he became a general, the rebellion has utilized his skills primarily as a starfighter wing commander. He is known to be beloved by the men under his command and to prioritize logistical control and casualty aversion, especially in campaigns where he has the luxury of time. Starfighter generals rarely make good fleet commanders, Pelion says skeptically. There are some exceptions, but only a few I can think of. The time spent developing piloting skills hews towards reacting rather than planning, and is not generally spent developing a broader tactical perspective. If he is averse to casualties, Dala said thoughtfully, her green eyes narrowing as she examined a map of Imperial and Rebel space that restricts his target options. If we can identify what places he might hit, we may be able to prepare an ambush and force him to react to us. Dreef smiled. I've already prepared a list of potential targets. There are obvious targets, like Corellia and Karita, but I've assumed the New Republic is not prepared to sustain the losses that would be required to capture those systems. Less prominent targets include Selenon and Arinda. Pelion's combust. Grumbling, he fished it out of his pocket and flicked it on. Pelion. I'm sorry to disturb you, Admiral, said the voice of Lieutenant Shell, but we've just received a HoloNet transmission I think you should see. A HoloNet transmission? From Fleet Command? No, sir. It came through in the clear, over the standard news frequency. News? Pelion blinked. What could come over the open access frequency that is so important? I think you should judge that for yourself, sir. Pelion's expression darkened. He thought Shell had matured beyond the sort of evasive reporting better suited to a scolded child. His lips met in momentary annoyance, but correcting Shell now would be a waste of time. Send it to our station, he bit out, promising himself to bring Shell aside and rake him properly over the coals. Yes, sir, Shell said, his voice audibly relieved. The holodable images of Antilles' campaigns vanished. In their place blared the Imperial Seal, the Imperial March, and the harsh, insistent script of the Imperial News Network. The seal and music floated there for a moment, then faded to reveal a human female commentator who wasted no time. Grand Moff Kaine was killed on Coruscant today. Pelion, Dreef, and Dala all stiffened in surprise. Dreef half stood, both his palms on the table in front of him, staring at the image slack-jawed and rendered momentarily speechless. Dala gasped, then her eyes narrowed. Pelion stared at the flat screen. Kaine was dead. On Coruscant. Nothing about that made any sense. The report did not start making sense as the commentator blathered on. In fact, Pelion's confusion mounted with each word. The Grand Moff had been invited to Coruscant by representatives of the rebellion to discuss possible prisoner exchanges, and the rebellion had assured his safety on their word of honor, the commentator scoffed, for whatever that was worth. During negotiations, the rebellion assassinated him with the banned chemical toxin Yarite, last used by rebel forces in a cowardly attack on the Star Destroyer Subjugator. The words made no sense, none whatsoever. Each word compounded on the others, and Pelion sank into his chair, feeling dazed. Yarite. To ensure neither Kaine nor any of his agents could escape, when his transport attempted to flee to bring word of this barbarous event back to the Empire, it was destroyed by a perfidious rebel assault. Despite being located in the middle of a highly populated district, the Imperial Center, the commentator continued. The commentator vanished, and in her place was a holo-recording of a yacht atop a building in a dense Coruscant district. As Pelion watched, a pair of B-wings fired proton torpedoes into the defenseless yacht and it exploded, tearing off the top 2 floors of the building, shattering transparent steel and sending debris raining down in a torrential downpour of deadly debris. An emergency meeting of the Council of Moffs has been convened on Intrala, the commentator said as she reappeared in place of the holo. According to the previously recorded will and wishes of Grand Moff Kaine, they are discussing possible options for succession into the role of Grand Moff of the Oversector Outer with representatives of the Imperial Security Bureau and the Imperial Inquisitorius. Pelion paused the holo. Lieutenant Shell, contact Reaper. I want to speak with Admiral Deschorn at once. Sir, all the comm lines to Reaper are jammed. Every Star Destroyer in the fleet is currently attempting to contact the Admiral. That made all too much sense. Pelion had not known that Kaine was on Coruscant. What had Kaine been doing on Coruscant? And if he had not, then chances were no one else had either. But Pelion thought there were alternatives to formal communication. Bring us within comlink range of Reaper, he ordered. Yes, sir. Dreef's expression had returned to his normal calm. You want to talk with Lieutenant Dellist, sir? Pelion just nodded. In the tumult, he had forgotten Dala. She had stood and was working on her own datapad. It took her a minute to do whatever she was working on, and then the holodable shifted again. Terrorist attack on Coruscant today, said a distinctly horrified female voice with a Rylith accent. Details remain scarce, but initial reports suggest that the target was a peace conference between the Empire and New Republic. We can confirm that both Chief of State Mon Mothma and Counselor Leia Organa Solo of Alderaan were wounded in the attack and are in critical condition at Manoray Medical Center. If Pelion's jaw had dropped at the first news broadcast, the second one had him positively gasping. Newly elected Counselor Garm Bel Iblis, representing Corellia, was killed in the attack, as was at least one as yet unnamed senior representative of the Imperial government. Pelion reeled. Bel Iblis was dead. Mon Mothma and Leia Organa Solo were in critical condition. This was a decapitation strike aimed squarely at the top of the New Republic's political leadership. Palace Security has so far refused to comment, but we are told by a senior representative of the New Republic's provisional government that the Imperial Security Bureau is believed to be responsible for this heinous attack. His comlink chirped again. We're within link range of Reaper, Admiral, Shell said. Unable to come up with anything to say, Pelion fumbled with the link to change its intended recipient. The hushed voice that murmured back over the comm spoke with the deep tone and familiar inflection of Lieutenant Dellist. Yes, sir. Pelion fought past his shock to find his voice. Lieutenant, have you seen the news report? I have. Sir? Pelion could almost see Dellist's solid, confident expression. Do you know anything? The link was silent for a long moment. Off the record. Sir? Off the record, Lieutenant. Grand Moff Kaine departed Reaper more than a week ago, in the yacht the Holo News showed in their broadcast. He was accompanied by at least one senior ISB operative, Colonel Curias. I do not know his intended destination or how long he planned to be gone, but his ship was well provisioned. That's all I know. Sir? Very well, Lieutenant Pelion said. Thank you. Carry on. The link went dead. Pelion turned to stare at Dreef. Find out. Full autonomy, whatever resources you need. Keep both of us, and only us, informed as you go. Yes, sir, Dreef replied obediently, subdued. If this is true, if any of it is true, Dala said thoughtfully, the least perturbed of the three of them, I would expect the rebels to accelerate their timetable. If Bel Iblis is dead, Pelion ground out, and they believe ISB is responsible, they will be out for blood. If Organa Solo or Mon Mothma dies, he shook his head. They will vent their fury on us until it is exhausted, and then they will destroy themselves in civil war. The stillness of Lusankya had become eerie as the massive Super Star Destroyer floated in the void above Coruscant, her dagger shape clearly visible to all who resided in the Palace District. It was the kind of stillness Wedge thought of the moments before battle, or the moments after. When pre-mission jitters finally faded into anticipation, tempered fear, determination. Or the sharing of post-mission grief, as the survivors of a squadron gathered together in silence, united in their knowledge of who had survived and who had not. It was odd that this moment felt like both at once. Wedge stared at the hollow map of Bespin, at the carefully constructed battle plans, at the litany of prepared orders he had so confidently written and signed, fully prepared to send them, to begin the new operation. Sina Medinil had barely spoken. She sat on the other side of the room, on the far side of the combat display, staring at a holographic representation of a window, fake stars twinkling. She had not cried when the news came in, nor yelled, nor raged. She just sat, staring. When she spoke, the words were quiet, as if fighting to fill a vacuum and losing. 29 years old, she said. What? Wedge asked, taking a step nearer to her. She turned to face him. Garm. He was elected to the Republic Senate from Corellia at 29 years old. A few years later, I became his senatorial aide. She sniffled, rubbing her nose. I was an idealist then. So was he. We were both, she sniffled again, laughing through her sorrow opposed to the idea of arming the Republic. Corellia was behind us, and we fought the political battle of our lives. She took a deep, common breath, and when she resumed speaking, her voice was steadier. Then each crisis became a new one. What we thought was the worst thing that could happen to the Republic was revealed to be merely a prelude to something worse. Then the Clone Wars, the worst catastrophe the galaxy could endure, we told ourselves each and every day, hoping to see the end of it, to go back to making people's lives better. They ended, and once again, things were even worse than we had imagined. You both went through a lot, Wedge said, drawing on all his commander's expertise, on every letter he'd written to the family of a fallen pilot, and finding it all came to nothing in the face of her long experience. There was nothing to say, so instead he just let her talk, and he listened. Things got so bad, she laughed again, without humor, that two people who had spent their young adult lives trying to prevent the militarization of the Republic chose to become soldiers. It's been so long that sometimes I forget I was ever anything else. But I was, once, and so was he. She offered Wedge a weak smile. I was so happy he was going back to the Senate, she said plaintively. So happy? He was going to get to do what he did best again. He was nervous, but I never doubted him. Garm was a good general, but he was a magnificent senator. Wedge joined her on the couch. I'm so sorry, Sina. Me too, she agreed sadly. I hoped the war was about to be over. But now, there's no chance of that now, and my son's in this fleet. On Orthovan. She took a weary breath. Going back to battle. Wedge's wrist campaigned with a unique signature, one he recognized instantly. He shot Sina an apologetic glance and slapped at his wrist, his gut suddenly aching with fear and hope. Ila, are you all right? I'm all right, Wedge, Ila reassured him. There was no exhaustion in that voice, nor fear. No, Wedge heard something else. Ila Wessery was furious. A bit bruised, but all right. I just got out of a meeting with the Provisional Council. I've never seen Sean Teff so animated. How are Mon Mothma and Leia? They're stable. The Chief of State is in Bacta, and will stay there for a few days. She got hit with debris after the Imperial transport exploded, but there's every expectation she'll make a full recovery. Leia's prognosis is less certain, but Luke arrived a few hours ago, and she's stabilized since then. Wedge sat forward, rubbing his face with relief. Thank the Force. Sina's voice was strong. Ila, what's the status of the Provisional Council with the Chief of State and Counselor Organa Solo indisposed? I'm so sorry about Garm, Sina. Ila's voice took on a hint of that exhaustion now. You should know that he saved Leia's life. I don't think she would have survived if he didn't react as quickly as he did. Wedge saw Sina actually smile. A real smile, not a bitter one. He always did have good instincts. To answer your question, the Provisional Council is still functional. If anything, this seems to have united them. There was very little bickering in the meeting I just got out of. Philia, Carithra, and Sean Teff seem to be the most prominent voices, and they also seem to be cooperating. That's actually why I'm calling. There was a pause, the sound of motion, and when Ila spoke again, her voice was quieter. Wedge, I think you're going to be their next call. I would expect to receive it in the next hour or so, maybe less. You think my orders are about to change? So do you, Ela said confidently. So, I suspect, does Cena. Yes, Cena said, and her voice was cold. If they give that order, Wedge, we might not be seeing each other again for a while. I know. You'll be on campaign, and I have a murderer to catch. Ela's tone was calm, but Wedge could hear the fury lurking just underneath the surface. A kind of cold, rational fury, angry, but not berserk. Furious, but not frantic. Ela's fury was the most terrifying kind, perfectly under her control. ISB hit the negotiations to disrupt the peace talks. Kaine is dead. Winter and I agree that the most likely culprit is Colonel Coruscant, his aide at the first meeting. He's vanished. I'm going to find him. The government has frozen all incoming and outgoing traffic without serious security checks, so if he hasn't escaped already, he's not leaving. The last time Wedge had heard that tone of voice from Ela Wessery, it was when she'd been going after Isin Isard. It filled him with pride, sorrow, and fear to hear it from her now. He'd hoped she would never again need that sort of edge. Just watch your back, she added. The Provisional Council, well, it's hard to know how they're going to react to this, and I don't trust, she cut herself off, and he heard her take a deep breath. You know who I don't trust. Go with my love, and stay as safe as you can. I will, and I love you too. Good hunting, Ela? Good hunting, Wedge. He heard her wolfish grin, the one she wore when she was out stalking her prey, and then her voice vanished with a click as the comlink closed the line. How long do you think it'll be? Wedge asked Cena. Not long. Wedge's comlink beeped again, this time with the priority sound. Yes, Commander Nita. Priority signal for you from Coruscant, sir, said Nita. It's the Provisional Council. Best not keep them waiting. Send the message to me here. Very good, sir. Just a moment. You were right, he told Cena as they waited. It wasn't long. Wedge could feel his stomach twist as the hollow display transformed into the forms of the three now senior members of the Provisional Council. Coruscant towered over the other two, his massive Wookiee frame providing a backdrop for Felia's more human-sized body and Shantev's comparatively tiny person. 3PO's gleaming form stood beside Tev, to translate. Wedge and Cena stood side by side, at matching positions of respectful ease. Wedge folded his hands behind him. Counselors. General Antilles, said Counselor Felia. The Bolton's eyes found Cena. Miss Medano, the Provisional Council wishes to express its sincerest sympathies for your loss. You and Counselor Bell Iblis were friends and colleagues for many years, I know. Thank you, Counselor, Cena said, sounding choked. Shantev chattered in Celestin, while 3PO acted as his voice. The peace negotiations with the Empire have failed. Coruscant roared in furious outrage, which drew some additional words from Tev. Wedge knew enough Celestin to get the sense of the meaning, and despite the fact that Wedge did not speak Shriwook, Coruscant needed no translation. Yes, of course, 3PO agreed. The peace negotiations were attacked by treacherous Imperials. The Empire is not interested in peace, the droid said to Wedge. We were prepared to grant some of their concessions, Felia growled. There was a chance we might come to an agreement. He leaned towards the holocamera, baring his teeth. But peace is not what the Empire wants. Coruscant growled again, and 3PO resumed his translation. Counselor Bell Iblis was of the opinion that ISB would have to be dug up from the roots before there could be peace with the Empire, the Wookiee opined through the droid. It is the opinion of this council that he was correct. Felia snarled. Those two Estes killed one of the council, and nearly killed two more. This was an attack on our very sovereignty as an institution. It cannot stand. General Antilles, said 3PO for Coruscant, sounded much more peaceable and calm than the clearly infuriated Wookiee. Your previous rules of engagement were extremely restrictive. That was at the request of Counselor Organa Solo, in the hopes that peace could be negotiated. The droid glanced at Tev sideways as the Celestin added a few words. The honorable counselors do not doubt Counselor Organa Solo's good intentions by these orders, and the fact that she may have succeeded without ISB's intervention proves her wisdom. Felia's dismissive ripple of fur was a momentary distraction. But clearly circumstances have now changed. Go and teach them the meaning of treachery, General, Philia snarled the moment 3PO stopped speaking. Our honor, and Bel Ibla's memory insist on it. As of this moment, you have our full and unified support to call on whatever personnel and resources you require to see your mission through. Forgive me, sirs, but what exactly is my assignment? Wedge asked. The Bothan's left eyebrow twitched. Wedge stared ahead soberly, like a good soldier, and fought hard not to think about the Katana fleet, and how Philia had left the rogues to die and held a blaster on a pregnant Leia. He focused on Corithra instead. Your orders, General, said 3PO's prim voice as he translated for the Wookiee, are to destroy the Empire. Sir. Corithra's growls were harsh. The Provisional Council has given you full operational authority, General, 3PO said. The Honorable Counselor from Kashyyyk offers some colorful commentary, but the spirit of his message is to destroy every ship and capture every world until the Council of Moffs or its inheritor is compelled to offer a full and unconditional surrender. How to do that, they leave in your most capable hands. He had been expecting these orders, Wedge thought dazedly, but to hear them stated so bluntly, and he realized, too, that this was Philia's influence. These orders should have gone to Akbar, but Philia would not countenance giving his rival such an enormous political opportunity. Wedge, though, even if Wedge succeeded and came home as the Republic's greatest war hero, he had no political ambitions. He was not a threat. But however the orders had come to him, the responsibility for executing them was now his. With Corithra and Shantef flanking Philia, it was clear the council was unified, which meant there was only one thing he could say. Yes, counselors, I'll begin at once. May the Force be with you, General, said 3PO, an unprompted reassurance, and the council disappeared. He and Cena stared at the empty holodeble in silence. What do we do? Asked Cena softly, uncertain for the first time since he'd met her. Wedge wasn't sure if it was a good thing or bad thing that he already knew the answer to that question. He stared at the larger star map, took a breath in, and with a slow exhale the entire campaign unfolded in his mind. With it came a sense of bone-deep certainty. The Provisional Council just wrote us a blank check for military action. I'm going to cash it. Chapter 18. A year before, Wedge would have used the holocron to have a virtual meeting with the New Republic's other major fleet commanders to inform them of his intentions and request their support. But, despite all the additional security measures the New Republic had adopted in the last 6 months, there were still concerns about the security of the HoloNet, and Wedge was unwilling to use it for a conversation this sensitive. So Wedge forewent the normal fleet-wide briefing. Instead, he settled for a meeting with the senior fleet officers available on Coruscant. He'd shuttled from Lusankya over to Admiral Akbar's Home 1 for the briefing. The room should have been packed with staff, but instead there were only 3 officers inside: Wedge himself, Admiral Akbar, and General Etnebat. The bright salmon hues of Akbar's smooth skin contrasted starkly with the purple leather skin and exposed quills of the Dorning, but both officers wore identical looks of patience as Akbar's security team completed a sniffer sweep before exiting. Once the room was empty, Abat spoke first, the fine quills around his eyes illustrating each bass rumble of his voice. General Antilles, I could not help but notice that once vested with command by the Provisional Council, you requested and received reinforcement of no fewer than 6 additional capital warships, taken from each of the New Republic's primary defense fleets, and a much larger number of smaller warships. The rough fabric of the Dorning General's Day uniform, a holdover from his time in Dornia's system defense fleet, contrasted sharply with Akbar and Wedge's own impeccable dress whites. That's right, Wedge agreed. I wanted to inform you that 5th Fleet would be departing Coruscant imminently, and that I intend to dispatch orders to each of the New Republic's defense fleets to commit incursions into Imperial space. Wedge moved to Akbar's large holodable and inserted his datapad, then waited for his finalized battle plans to decrypt. When the process was finished, a map of the galaxy appeared, with Imperial space tinged in blue while Republic space gleamed with Rebellion red. With another button press, arrows appeared all over the map, indicating fleets moving to mount invasions of Imperial space. Not one invasion, or even two invasions, but dozens. The astonishment on the faces of Ackbar and Abot, who between them had no fewer than 200 years of military experience, was enough to make Wedge swallow hard. He reminded himself that he'd considered this plan over and over, talked it through with Lando, and Cena and Tycho, not to mention Wes and Aretta Bell and his other senior commanders. This was a bold thing, and some of his staff had questioned its sheer audacity, but Wedge remained undeterred. He knew it was the right thing. When he resumed speaking, he did so slowly and evenly, honoring their experience but refusing to let their initial surprise dent his confidence. So, he said to Ackbar, as circumstances stand, with Mon Mothma and Leia indisposed, the Standing Provisional Council, including Councilors Philia and Carithra, have instructed me to attack the Empire, and this is how I propose we proceed. What you plan here, General, Ackbar said slowly, is more than any simple attack. It would be the most ambitious assault of the entire war. It might be the most ambitious attack since the Clone Wars, and stands in contention with even those. Wedge knew this was true. The Provisional Council has given me the kind of operational freedom any officer craves, he said. Their orders are also more than enough rope for me to hang myself if it goes wrong. He nodded at the map. I am a brand new commander, and a pilot at that. I know how the Imperial Starfleet views pilots. They think we're all tactically bold to the point of recklessness and incapable of deeper strategic thought. That combined with my novice status, and the fact that you, Admiral, put me on my back in most of our battle drills, and that information surely has filtered through their intelligence services by now, means they will expect me to be loud and amateurish, blundering my way in incursion of Imperial space. Wedge smiled thinly. I intend to be exactly what they expect. Ackbar's eyes widened, but he said nothing. Abot crossed his arms, watching Wedge with narrowed eyes. So I'm going to be loud and amateurish. I'm going to divide my forces and hit insignificant targets. I'll attack small garrisons and supply worlds with Star Destroyers, with all the precision of using a turbolaser battery to splat a ground grub. Why would you do that? Asked Abot, but there was a gleam in the Dornian's beady gaze that suggested that Abot already knew. We are used to being outnumbered, Wedge said steadily. We're used to fighting with sparse resources against a superior opponent. That has become our expectation. He lifted an eyebrow and gestured towards the holodisplay. The major Republic formations gleamed, representing hundreds of capital warships and thousands of support craft, with squadron on squadron of snub fighters, many of them freshly built, but helmed by veteran pilots with years of experience. But that is no longer the case. We have the force advantage, and that force advantage is growing with every passing day. They will see a massive attack, Ackbar rumbled, shifting in his chair to peer more closely at Wedge's battle plans. They will think him mounted out of a desire for vengeance rather than strategic imperative. I hope so, Wedge said seriously. But I do not intend for this to be a series of hidden fate operations. I intend to pick 10 star systems and conquer half of them, whichever half they decide not to reinforce. At the other half I expect there will be brutal combat. Wedge's face became stone. We will take losses and we will inflict losses, but Admiral, we have the ships to lose. They do not. A cold calculus, said Abot. A cold calculus indeed. Yes, sir, Wedge agreed softly. What would you have Home Fleet and the other fleets do in the interim? Asked Abot. Wedge looked between Ackbar and Abot. While Ackbar was technically in command of Home Fleet, as well as the senior officer of the New Republic Defense Forces, his position on the Provisional Council ultimately took precedence. As both a senior military and senior political official, everyone in the fleet knew that Ackbar would eventually have to choose between one or the other, and everyone in the fleet knew which Ackbar would eventually choose. He wasn't about to leave Philia uncontested in the political realm, after all. The expectation was that when the Grand Concordat was fully crafted, Ackbar would resign from the fleet to take up his political role fully. Abot was his hand-picked successor. We have to worry about our flank, Wedge explained with a sweep of his arm. With Eriadu exiting the war, that eliminates one potential source of danger. But there remain two others, the Deep Core Warlords and Corellia. Wedge gestured at the map, spinning the holo to focus on the southern half of the galactic core. The Imperial fleet stationed in the core could attack our rear in the hopes of drawing our forces back to a more defensive posture, which would make it difficult to sustain the offensive for as long as I would like to. And if they do, Wedge said steadily, I would hope that you take home fleet and our other defensive battle groups and meet them in a decisive battle. Wedge pointed at the map again, this time in the direction of Bothal and the large number of New Republic capital ships stationed around it. With the loss of Lineary and Eriadu, the Empire has no place from which to mount a serious assault in the galactic southeast. I would suggest that you move 4th Fleet to Denon to keep an eye on Corellia, while Home Fleet keeps watch on the core and stays available to reinforce 5th Fleet if needed, and 3rd Fleet hits Column X, Trojan, Makumte, and Pakuni. All at once. Yes, sir. All at once. They stared at him. Wedge refused to allow the tension he felt to show on his face. If they went through with his plan, if the New Republic mounted the kind of incursion into Imperial space, well, Leia had told him to destroy the Empire, after all. But it would not be costless. It would, in fact, be exceedingly bloody. But this was war. We have to force them into battle on our terms, Wedge said passionately. And then destroy their ships and fleets. Take their planets. Leave them no respite, no safe ports of harbor, and no supplies to keep their ships operational. Ackbar and Abot, with their 2 centuries of combat expertise and strategic genius, looked at one another, and then back at Wedge. They did not nod, either of them, but it was like something in the air of the room had changed. Resolve reinforced Wedge's worry as it became clear that the 2 men would back his play. Etin Abot gave Wedge a small, satisfied smile, quills rippling across patches of leathery purple skin exposed by his uniform's tailoring. And here I was, thinking you weren't going to be any fun. What is your ultimate target? Ackbar asked. My ultimate target is the Imperial fleet itself, Wedge said. But if you mean where I expect the stiffest resistance, Wedge manipulated the display and pointed at the dagger shape of Lusankya. Then he pointed at a tiny, gleaming blue dot position far too close to the center of the nascent New Republic. With that settled, the meeting shifted from proposal to execution. The number of people in the room grew from 3 to nearly a dozen, as different commanders from home and other fleets were ushered in to discuss the coming offensive. They began to match commanders to assignments. General Calrissian, suave and stylish in a swirling cape, which concealed the steady nerves of a seasoned gambler, would lead the assault on Bespin with a scratch force. Admiral Bell, her determination burning like her flaming red hair, would head the assault on Chaswa from the Bridge of Endurance, Old Admiral Vante the assault on Doran, and the Saturnine Saryanka the attack on Joyle. 4th Fleet would strike Bestine under the exacting gaze of Admiral Score, while Admiral Namo and 3rd Fleet would divide his forces to strike numerous systems in a series of moves almost as flamboyant as his commander. Down the list they went, assigning commanders to fleets until only Lusankya remained. Asterisk. When the plans were finalized, the fleet prepared, and the couriers dispatched to carry orders personally to the New Republic's commanders around the galaxy, Wedge found that some of the stress had lifted. To his surprise, once he had proposed this string of incursions into Imperial territory, Ackbar and Abot had not only accepted the recommendation, but embraced it wholeheartedly. What had started with an idea he and Cena had masterminded in the aftermath of the ISB attack, perhaps too lost in anger and grief, was now a plan Wedge shared with the rest of the New Republic's leadership. But it was still his plan. Even if it went well, Wedge was going to have to live with the knowledge that he had ordered the fleet to engage, knowing it would mean heavy casualties for both the New Republic and the Empire. If it went badly, they would have Ackbar and Abot in reserve. It wasn't going to go badly, Wedge thought confidently. The other officers were departing, shaking hands and then exiting Home One's round planning room. Each had a great deal of preparations to make aboard their own ships now. Abot had already left. Akbar was one of the last to prepare to take his leave to ready his fleet. "Sir," Wedge called, somewhat hesitantly removing and pocketing his rank insignia a moment before I depart. The Moncal turned back and swung his turreted eyes toward the Corellian, taking in his changed ensemble. "Very well, Wedge. How may I be of service?" Wedge hesitated, not certain how to approach this. Eventually, he just went with his gut. Garm was a fellow Corellian, a fierce friend, and a capable mentor. I'll grieve his loss, but I've never considered him any kind of surrogate for the parents I've lost. He hesitated again, but the words spilled out of him without thought. "You've been important to me, Admiral, and I'm sure that you're going into danger before this operation is through, and it will have been my brainchild that put you there. That put so many people I care about there. Please, sir, don't die under my orders." Akbar watched him, his big eyes blinking slowly. "And now you know," the old admiral said soberly, "how I have felt before every mission I have ordered you on. It is one of war's great injustices that parents are so often forced to bury their children, rather than the reverse happening in a natural manner, and only after many happy years together. Swim in safe waters, avoid the treacherous rocks and the shallow shoals, and I shall endeavor to do the same. In the end, it is all we can hope for." "Thank you, child. Thank you, Wedge." On the trip back to Lusankya, the weight of what he had just set in motion laid heavy on Wedge, and he closed his eyes against the artificial brightness of the shuttle's cabin. Thousands of warships, tens of thousands of snub fighters, and millions of people would, in a matter of a few short days, be undertaking the most aggressive offensive action against the Empire ever. And their goal would not be the goal of the Yukio or Bespin campaigns, which had as their objective the liberation of worlds and the freedom of civilians. This time the goal was not to free anyone. The goal was to destroy as many Imperial ships, conquer as many Imperial worlds, and kill as many Imperials as possible. Wedge knew many Imperials and ex-Imperials. They were, for the most part, not evil people. Some were more than their fair share, especially among those humans who comprised ISB and the Imperial political leadership, but many were people conscripted, or who enrolled because they had heard all the old Imperial propaganda and nothing else. He had just ordered their deaths by the hundreds of thousands. Far worse was all the New Republic personnel who would die for the sake of that victory. Wedge had fought hard to protect the lives of every single person he was responsible for from the moment he was first given command of Rogue Squadron. He could name every pilot he had lost over the years, in most cases. He could name their parents and siblings and lovers as well, because he had written the condolence letters, and he had spent years fighting to keep his people alive. He didn't know the name of every person he had just ordered into combat. Lusankya alone had a crew of almost 300,000 people. He had said they had the ships to lose, but he had made a very clear separation from ships and people in his mind. Right now, left with the knowledge of his duplicity, he felt a burning ball of shame and nausea coalesce in his gut. The trip from the hangar to his quarters was a blur. The holodeble he and Sina had used to develop the original assault plan, the one he'd briefed Akbar and Abot on, was still active, rotating in a slow circle. Long red arrows reached out from current New Republic deployments, pointing at each of the systems he had chosen to target. At the bottom of the display, the name they settled on gleamed in blocky black print. Operation Garm's Hammer. He wished Ela was here, but she wasn't. He didn't know where she was exactly, except that she too was seeking vengeance, or justice, but sometimes it could be hard to tell the difference, out hunting down the man who had killed Garm Bel Iblis and a dozen members of Palace Security, and nearly killed both Ma Althma and Leia Organa Solo. He wished the rogues were here, but he wasn't a pilot anymore. He was the general, in command of not 12 men and women but hundreds and thousands of people he didn't even know. So he sat alone, in his spacious command suite, staring at a mocked-up battle plan that he could no longer change, wondering how many people would die because he had decided the New Republic could afford to lose ships and the Empire could not. There was a door chime. Wedge killed power to the display and locked it, striding over to the door under a murky cloud of annoyance. Who could possibly need me at this hour? The only possibilities that came to mind were Cena and Captain Crafty, and either of them arriving unannounced boded only ill. It wasn't either of them. He opened the door to find Lando, the rogues, and their support staff clustered outside. The two commandos on watch stood still, stone-faced, or a close facsimile of stone-faced. In deliberate opposition to the uniformity of Imperial troopers, Alliance, now New Republic, ground forces didn't run as much to spit and polish. None of his people were in uniform. Most wore civilian formal wear, complete with shined shoes and starched collars. Wes Jansen drew eyes like a heat-seeking missile. He was resplendent in a green Corellian-style wedding gown with massive shoulder pads. On his arm was a massive Wookiee, who Wedge recognized as one of Lusankya's chief mechanics, dressed in a coral dinner jacket and pants that somehow suited her. A translator droid gleamed from his position on her baldric, accented by his own fine mustache of suitably darkened hair. As she rumbled, it translated. Wedge stared at both the couple and especially at the droid. It chittered senselessly. His brain sluggishly tried to make sense of the nonsense. "It's in Ewok," said Tycho helpfully. Unlike the commando standing watch at the door, his expression was actually stone-faced. But Wedge had known Tycho too long for the Alderaanian to successfully conceal his amusement. "Allow me to translate," Wedge suggested cheerfully. He cleared his throat theatrically. "By order of the New Republic's morale officer assigned to Lusankya." Morale officer. And in recognition of the General's secret romance. My what? And considering that the ranks of the bachelors among the rogues and ex-rogues have rapidly diminished through the unfortunate embrace of matrimony, with the expectation of a continuing decline. "You better not let Mara hear you say that," Lando warned with a grin. "But then, she's not here." Wedge folded his arms across his chest and glared at Tycho, the only one still dressed in his obnoxiously perfect uniform, offset slightly by a comically oversized Alderaanian necktie. Tycho shrugged, looking far too innocent in wafting the necktie in a parody of genteel elegance. "This was not my idea." "I don't believe you." "I hereby pronounce that a rehearsal for a Corellian wedding will take place at once." Wes finished, then glanced back at the crowd of rogues standing outside. "Well, maybe not the wedding itself. The reception. Or just the last Liberty night." "Right now." Wedge glowered, words grinding like ancient boulders. "Well, of course," Wes said, fluttering long lashes Wedge swore had been extended. "I had to see if the gown would fit. Do you have any idea how much work it took to put this celebration together?" He peered over Wedge's shoulder. "We thought we'd use the General's anteroom for the party. Do you mind?" Wedge briefly covered his eyes with his hand. "I should have all of you fired into the sun." "We've got Warrens," drawled Hobby, handing Wedge a bottle, then handed him a second bottle. Wedge found himself holding two bottles of what appeared to be very expensive Corellian whiskey of a pre-imperial vintage. They were not the only ones carried by the squadron and its support crew. "And salted Kuna crisps," added Henry. "Spun fluff crystal crunchies," offered Tycho, still infuriatingly calm. "I thought you said this wasn't your idea." The squadron crushed his objections with a merciless fusillade of unhealthy offerings. "My best attempt at Rishkit," Korn said, holding up something only slightly singed on an ornate platter stolen from the mess. Oral attempted to regulate his wingmate's experiments, added Korn's Gan wingmate, who had forgotten to remove a colorful apron tied over his exoskeleton. Oral regrets to report Oral was only partially successful. "And I've got something really special. A new holodrama called Luke Skywalker and the Crimson Temptress, available before its official release thanks to some wheeling and dealing from yours truly," said Lando. He stepped in close and threw his arm around Wedge's shoulders. With the bottles of whiskey in his hands, Wedge couldn't stop him. "I understand it's a sequel to the earlier Luke Skywalker and the Emperor's Assassin, but they had to change the name of the assassin character because of the threat of a lawsuit, and also probably murder." Wedge scowled. "We are not in my office for this." A cheer went up from the squadron, though Tycho merely laughed. That's all right, Lando said. That is just fine. We weren't really expecting to. Wedge shook Lando off his back and stabbed the formerly retired general with the 2 bottles of Warrens. Take these, he hissed, though his aggravation was rapidly retreating under amusement. It hadn't been that long ago that he'd been the one spearheading a bit of fun before a dangerous operation, after all, and they could all use a bit of relaxation before the assault on the Empire. Just a minute, he said, then reached down to his wrist. We've got Jindo cakes, came Gavin's muffled voice, belatedly adding to the list of desserts. His wristcom responded to his prompting. Yes, General, what do you need? Asked the precise, Coruscanti accent of Commander Nita, Lusankya's comms officer. Commander Nita, inform the crew that I am declaring 24 hours of liberty. No one may leave the ship unless already authorized, but otherwise we'll be operating with minimal requirements until this time tomorrow. Tell the crew the General orders them all to cool off a bit as they come off duty. Sir. Wes leaned in and spoke as clearly and authoritatively into the wristcom as he did in combat. Under direction of the New Republic's morale officer assigned to Lusankya, I hereby order you and Captain Creefy to make available the party supplies in Storage Bay 73 and utilize them to their fullest extent. Wedge didn't wait for Nita to respond. Instead, he pulled the wristcom away from Jansen and spoke into it himself. You heard the Major. Consider that an order. He could have sworn he heard a muffled cough of laughter after Nita's utterly professional yes, sir. With that taken care of, he folded his arms across his chest and turned to glower at his rogues. Fine, you win, you rogues, he announced to the squadron. You'll all pay for this later, especially you. Wes, but you win. I'll be right back. He left the door open behind him, allowing the squadron to enter the excessively large lounge space that Lusankya's Imperial makers had allotted to his commanding officer, while he secured the doors to more sensitive rooms in his suite. Security assured, he went to change. His wardrobe on Lusankya was more than large enough to accommodate a number of civilian outfits, and with a shrug he selected the least business-like item he owned, a gift Ila had purchased on their vacation after Yukio. He emerged into the now public space, and some of the newer pilots goggled. He wore a tropical patterned lavender tunic and grass weave hat, and he didn't feel particularly abashed about it either. Well, what do you know, said Wes in a low murmur pitched to Carrie, lavender really his color. Well, now that you've taken me hostage, shall we do our best to forget our worries? Wedge asked, adjusting his hat, and manfully ignoring the Tanabian. Asterisk. It was far from the wildest party Wedge had ever attended. In fact, for all the colorful dress and sweet food and copious amounts of inebriants, the celebration was subdued. Wedge himself couldn't afford to get too drunk. D-Doc's meds had never worked all that well on him, but the banter and discussion and laughter were all a welcome reprieve from the previous stresses of command. Wedge found himself slipping back into the mindset of a squadron commander. The rogues had had significant turnover since he had left command, with 5 new pilots entering the squadron. He didn't know any of them well, but he'd heard about them, and he found himself watching them subtly, looking for signs of camaraderie and standoffishness. The unit's new rookie, a spindly corn flight officer by the name of Crawl Neville, was clearly still adjusting to being part of the squadron. Barely older than Gavin had been when he had joined, Crawl had evidently been taken under Gavin's wing. The two of them had been inseparable for most of the evening, and it warmed Wedge's heart to see Gavin transition fully from youthful rookie to veteran rogue. It also made Wedge feel really, really old. By contrast, Lieutenant Alan Varth had fit into the squadron as though she had always been a part of it. Wedge had known her father, a longtime general in the Rebellion and later New Republic Starfighter Corps, for almost 10 years before he had been killed at the Battle of Generis. Stocky, gray-eyed Alan was one of a growing number of baby rebels, children of Alliance fighters raised on rebel bases who had followed their parents into New Republic service. How many of the people I'm sending to fight the Empire are going to leave behind orphans like Alan? Tycho nudged his shoulder. Unlike the rest of the squadron, he was still only drinking tea. Credit for your thoughts. No credits, Wedge said, tossing back the last of his Warrens and feeling his smoky burn. You can pay me in whiskey, though. He sighed. Although maybe I should stop. I'm not as young as I used to be. I bet if we put you in a sim you'd still put up the highest scores. Wedge offered him a grin. As long as Luke isn't there for the day. He grinned wider. Though without the Force it'd be an even fight. There's that famous modesty I've come to expect from you, Wedge. The Corellian just smirked and surveyed the room again. The only pilot in the squadron who appeared to still be fighting discomfort was the most notorious of the new rogues. Major Runamarin Veher, whose unwieldy form will happen rank of Banner Lady of the Forward Striking Panther, roughly translated to Colonel, was quite tall, looking refined and dangerous in her happen-dress robes. Her discomfort wasn't that obvious. Her default expression was somewhere between a scowl and a grimace, but her body language was more relaxed than it had been the last few times Wedge had seen her. Next to her, Hobby was murmuring something, then nodding in Wedge's direction. On her other side, the recently promoted Captain Enery Forge took up the whispering when Hobby finished. Wedge decided that being subtle was pointless and regarded the trio openly, noting that Veher had a small box in one hand, and her right arm was concealed behind her back. They approached. Wedge lifted an eyebrow. Yes. General, Veher said as she approached, jumping slightly in response to what appeared to be a covert elbow from her wingmate. Wedge hesitated for a moment. Technically, Veher outranked Tycho. Officially, they were both colonels, or the equivalent, and Veher and had held the rank for longer than the Alderaanian. But she'd agreed to serve in the Rogues as a major so as to not outrank the squadron commander. Wedge decided that it was better to go with the rank she currently held and not mention the slight downgrade she'd taken. Major Veher, I hope you're enjoying West's little celebration of excess. Enery scoffed. This is a party, not an officers' meeting. Wedge, Runa. Runa, Wedge. She gestured between them dramatically. Wedge, Veher agreed. Runa then? Hobby and Enery both looked at Veher pointedly, and the Happin's grimace grew slightly. It has taken me some time to accustom myself to the myriad of cultures I have encountered on this assignment. I understand it took a great deal of patience for us to grow used to each other. I wish to thank my squad mates for their generosity and forbearance. Enery's expression was that of someone who had just scored a great victory. Her proton torpedoes had just mission-killed a Star Destroyer, perhaps. Not a Super Star Destroyer, though. Maybe just an Imperial eye? I was informed by my wingmate, the Happen continued with a nod at Enery, that it would be the height of rudeness to come unescorted. She brought her hand around from behind her back and held up the stuffed form of a plush Ewok wearing Scandi Happen mail court robes with a New Republic pilot's tag that identified him as Lieutenant Ketch. I did the stitching, Hobby said proudly. I do not understand why exactly, Veher added, spitting Hobby with an evaluative, side-eyed glance, but I am told that the Ewok will bring good luck. Wedge accepted the Ewok, then handed him to Tycho. When we get back to Coruscant, I want you to present Ketch to Winter. I'm sure he'll keep the little Selchu company. Tycho laughed and patted the Ewok's head. We just won't tell the little one that Ewoks eat people in addition to destroying stormtrooper platoons with rocks, I guess. I have also been told that as the newest member of the squadron, I would be expected to offer up a gift. Runa glanced at Hobby sideways, or bribe, in honor of the wedding. I'm not getting married. Not yet, anyway. This is a wedding rehearsal, boss, Hobby said sagely, as if that explained everything. The rogues tell me you are to be consort to a noble, Veher continued. Wedge furrowed his brow. Well, I've said that Ela would make a great queen of Corellia. The Happen extended a sealed ebonwood box with an elegant inlay across it. Wedge took it, confused, and then opened it quickly to peek inside. He was greeted by a deadly-looking mid-sized blaster pistol with a rhodium tracery winding along its outer surface in the shape of flowers. Noble women back home often carry such things to protect against potential assassins or other threats to their household, Veher explained. Wedge shook his head in astonishment, then laughed. He gave Hobby and Enery both glares of moderate intensity, the kind intended to communicate chastisement without making them fear for their lives, and then offered Veher a genuine smile. You know something, Runa? I reckon you speak rogue just fine. She smiled in response. A real one this time. Asterisk. By the time the party was finally winding down, Wedge was, unfortunately, compelled to return his attention to other matters. Commander Nita had arrived with a datapad with communiques in one hand and a fresh glass of Warrens in the other. While the rogues made flagrant use of his lounge, Wedge retreated to his office to read them. Commander, will you find General Calrissian in the chaos outside and send him in, please? He asked his comms officer. Of course, General, Nita replied, looking only slightly frayed from running the gauntlet of rogues that had guarded the door to Wedge's office. With a deep breath, Nita visibly steeled himself, then charged out into the wild. It took a few minutes for Lando to enter. As per the usual, Lando's outfit and smile were spotless. What is it, Wedge? Wedge tossed him the datapad, and Lando caught it. I've got your ships. Since Bespin is our most distant target, you have to leave first if we're going to get the timing right. Tomorrow morning you're taking command of Mon Ramonda and heading for Bespin. Mon Ramonda. Lando Gate. Han's old command ship. Wedge nodded. Now you can gamble with Han over who gets to be recorded as her commander in the history holos. I'll be getting you some reinforcements by the time you leave, and Commodore Taban will be detailing some of her new ships for the squadron along with one of my drag ships. You'll meet up with a division from 3rd Fleet. They'll bring your fighter squadrons, mostly X-Wings and Y-Wings, and I'm also giving you Major Page and his commandos. The ground combat on Cloud City is likely to be the most difficult of the entire offensive. Lando nodded slowly. That ought to be enough, he agreed. Especially when things get as hairy as they're gonna get everywhere else. But don't worry, I can make up the numbers to make sure it's a real sure thing. I've got an old friend who owes me a favor or two, and Dree's never let me down, especially if I offer her a cut of the profits once the Tabana is flowing again. There is one other thing I want you to do, Wedge cautioned. Oh yeah. What's that? Wedge smiled. Nothing you're not already good at. Be a big, bombastic distraction. Hey now, Lando grinned. I'll have you know that I'm far better at being subtle. It took exactly 3 shift cycles for Lusankya's performance ratings to return to optimal levels, and Wedge was certain he saw a few more smiles every time he walked the ship's labyrinthine halls. The Super Star Destroyer's bridge hummed with taut anticipation. The ship's crew was ready, the entire fleet was ready, and the time had come. I have Admiral Bell for you, sir, Commander Nita announced from his position at the communication station. We've just received the ready-to-depart signal from the Vanguard formation. Wedge glanced at the chrono. On the large, easily visible computer monitor beside it were almost 30 numbers, each listed with 2 times, the assigned departure time, and the estimated arrival time. 5 minutes until Vanguard's departure time, murmured Cena from her spot beside him. General Kraken had assured him that the short-range hypercom communications were absolutely secure, so Wedge had allowed its use. The glowing holographic form of Admiral Loretta Bell offered Wedge a confident grin over Type B. She wore a fleet uniform nearly identical to his, while her arms were folded neatly behind her back. Vanguard formation is prepared to depart, she announced. Endurance, Rising Tide, and Rebel Dream will do their duty. Wedge nodded. You know your assignment, he confirmed. The 2 of them had only gone over it about 100 times. Draw Pelion in, and keep him pinned. Oh, we'll hurt him, Bell promised, her smile wolfish. You don't have to worry about that. He was going to worry regardless. 3 minutes until departure, Cena commented. Bell looked away from the communication system. All hands, hyperspace in 3 minutes. She called. On the far side of the comm, Wedge could hear the echo of confirmation from Bell's bridge crew. She looked back at Wedge. This is a far sight better than Hoth, General, she said with a grin. We've come a long way. At Hoth, Loretta Bell had commanded a nearly unarmed bulk freighter, stuffed full with supplies and troops. Wedge and Luke had covered her escape. Wedge could still remember the nervy terror as they'd raced past a disabled Star Destroyer, desperately hoping that it wouldn't recover control of his weapons before they made it to the hyperlimit. 1 minute. May the Force be with you, Admiral, Wedge said. Bell tossed him a salute. May the Force be with you. We'll do our part, General. She turned away, the holoimage sputtering and vanishing as she did. Wedge gazed through Lusankya's bridge window as the 3 ships under Admiral Bell's command, with their half-dozen escorts and carrying a full load of starfighters and pilots, flickered with pseudo-motion, and then vanished into a hyperspace leap. Wedge glanced at the chrono, then at Cena. Is Mirage formation in motion? Cena nodded. Just received confirmation from the Commodore. Good, Wedge muttered. He glanced at the board. General Calrissian should be a day out of Bespin, he murmured to Cena. And Commander Yonka is 8 hours out of Joyo, while Admiral Vontae has about an hour before he has to leave for Durron. If the timing is right, Cena agreed, and assuming no one gets delayed in transit, all the 5th Fleet formations will be hitting their targets in 24 hours. Wedge took a deep breath. We will go to hyperspace in 8 hours, he announced, with the expectation of combat in 24. We all know our duty. He nodded at Captain Creffy. Captain, keep an eye on the crew, and make sure they've recovered from the sudden outbreak of fun. I want them rested and ready when we stand them up for battle stations. If everything goes the way it should, we'll be fighting several battles over the next few weeks. His Bothan flag captain saluted. Yes, sir. Creffy agreed excitedly, then lifted his comm pickup to give the order. Chapter 19. Mara was not fond of Manta Ray Medical Center. As Emperor's Hand, she had cumulatively spent months convalescing there. She already had multiple notable scars that functioned as a permanent reminder of countless battles and the hospital stays that had followed them. The scars were enough, she didn't need to hang out with the 2-1Bs to reminisce. Not as though any of them would remember me anyway. Palpatine was thorough. But the Jedi weren't leaving, not until they were absolutely sure that Leia's wounds were fully attended to, so she would just have to grit her teeth and live with it. It wasn't as if she was in the back to tank, after all. Besides, she owed Leia. Luke had worked himself past the point of exhaustion, and lay passed out on a couch that the security troopers had lugged in for him. When she'd woken from her own nap, she found Luke's head using her lap as a pillow, while Cam and Tion resumed their own efforts to neutralize the Yarite that remained in Leia's system. The 2 of them had been teaching Kyp to aid with the effort when Mara had left, seeking calf and breakfast. She wasn't really surprised when she turned around in one of the nearby tap calves, having just ordered roughly enough calf to supply the entire New Republic Defense Forces, and an equivalent number of ridiculously expensive breakfasts, and found R2-2 trundling along behind her. Following me? She asked with a scowl. R2 whistled apologetically, then popped open his storage compartments. He offered her one of his translation data pads, and in exchange he took the carafe of calf in the grasper arm. I was denied access to the medical center. Will you help me get inside? R2 rocked from side to side on his wheels, gurgling mournfully. Please. Mara fumbled, collecting the breakfast sandwiches. Come on, she sighed, and headed off back towards Manta Ray with Luke's astromech following close behind. The news about the attack was everywhere, and everything Mara read made her more concerned. New Republic in turmoil, one sludge news headline read. Another, one from a more respectable media outlet that had, only a few years before, been an unrepentant part of the Imperial propaganda machine, Red Empire accuses Republic of murdering Grand Moff Kaine. Thankfully, few outlets had much to say about Leia. As high profile as she was, the names of Mon Mothma and Ardus Kaine had seized the headlines. Behind her, R2 let out a low, sad coo. Yeah, she muttered back, feeling much the way the droid sounded. I know what you mean. The pass Ela had provided her got them past the first layer of security. The second layer required a physical screening, and Mara was led into a small airlock-like space that separated the more public parts of the hospital from the more secure wing. Inside was a hastily constructed scanning unit with a man dressed in a palace security uniform, who walked with a slight limp. Are you armed, ma'am? He asked. His limp slowed him down some, Mara noted, but he nonetheless carried himself with the confidence of a man who knew very well how to use the blaster rifle he had slung across his chest. "I have a holdout blaster strapped to my right wrist and a lightsaber," she said, stepping into the scanning booth. On another day she would have had vibroblades too, but she hadn't bothered to get fully armed, leaving tempered metal on their arrival from Coruscant. Their only concern at the time had been getting to Leia as quickly as possible. The palace security agent looked up with consternation. "You do?" He blinked as the computer obediently reported that she was, in fact, telling him the truth. "You must be Mara Jade. You still can't take those inside," he said, stammering. "Well, certainly not the blaster. My instructions don't say anything about lightsabers." R2 whistled at the guard. "Calf and sandwiches." The guard read off his datapad. "It's all right, Lieutenant. She's with me," Ela said, poking her head into the small room. "And we could use both the calf and the sandwiches." Ela took Mara by the arm and led her out, R2 following. "Good thinking," Ela murmured to Mara as they walked with haste through the sterile halls towards the operating theater where Leia and Mon Mothma were still in Bacta. "I'm starving." "How did the Empire pull this off?" Mara asked. Ela shook her head, her lips pursing together as they moved. "Somehow they got Yerite through all the security measures we had in place," she said. "Then they blew up the transport they came in." She scowled. "That second one is on me," she muttered. "I should have insisted we move the negotiations to a secondary location the moment I was put in charge of security." Whether Kaine would have agreed, she shook her head. "Well, it's fuel through the afterburner now. Still, a biological attack conducted on humans. I'm not sure ISB thought through the precedent they just set." "ISB doesn't care about precedents," Mar muttered. Lethal chemical weapons had never been Mara's weapon of choice. Non-lethal gas she'd used many, many times, but the more virulent gases were usually too difficult to use outside of a very controlled environment, and her theaters of operations had never been that controlled. Despite that, she was well versed in their use, if only because being prepared for your enemy to use them was important for any covert operative who wanted to live through botched missions. She had sat through hours of study of different kinds, learning their different characteristics. The Yerite. "You think it came in through the air supply?" "That's the only thing I can think of." "Who died first?" Ela frowned. "Grand Moff Kaine succumbed first. A few minutes before," her voice caught, and when she finished the sentence it was with a softer, mourning tone, "before Garm." "Minutes. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes." Ela's frown deepened. "More than 3 minutes," she answered, finally. "Garm got through multiple verses of the Spacer's Lament before he died." Mara stopped abruptly. R2 nearly ran into her from behind, blatting his annoyance, but Mara barely noticed. "I know how they got the Yerite in." "Yato." Mara nodded. "Yerite has a few properties that set it apart from most nerve agents. One of them is that you can alter its chemical composition. I can't remember how exactly, but I'm sure one of the doctors here in the hospital should be able to tell you and introduce it to a subject in food or drink. It stays in the body system for a little while, maybe an hour, before it becomes virulent again. The infected subject then releases some of the Yerite, and it kills them and anyone in close proximity." She shakes her head. "It's not something that's taken advantage of very often, because there are easier ways to kill someone and there's no real way to control where the subject dies or who will be near him when he does. The amount of Yerite released, usually through hiccups, burping, or coughing, is not very large." She reported all this matter-of-factly, and Ela stared at her as she did. "But in this case," Ela said thoughtfully, recovering some of her poise, "they knew exactly where Kaine would be, who he would be with, when they would be together, and more or less where everyone would be sitting." Her expression paled. "And they thought that Mon Mothma would be attending that morning, not Garm. As I said, it's hard to control who will be near the subject when he dies. I still can't believe they were willing to kill Kaine just to have a chance to kill Mon Mothma and Leia," Ela said, her tone somewhere between astonished and outraged. "Ela, how do you know that Kaine wasn't the primary target?" You think ISB killed their own Grand Moff because he was negotiating with the New Republic? Would you put it past ISB? She watched Ela think about it. Then the intelligence agent sighed. No, I wouldn't. The Masasi Temple where the Rebel Alliance had their base on Yavin was bustling with activity. The heat from machinery and repairs mingled with the natural humidity of the thick jungles of Yavin 4, and the combination was even more oppressive than Tatooine's dry heat. Biggs slapped him on the shoulder, and the two of them laughed about air so wet they could practically drink it. Luke thought about what a vaporator would do on Yavin 4. He'd have the whole year's harvest in an afternoon. You made it, said a familiar voice. In astonishment, Luke turned and found himself staring at his Uncle Owen. Uncle Owen. He was in his uncle's arms in an instant, nearly in tears. I thought. I know, son, Owen said. He drew back, holding Luke at arm's length, examining Luke's carbon-scored helmet with a critical eye. Can't say I was happy to see you go up in that skyhopper you got, Owen said gruffly. Almost killed yourself half a dozen times. He pointed at the X-Wing simulator Luke had just hopped out of. Now you're going up in something with lasers. That's just the half dozen times you saw, Luke returned lightly. Who knew bringing home dinner through Beggar's Canyon would be a sim run for this? Your father, Owen said heavily, would be proud of you, but not nearly as proud as we are of who you've become. You don't have to go up there, you know. Yeah, Luke said, giving a soft smile. His father, there was something important about his father. His attention was drawn to the sky. He looked up through the temple hangar bay, through the human envelope of the atmosphere, and imagined the Metal Terra fortress, a planet-sized chain weight, racing towards them. His mechanical fingers twitched nervously. Yeah, I do, Uncle Owen, he said, seeing that looming, perfectly crafted moon coming closer in the sky above, is enormous. I pointing directly at him. I do. Remember, his uncle said, we all must die, so live as free as you can, lest you be chained again. I remember, Uncle. His uncle's eyes were sad but shed no precious tears. Oh, my boy, I only wish you had more time to live. Owen embraced him and held him close, the older man's forehead touching Luke's as the rough homespun of his tunic scraped against Luke's scrounged orange flit suit, and as his uncle became lighter in his arms, Luke cried freely at the sweet smell of ash that hung the air as Owen's clothes and skin and hair sloughed away. His hands were covered in ash. Cheeks salted with tears, he found himself staring up at the sky, watching with horror as the Death Star came closer and closer and closer. The sphere turned black as it loomed, filling the entire sky, so close that Luke felt he could reach up and touch the falling moon. The Death Star fired. Its mighty green laser vaporized the X-Wings, and Y-Wings first, and then the temple started to scream. Luke woke up with the start. It took him a moment to remember where he was, but the sight of his sister floating in Bacta brought everything back. He glanced to his side, but Mara wasn't there. Are you all right? Asked Cam. Luke rubbed his temples. Yeah, he groaned. Just another Force dream. He shook his head. They've been coming fast and furious the last week or so. He offered Cam a wry smile. I feel like they're dragging me all over the galaxy. When you're truly attuned to the Force, it will tell you where you need to be, said Tion. Well, that's what the old stories claim anyway. I wish it would communicate a bit less forcefully, Luke sighed. Where do we need to be now? Asked Tion. Next to her, the Jedi holocron pulsed a steady blue, and Luke found his gaze drawn to it. He thought about the dream, and only one conclusion came to mind. Han was not going to be happy. Asterisk. The arrival of fresh calf, which Mara withdrew from R2's heavy grasper arm, and was swiftly gone after the rest of their company started pouring, and sandwiches gave Mara time to check on Luke. She brought him his typical cup of black calf, careful not to confuse it with her own rather more doctored concoction, and he offered her an exhausted smile that made her dearly wish they were alone. In front of them, Leia was still immersed in Bacta. Mon Mothma had been moved, some hours before, from the long-term care unit to one more suitable for intensive, short-term treatment, and more importantly, Mara suspected, one that was more easily secured by palace security. Leia floated limply, looking peaceful. Luke was not as conscious of the onlookers as she was. His hand slipped into hers, turning her palm over so he could interlace his fingers with hers. She resisted momentarily, glancing at the others in the room. Tion was tuning her instrument for what was probably the 5th time since they arrived, despite the fact that the double vial did not look or sound like it required any adjustment. Cam was sitting with Kyp, trying to help the Jedi Order Solo apprentice meditate, though from Kyp's distressed expression it didn't seem like Cam was finding any success. Next to them, Han was asleep on the couch, dressings askew, and dead to the world, snoring loudly. Chewbacca, Winter, and the twins were gone. With a resigned sigh, she closed her hand around Luke's and relaxed against him. It wasn't like anyone here didn't already know. Where's Chewie? He and Winter are moving the twins to the new apartment on the senatorial skyhook, Luke explained, sounding exhausted. They've decided it's safer there than anywhere on the surface of Coruscant. They weren't going to move until Winter's baby was born, but under the circumstances. He shook his head. Someone tried to kill them, after all, and nearly succeeded. Han and Chewie are putting the security of the twins first. That Mara could well understand. What she couldn't understand was why they'd been targeted at all. I understand the attack on the peace negotiations, she said, refusing to let the sudden ache of anger overwhelm her. The very thought that the Empire would have tried to kill Han and the twins provoked in her a familiar righteous anger that had once been the one true weapon of the Emperor's hand. But why attack Leia's family? I don't know, Luke said, leaning against her. ISB is ruthless enough for it, Mara said with a scowl. But ISB's mandate had always been very specific. As a branch of Commoner, ISB's function was to destroy all traitors to the Empire, to find and eliminate the threats within. They could have interpreted that more broadly, enough to target Leia, who, as a former Imperial senator, could be reasonably charged with treason against the Empire, but to target her family, perhaps she was ascribing reason and logic where there was none. Perhaps it was all the work of one vengeful, addled ISB colonel, and trying to reason out his motives was a pointless exercise. Their conversation drew attention from the others in the room. Cam stood, Kyp following one step behind him. We learned something on Vjun, the tall Jedi pointed out, his usually resonant voice as subdued as they all were. ISB is cooperating with the Inquisitors. Mara added that factor to her mental calculation and has spit out the obvious answer. They were after the twins, she said, and allowed herself to be horrified. Her hand squeezed hard around Luke's as she processed the likely truth. They were after Jaina and Jacen, and they were after them simply because. Cam explained it for her, and she was grateful. Inquisitors destroy any force potential they can't control, he said. They'll be targeting us, now more than ever. But the fact that Jacen and Jaina are force strong is an open secret. Sludge News has been speculating about it ever since they were born. As far as the Inquisitors are concerned, that means they must be either cultivated or destroyed. A sudden surge of rage curdled in Mara's gut, thrashing with the expensive calf and cream concoction she'd been drinking. It fought furiously for control against a sudden spasm of self-loathing. This was the Empire she'd served so loyally for so long, a monstrosity that would murder children. That had taken her from her own family. How had she ever thought it was? Mara, Luke said softly, and she relaxed her grip. The bout of self-loathing fled as his presence mingled with hers, warm and reassuring. As torn up as he was about these events, about his sister and his brother-in-law, and Chewbacca and his niece and nephew and the dangers they had all been in, he turned his full attention on her for a moment, with the same sure adoration and hope that he'd offered her unhesitatingly ever since Mirror. In the face of that, her rage felt small and petty. It flickered out, leaving behind a wearied indignation that lacked the serrated barbs of the Emperor's hand. It's more than that, Luke said, looking up at Cam. There is another hand at work here. What do you mean? Luke waved at the troubadour sitting near the door. Tion. Tion jerked, her double vowel making a resonant sound as she accidentally plucked one of his bass strings. Watch music. Bring the holocron over here, please. Mara watched as Tion brought the glowing cube close, placing it reverently in Luke's proffered hand. Surely they'd all realized that his other hand was busy, still laced through hers as it was. Indeed, she caught Kyp's notice. Her cheeks would have flushed with embarrassment if she had any emotional reserve left. The holocron glowed a brighter blue. Then the insectoid form of Jedi Master Vado Siaspos formed above the box. Master Vado, Luke greeted the long-dead master. The hologram bowed in return. Jedi Skywalker, what can my fellows do for you? You said when we last spoke that you could sense that your fallen apprentice still had a presence, Luke said. Tell me, Master, the dark shadow that I feel hovering over these events, is that him? Mara's eyes widened. Stretching out with the Force, she enhanced her awareness, searching for a potential foe. Vado bowed his head. Yes, I believe so. What are you talking about? Asked Kyp nervously, glancing around as if he expected another attack. Is the Empire? Luke raised his hand, a gesture which quieted Kyp without a word. Master Vado, Luke continued as if Kyp had not spoken, the place where your apprentice must be fought and vanquished, that is still Yavin Four. It was not Vado who answered. Master Nomi Sunrider replaced him, and her hologram met Luke's gaze levelly. The place remains Yavin Four, she confirmed. She looked at each of them in turn, Luke, then Mara, then Tion, and finally Cam. And the people are you. Then we must leave, Luke said, with the certainty of a man who was hearing the answer he expected, if not the answer he wanted. Wait, Mara objected. If Exar Kun's presence I say here, then don't we need to fight him here? No, said Luke. His hand squeezed hers. They're right. Yavin Four is the place. She gave him an incredulous look. We're just taking their word for it. Not just their word. I had another dream tonight. Luke nodded seriously. Yavin Four is the place we need to be. She hated forced dreams. You're not leaving. His voice was gravelly with sleep, but his eyes were clear and locked on Luke. Someone just tried to kill your sister and your niece and nephew. Mavekar is dead. We need you here to protect us. His clothes were ragged and unwashed, but then, that was true for all of them, and he pointed at Leia's body in the Bacta tank. They're gonna try again, and Carithor might have said something about an honor guard, but clearly the security precautions we had before aren't good enough. Han, Luke said soothingly, though Mara could feel the way he flinched at Han's tone. Oh no, Han shook his head. No. You don't get to use that tone of voice on me. Not now. Not after what happened yesterday. The only reason my kids are alive is, he pointed at Kyp. Kyp was there and saved us. Kyp flushed with embarrassment. Mara focused on him for the first time since they had arrived, and her breath caught in her throat. The Force swirled around the young man, even more strongly than it had when they found him on Kessel. Light and dark cast shadows over him, clinging briefly as one washed the other away. His inner turmoil had largely settled over the months since they brought him home, and Han and Leia had as good as adopted him. But that inner turmoil was back now, and with a vengeance. Her lover's gaze followed hers, and he could see all she saw, and more. We owe him a great debt, Luke said seriously. And, I'm sorry, Han, if he feels up to it, we need to take him with us. What? Han's indignant outrage was louder than Kyp's quiet surprise, but that didn't matter, because Mara's focus was on Kyp. His voice might have been hidden under Han's otherwise. I need to be here to protect. His voice faded, and the young man swallowed hard. When he spoke again, it was little more than a whisper, barely heard, and yet unmistakable. My clan. The Force is with you, Kyp, Luke said steadily. You can feel it now, stronger than ever before. Kyp hesitated, then nodded. It is a dangerous moment, Luke said comfortingly. One full of potential and peril. We must go to Yavin Four to confront Exar Kun, and we need everyone. I know you're scared. I know we haven't trained you fully, but we need you, if you're willing to go. Kyp nodded haltingly, handed Han the baby bag, and said no more. Mara watched Kyp, her concern growing. She had long recognized that the young man had been touched deeply by his grievous life experiences. Now, though, it was more than just that. Since she had last seen him, he had touched the dark side, and it had touched him. Luke might claim that they needed Kyp, but his concern, like hers, was not so much that his presence would be required to achieve victory over Exar Kun at Yavin. Rather, the young man needed guidance that only Luke and Cam could provide. The kid's not going anywhere. Are you even listening to me? Demanded Han. Luke's cool blue eyes fixed on Han. I always listen to you, Han. Agree is another story. Leia will be fine. His voice was confident, and Mara was relieved to realize that he was as confident about that as he sounded. It will take some time, a few days, maybe a few weeks, but she will make a full recovery. She is strong, and the Force is strong with her, and with its aid she will heal. Move your family to the senatorial skyhook. Bring in a squad, or even a platoon of Nori to protect you. But the darkness that threatened your family is not here any longer, and it must be confronted and vanquished or it will not stop. Han scoffed. You're going to go and take on the entire Empire yourself. That's a little much, kid, even for you. No, not the Empire. Luke shook his head. Han, Exar Kun is bad. We're not talking about some petty ISB officer or even some Force adept. This is a 4,000-year-old Sith ghost that no one has ever been able to kill. He assisted the Inquisitors and the ISB in their attack, and we know where we have to go to fight him. Mara could feel Luke's spike of pointless guilt and pressed her lips together with annoyance. It was just like Luke to feel responsible for this, just because the destruction of the first Death Star might have been the reason Exar Kun had awakened. He hadn't known that at the time, and even if he had, what should he have done? She resolved to give him a piece of her mind later. Oh, Han said with a frown. Just your average week then. The Corellian winced and muttered a curse. It's always something, isn't it? Sure seems that way. So you're not going to go and defeat the Empire? No, Luke said. A small smile tugged at his lips. I'm leaving the Empire to Wedge. Ever since their flight from the Manare Medical Center, Exar Kun's voice had been quiet. His presence was still there. Brachus could feel the Sith Lord stewing in the dark recesses of his mind. Filling the dark spaces, then receding again, ebbing and flowing as if drawn like the tides. He had offered Brachus little in the way of guidance, and Brachus was in entirely unfamiliar circumstances. The combination had the apprentice Inquisitor very much on edge. Coruscant was unlike any world Brachus had previously visited. His own homeworld, MSST, was not densely populated and largely overrun with swamps, other than the single truly populated continent. His life subsequent to recruitment by the Inquisitorius had been isolated in Inquisitorius compounds on Entrala or Sardinian, or more commonly aboard one ship or another, serving as an aide or a servant to some higher-ranked Inquisitor, like Lenu Pacific or Draeneen. Compared to those experiences, Coruscant was overwhelming. There were so many people, so many aliens. Both their physical presence and their sense in the Force was almost oppressive in his weight, pressing down on Brachus and threatening to drag him under. Worse, Brachus had felt fear from Exar Kun during their brief brush with the Jedi. Fear of Luke Skywalker and his apprentices, and fear of what they might be able to do if they caught the Inquisitor and his reborn Sith partner unawares. So Brachus fled down into the Undercity, down below the levels where the Coruscant Constabulary was expected to operate, down into the depths of darkness, where the warmth and heat of the sun's rays was blocked by too many towering space scrapers, packed too closely together, down into the muck and moss that was the real Coruscant, hidden away by the world's glittering heights, better forgotten. Despite all his uncertainty, Brachus had three things that gave him confidence. He had his blaster, he had credits, and he had the Force. Surely those would be enough. He wasn't really that far from the Senate District, but it felt as though he had landed on a whole different world. There were a few signs, mostly to give names to businesses, and several of them had Uscrew in their name, so he guessed that was where he'd ended up. Humans and aliens moved along at a hurried pace, careful not to make eye contact. He passed a few businesses that were slightly more upscale, a few restaurants which looked like they were frequented by people from the upper city, who arrived and left via airspeeders, but they were surrounded by seedier establishments promising all kinds of exotic and illegal delicacies. When Exar Kun whispered into his mind, it almost startled him, but after the burst of surprise he felt only relief that the Sith ghost had not abandoned him. The amulet that hung around his neck warmed some. Danger has an allure, the ghost whispered as Brachus watched a new airspeeder disgorge a company of wealthy-looking sentients in front of a tiny, barely marked restaurant. Those who live in privilege sometimes find that allure irresistible. But we must keep moving. Where are we going? Brachus thought to the Sith as he continued down the walk, keeping his head down as he felt a great many eyes watching him from the shadows. To find what we need. Shouldn't we find Colonel Coruscant? He has already served his purpose. If we go to him now, he will demand we subordinate our goals to his. Our goals must come first. Exar Kun resumed his silence, but Brachus could feel the tug of guidance as he traveled along the maze of structures. He peered up and could see the darkening night sky high above, peeking out above Coruscant space scrapers and the myriad of running lights which gave the evening sky an almost daylight glow. A skyhook gleamed ruby above them all, like an overlarge star. Returning his attention to the ground, he hurried along, wondering both what Exar Kun was seeking and when they would find it, and if they would find it before or after his growing hunger became impossible to ignore. Adrenaline was carrying him for the moment, but he would need to eat and sleep, and he really hoped Exar Kun had a better plan than finding a dark alley. A prickle of warning coursed down his back, and he stopped and turned to peer behind him, attempting to school his expression into something more inquisitorial than confused, but it was all for naught. There was nothing to see, not at first, but he could hear footsteps. A moment later, a motley group of human and alien gangers swept around the massive stub of ferrocrete that formed the block's corner, resplendent in a set of mismatched cloaks embossed with faded glow spider webs. In a trice they sighted Brachus and moved to surround him. All manner of cruel blades and tarnished blasters appeared miraculously in their hands as if they too were force strong. Brachus let them? It wasn't clear he could have stopped them. There were too many, and he was tired, and Exar Kun's silence offered no guidance or power. Each of the gangers was pale and unhealthy looking, glistening with sweat from spice-shocked damp air, with skin too long absent sunlight. A portly Deveronian with flaking, gilded horns was evidently their leader. He stepped in front of the rest, the others grinning menacingly and brandishing their weapons. The Deveronian's right hand rode the grip of an absurdly large blaster, tucked into a worn leather holster on his right side. It took Kun stiffening his spine, and all the willpower he had for Brachus not to step back or flash the blaster tucked inside his cloak. The interloper spoke, and Brachus could feel the greasy fear in his belly. "Don you know there's attacks on Parson Fruclo Spitaland? Then, size in." That sort of sounded like basic, Brachus thought, but it was hard to be sure. Nervous, he probed the dark corner of his mind where Exar Kun lurked, and felt the shadows reach back. A simple command emerged, a prompt, and Brachus' expression was no longer his own. The apprentice Inquisitor felt his body drawing up into a more predatory posture than his usual slouch. As his lips scanned back in a smile, and his voice suddenly resounded with Exar Kun's smoothly confident tones, he felt the Sith ghost's satisfaction, overlaid with Brachus' frisson of fear that the Sith might not ever let go. "My dear Deveronian," Brachus' mouth said smilingly as Exar Kun's spirit spread out his psychic tentacles. "As it happens, I was hoping you civic-minded sentients would offer me a lift. Assuming your resources run to a starship, of course." "Course we have a ship," spat out the portly Deveronian. Brachus better understood him now, but he wasn't sure if it was because he'd now heard the accent before, or because Exar Kun was easing the communication. "Question is, what's stopping us from slicing open your belly, making your entrails your extrails, and tossing what's left into the underlevels?" Brachus' fear spiked momentarily despite Exar Kun's presence. It was not as though such threats were new to him. Compared to some of the things that Hamir had said to him, that particular threat was anemic at best. But as fear grew, and grew some more, and he felt Exar Kun stoking it, taking the emotion and drawing out a swell, as if he were the conductor of the Coruscant symphony. Brachus observed with amazement, his fear becoming a thing almost outside of himself, something he could regard with awe, and he gloried in Exar Kun's majesty before the Sith broadcast the sensation to the group. Brachus' fear became their fear, and Exar Kun's touch extracted it from each of them. It was not so very hard, Brachus realized, for these sentients were ones who lived in fear, either their own or that of others. They shrank back, suddenly wary. The Deveronian did not retreat, but that was because he could not. Brachus' hand was lifted towards the red-skinned humanoid, holding him in place with the Force. Brachus could feel Exar Kun manipulating the Force, drawing the power he needed, and he could see the Deveronian's throat tighten as the pressure upon it increased. Why, nothing other than your public-spirited behavior, of course. The red-skinned alien's eyes bulged in surprise as he clutched his throat. What is your name? Exar Kun demanded, releasing the chokehold just enough for the Deveronian to draw short, reedy breaths. Naz ho ba ba baz baz Vargo, the Deveronian choked. His eyes were wide and panicked. The expression was shared by the other members of his gang, but none had fled, yet. Exar Kun surveyed the other gang members. Rest assured, gentles, there are two ways this encounter ends. The first is that you attempt to extract your passage tax, and I kill every single one of you. His smile had a viciousness that Brachus could not have hoped to match, one that aged the young man's face 1,000 years. The second is that your organization provides me with a ship, a crew, and a pilot. You do a job for me, and I reward you beyond every conceivable dream of avarice. Ship ain't no good, stammered the Deveronian apparently named Nazhobaz Vargo. The NRs locked everything down. Nobody's leaving Coruscant without a full search. Exar Kun stepped back from Nazho. You leave that to me, he growled, using Brachus' vocal cords to produce a dark, gravelly sound that was quite beyond what Brachus could produce himself. Then Exar Kun reached into one of Brachus' pockets, palmed 1,000 credit chit, and tossed it casually in front of him. It squelched into the lichen lining the decrepit glidewalk. The sound of astonished surprise, the sudden, frozen lunges of competition, and the wage of the sentients was now watching not just Brachus, but one another, with the jealous suspicion. You can consider that a taste of your future reward, or you can try me. But do make up your mind, I grow weary of this senseless posturing. They did not have to wait long. As it turned out, the gangers, Brachus finally translated the Deveronian's original gibberish into the name Glow Spiders, did not actually have a ship. Not one that worked. But it mattered little, as they knew where to steal one. It took them only a few hours to appropriate a battered Sorosua bulk freighter, and then the members of the gang who knew how to operate such a craft joined them, plus some heftier-looking fellows who might be useful in a fight. Once aboard, they were confidently joshing about what they'd buy with their reward and reeling in the throes of carefully stoked avarice. To Brachus' eternal relief, once they were aboard, Exar Kun relinquished his grip on Brachus' body. Somewhat begrudgingly this time, the ghost presence oozed back into the dark corners of Brachus' conscious mind, whispering once more. We are going back to Yavin Four, my apprentice. The Jedi will come for us there, and there. We will destroy them. Yes, Master, Brachus murmured obediently. Doing his best Exar Kun impression, he grinned toothily at his impromptu minions, and gave them their orders. They obeyed as if he spoke with the voice of the Emperor himself, and after a time Brachus forgot just how terrified he was, too. The return of his master's voice caught him off guard. But, before we depart, we have one last thing we must retrieve. There was a sense of lazy confidence, and of anticipation. Did they think they could hide it from me? Or has it been so long that they have simply forgotten? Chapter 20. The Grand Museum of the New Republic was closed, but, relying on his inquisitorial training and Exar Kun's instincts, Brachus was able to disrupt the security scanners and telekinetically release the latch on one of the museum's otherwise sealed external doors. Their travel through the museum was decisive. Exar Kun led him through the darkened halls, and around the rolling forms of security droids. They had a destination. They were going somewhere in particular, somewhere specific and known in a museum that neither of them had ever entered before. When you are attuned to the Force, it will guide you, Exar Kun whispered. But this is not so complicated. Concentrate on my presence and feel how I reach out to taste the Force. Brackus closed his eyes, his feet continuing to move even as his attention wandered. He could feel Exar Kun's concentration, the extension of his will out into the space around them. It focused like a cone, oriented towards something. There was something in the Force, bound to Kun, gleaming in the dark, glinting like moonlight off a mirrored sword. Brackus was headed towards it, guided by the Sith spirit's intent. We all are bound to things, the Sith murmured, as if awed. To people, to places, to ideas, to objects. I am bound to my Jedi master, Vados Iasbas, because he was my teacher, and because I was his killer. Even beyond death, his presence is never far. Drainine's face sprang unbidden into Brackus' mind's eye, her face flushed with fear, but he pushed it aside. What are we looking for? He asked. The tool of his destruction, my young apprentice. They stopped before a large pair of doors, both ornately decorated and hidden away, presented without fanfare or marking. The door control blinked red when he ran his hand over it. In response, he could feel the Sith Lord Ikari concentrating, focusing. Give me your hand. Brackus put his hand over the panel and, with a moment of trepidation, allowed Exar Kun to have it. The Sith pressed a series of buttons in quick succession, and then the door controls blinked green, and the large doors parted without complaint. The room was long and rectangular, with old footsteps etched in the thick layers of dust on the floor. Broken spider webs cleared the central path, and he followed the footsteps. As they progressed, a chill ran down Brackus' spine, and he inhaled sharply. The sense of malevolence, of stinging chastisement, of dark, unrestrained gloating. It was magnificent. An inheritor indeed. Exar Kun's voice was suitably impressed. A great Sith made this one of his treasure rooms once. You can feel him, almost as you can feel me, but he did not retain his consciousness beyond the death of his body, as I did. Brackus shivered despite trying not to. They stepped into a long room full of relics. Statues and hollow images, all of defaced Jedi. Each one told a story that ended with death. As they looked at each of them, Exar Kun's voice came, low and admiring. So many dead. This Palpatine was truly my heir. Brackus' lips twitched in a smug smile that came more from Exar Kun than from his own heart. He prepared the way for my return. We will remember and celebrate him in our new order. They wandered through the halls, and while Brackus felt lost and nervous, he was buoyed by Exar Kun's sense of clarity. Where to now, Master? Patience. It was in a small room at the end of a small hallway, still thick with uncut web strands, that they found a small box carved with ancient wording runes written in a flowing script. Asterisk. The glow spiders, Brackus had decided to let the gang of thugs that Exar Kun had recruited for the expedition back to Yavin keep their name, were running the ship ably and gave Brackus a wide berth. The Force users had provided the needed encouragement to convince the New Republic customs team to allow their ship to depart. Brackus took over the machine shop to the side of the cargo hold of his stolen freighter, which was cautiously inhabited by the larger gangers, Gamorreans, Davaronians, and even a large-eared Leapy, who unrolled makeshift bedrolls. This mid-sized light freighter was optimized cargo, never intended to carry more than a small number of crew and passengers. With a conscious effort, he stilled his doubts and submitted himself to the guidance of Exar Kun, letting the Sith guide his hands. He undid the latch on the box, holding his breath as he lifted its top. Inside was a velvet case, and in the middle of that case was a long, double-length lightsaber handle. Brackus took up the cool metal in his hand and luxuriated in the sensation of power. Only a select few Inquisitors had lightsabers, and he seldom gotten to so much as touch a training blade. Exar Kun paid him little mind as he did. The Sith was focused instead on the glow spiders, the intensity of his regard a constant hum in the back of Brackus' mind, so Brackus was free to dream of the future. He could see himself at the head of a loyal army. The glow spiders didn't fit the mold, but they would do for now, charging into battle against decadent foes. Brackus stroked his hand over the cylindrical handle, his finger writing roughly over the roughness of the grip. He thought of all the fools who had mocked him and remembered Draenine's advice. Never forget that they hate you, Brackus. Never forget that they despise you. Their hate will feed yours, and you will give it back tenfold. His smile was thin. She had underestimated him. He would give it back 100-fold. He raised the handle and tilted it to the side, feeling the thrumming of power yet to be released, though the room stood silent. His heart pounded with anticipation as he leaned forward towards the device, hesitating to touch it. "Master," he asked. It took a moment before Exar Kun's voice came. "Let us see how it has weathered the ages. Give me your hands." Brackus exhaled, anticipation warring with rising tension. But there was nothing to fear, he decided. He closed his eyes and waited for the prompting through the Force, and then his hands started to move. The motion was slow and uncertain at first as Exar Kun got used to Brackus' limbs, testing fingers and strength. "We have many exercises to perform before you will be ready," Exar Kun thought with obvious discontent. Like the mind, the body of a swordsman requires extensive training that you have not received. The Sith must have felt Brackus' sudden surge of resentment. "Do not lament your lack of training. I will teach you everything you need to know." Brackus watched in awe as his own hands moved with surety that he did not possess. The secret catches within the weapon depressed and the cylinder split, giving his hands access to the interior of the weapon. Within were a pair of crystals, glittering with fell glory. Then his hands moved, laying out newer components on the table before him, which were swapped out for millennia-old wiring. It was all done with a master's precision, with only a few moments of hesitation, each following a twitch in Brackus' fingers that Exar Kun had not expected, though it may take a great deal of practice. Reassembling the microcircuits took steady hands and more time than the rest of the process put together. Brackus could feel his heart in his throat as his hand sealed the tube, tightening the components together. Then he gripped the extended cylinder with both hands, turning it so that he could see the activation switch. "Yes, my apprentice," Exar Kun whispered almost fondly. "You may?" Brackus thumbed the activation switch. The cylinder sprouted a beam of coherent energy. The plasma extended until it reached its maximum length and then hummed with constant, crackling power, illuminating the cargo hold with light. The lightsaber's blade was the dark of an ocean storm, and Brackus felt as though he held the entire storm in his hands. Brackus thumped the activation switch again, pushing it to the second setting. With a fresh snap hiss, a second beam extended from the opposite end of the lightsaber's handle, doubling the light in the cargo hold. He stared at the double-bladed lightsaber and wished that Hamir and Pack and Draenine were here to see him now. Twirling the blade slowly and carefully, he imagined their expressions, their awe and fear, luxuriating in fantasy. "Yes, my apprentice," Exar Kun encouraged him. "They will fear you, and you will demand their love and obeisance. Let me show you how." Security around the Satashasa senatorial skyhook had been doubled since the attack on the peace negotiations. A constant patrol of New Republic snub fighters circled the floating platform, while a pair of small Mon Calamari frigates offered some more intimidating discouragement to anyone who might wander too close. Kyp had tried to help, but ultimately he decided it was impossible. Instead, he watched as the mover droids and a team of armored Wookiees, who had been sent by Counselor Carither personally to assure the security of Leia's family while she recovered, unloaded everything that Han and Winter had wanted to keep from their previous apartment in Imperial Palace. Between the droids and the Wookiees, all the furniture had been moved in a matter of hours. Han and Winter were currently bickering about how best to arrange the living room in the new apartment. Winter lounged on the single divan whose placement she had deemed acceptable, a mug of grassy-smelling tea in one hand, and her holdout blaster on the table beside her. She and Han exchanged falsely aggressive tones and strident objections with the fervor of long-practiced debate partners as Han, wounds, crutches, and all, pushed heavy furniture back and forth, and back again, activity burning off some of his fear and nervous energy. There was also a new, larger team of Nori bodyguards. Under the command of a new Nori named Miwal, the team had gone about securing the new Solo residence, then the surrounding area, and Kyp thought they were now likely in the midst of a search of the entire Skyhook as they sought out every possible security vulnerability. Kyp missed Mavekher. The other new Nori arrivals, Kyp didn't even know any of their names, had not been interested in talking with him. Even Kakmame had grown quiet and serious, with a determined attentiveness that left no room for camaraderie with his charges. Kyp stayed out of the way. By the time the chaotic mess of the move was finished, Kyp had isolated himself to the couch across from Winter. The new apartment's living room had a huge, reinforced transparent steel window that looked out over Coruscant's orbit. In the distance he could see the curvature of Coruscant's surface, with an enormous number of ships still streaming down for landings, though he noticed that there were many fewer ships leaving than normal. He turned his head, instinctively going to ask Mavekher what had changed, and closed his mouth again. The sudden emotion of the day hit him like a sledgehammer. He took a hitching breath, sorrow flooding him and expressing itself with a half-sob. He doubled over, looking away from the lights of the Coruscant sky to bury his head in his lap. Before the attack, everything had been normal. His life had never been normal before. He'd been habituated to Kessel, but Kessel hadn't been normal, and now it was all slipping away. Leia was in a back-to-tank, and no one knew how long it would be before she recovered, or if she would make a full recovery at all. Garm Bel Iblis, the old general who Mavekher had told him to listen to, was dead, and with his death Kyp had lost everything he might have learned. Mavekher was dead. The old apartment was gone, and they were never going back, and now he was living in the sky, and it was wondrous, but somehow that wonder was now hidden by the sensation of a fist gripping around his heart. They had been attacked, and the only reason they were even alive. Cam and Luke had taught him about the dark side, of course they had. They'd warned him about the dangers of giving in to fear and anger. He could see in his mind's eye the fight at the gardens. Han being shot and falling back, struggling to bring his blaster to bear. Winter's desperate expression. Jaina's cries against his chest, terrified. The moment he'd reached into the Force, fear and fury tangled around his heart, and felt it reach back with more power than he'd ever had, and then it was over. Over, with 3 corpses falling dead at his feet. Over, with the fearsome features of Ardus Kaine going blank, clutching a blaster wound in his gut. The murder of his parents, avenged. If he hadn't, no, he'd had to. He'd had to. I will stop the Empire, he thought to himself, holding firm to that thought. He tried not to think about the dead, instead thinking of the living, of Jacen and Jaina and Leia and Winter and Chewie and Han. Of his family. He would stop the Empire. He had to stop the Empire. How many other families had they destroyed? How many more would they destroy if given the chance? I will stop them, he thought, with increasing ferocity. I will. The hand on his back made him jump. Hey, kid, said Han. The reformed smuggler didn't smile. Winter is lounging, so why don't you come help me in the kitchen? I'll teach you the right mix of Corellian spices for my famous ribbings. Okay, Kyp said, pulled fully out of his thoughts. He followed Han into the new kitchen, with his nice new freezer unit, adjustable shelves, and all, and stood beside Han and watched. Han took him through the recipe, letting him do the work. He was awkward at first, but Han was patient, and, Kyp could tell, utterly exhausted. Leia will be all right, Han, Kyp said, surprising himself as he vocalized the sentiment. I know, Han said with a nod. He glanced up at Kyp, not smiling. Luke said she will be, so she will. Kyp swallowed. I need to go with him, he said quietly. I need to do my part to fight back. You're just a boy, Kyp. I was younger than you when. Han's voice faded away. Kyp turned towards him and found Han watching him. Kyp stared into Han Solo's suddenly aged face. I know you do, Han conceded, that concession torn from him reluctantly. I just want you to promise me one thing. Okay, Kyp repeated. Anything. Listen to Luke, Han said, his voice fervent. What you did yesterday, you saved our lives, Kyp. You saved our lives. But that was dangerous too. Kyp swallowed and nodded. Okay, he repeated again. Kyp found himself locked in Han's sudden embrace, and despite the fact that he was very nearly as large as Han, Kyp still felt swallowed in Han's arms. He found his breathing hitching again, and another half-sob was torn from his chest as Han held him close. Two things, Han whispered. Come home safe, kid. Kyp couldn't speak. He merely nodded his head against Han's shoulder, feeling the moisture of his tears soak into Han's shirt. Okay, he mumbled. And then the moment passed, and Han was turning back to the dinner in progress. Next, Han continued the preparation as if nothing had happened. We have two. Asterisk. Cam Salazar watched as Mara Jade ordered the loader droids around with clipped, precise language. Each of them carried fresh supplies up into the cargo hold of the tempered metal, giving Luke's X-Wing a wide berth as they slid up and down the lowered cargo ramp. Beside him, Tion carried the case for her double vial in both hands. The only other thing she carried was a small shoulder bag. Is that all the baggage you have? Called Mara. It took Tion a moment to realize that Mara was talking to her. Me? She asked. Then she shrugged. Yes. Other than the accumulated weight of years, I've never needed much. And ISB destroyed my ship at Exit Station, so this is all I have. You're coming with us? Cam asked. I thought you just wanted to ride back to Coruscant. And missed the end of the story. Tion replied, as if he was speaking pure nonsense. I wouldn't be anywhere else. Besides, I've spent my whole life wanting to meet and talk to Jedi, and here I am with 3. 2, interrupted Mara. Tion glanced at Mara as if the redhead's words were a rancor snarl. T2 Jedi, she finished warily. She looked at Cam again, and her pearly white eyes had an odd intensity to them. Besides, you still need the holocron, she added. And I'm not letting it out of my sight. It's going to be dangerous, he cautioned. Playing spaceport cantinas on the rim for tips is dangerous, Tion scoffed dismissively. Besides, you've gotten me out of a lot more trouble than you've gotten me into. I'm safe enough. Then come aboard, Mara ordered, waving them up the forward ramp. We're leaving as soon as Luke gets here with Kyp. R2, go finalize our clearance. Customs is manually searching every departure for stowaways, and I want to get the search started as quickly as possible because reports are that each one is taking hours. The last of the loader droids trooped down Tempered Metal's cargo ramp. R2-2 whistled a goodbye to his temporary compatriot before he spun away and vanished into the ship. Cam and Tion shared a look. I don't think it's a good idea to disobey her, Tion stage whispered. It really is not, Cam agreed, hiding a smile. Asterisk. Kyp's departure from Han and Leia's new apartment was only almost teary. But Han and Kyp had gotten all their tears out of the way the night before, and while Luke could feel the mix of emotions quivering in the air between Han and his adopted son, in the end two dominated above all the others. Worry and determination. Luke's eyes flickered to the smuggler-style gun belt that ran around Kyp's waist. His pockets had room for rations, power packs, and even a multi-tool, while a tie-down holster on his outer hip held an old, reliable Blast Tech DL-18 from Han's not-so-secret stash. Kyp was prepared for anything, but then, the dark side could come at you in unanticipated ways. Luke knew that better than most. His attention went back to Han. Don't worry about me, Luke assured Han as they waited for Kyp to finish his teenage-typical last-minute packing, although in this case, the last-minute nature of the packing was somewhat forgiven by the fact that they'd only moved into this apartment the day before. We'll figure something out. Han scoffed, and Luke could tell that while Han did indeed worry for him, he didn't worry much. Kid, I've seen you blow up a Death Star, wander off to face Vader and Palpatine, and get an Imperial assassin who wanted nothing more than to kill you to decide she loved you instead. Believe me, of all the unbelievable things you do in your life, finding and getting rid of a Sith ghost is going to be much less remarkable than finding Mara a wedding dress she'll be happy with. Luke's cheeks went red. We haven't. You will, though, Han said with certainty. Well, Luke stammered for a moment. This was a conversation he had to have with Mara before he had it with Han, or Leia, or anyone else. He couldn't commit to anything without having that conversation, and who knew if Mara even wanted to get married. But then he felt Han in the Force, and he understood. Putting Luke on the defensive meant that Luke wasn't asking about how Han was feeling. And Han didn't want to have that conversation, didn't want to talk about Leia in the Med Center or a half-trained Kyp leaving Coruscant to go help face down a Sith. Han's emotions were far too fragile, and his brother-in-law was at least a little concerned that if Luke probed him he might lose the facade of blasé calm. So Luke didn't respond to Han's statement. He didn't press either. Instead, he stepped in close and gave Han a hug. It took a moment before Han reciprocated. Look after Kyp, hey, Han said as the embrace slackened. I will, Luke promised. And that was half the reason to bring Kyp along. Whatever he had told Kyp originally, he knew, both from what Han had described of the fight and of how Kyp felt in the Force, that Kyp had touched the dark. Kyp needed to complete his training and needed to be with others who knew what it meant to touch the dark and return from the experience stronger. People like Cam and Mara. Chewbacca's growl, accompanied by Kyp's greeting, brought their attention back to the room. Chewbacca had one arm in a semi-mobile sling, a back-to-patch attached to his arm, and a second over his stomach, both helping to heal blaster wounds. I will, Chewie, I promise, Luke agreed, and the Wookiee wrapped him up in a hug so tight, even despite his wounded arm, that Luke thought he might have trouble breathing. Then Han and Chewie and Kyp clustered together, sharing a final goodbye. It was from Kyp that Luke felt the second emotion. From Han came the worry, for Kyp and for Leia most of all. From Kyp came some worry, all of it for his adopted family. The kernel of fear that if he wasn't there to protect them, that next time Han and Chewie and Winter wouldn't be enough, just as they hadn't been days before. But far outweighing that worry was the determination. Kyp's deep, devoted determination to fight the Empire, to hunt down and destroy all the threats to that family. Kyp submerged his worry under his need to act. On the way to the tempered metal, Luke asked him a question. Do you feel ready? For what? Kyp asked. To leave. Luke stopped, turning to Kyp. I do want you with us, and I think you should be with us. But if you want to stay, you can stay. I'm not forcing you to come. Kyp's expression hardened. I'm ready, he said stiffly. You want to do something, Luke said knowingly. The nod he got in return carried the weight of all Kyp's determination. I have to do something. I have to protect the people I love. Then his voice grew more hesitant. I've already lost my family once. My parents, my brother. They're all dead or gone. I won't lose another. He peered down at Luke, and in those eyes Luke could see the corpses of his own aunt and uncle shining back at him. I'll stop them. I have to stop them. Luke gently started to lead him down the corridor again. There's something Mara told me once, he said, that even the most powerful Jedi can only make a small difference. Kyp started to object, but Luke continued. But there's something that I told her and Cam. Even if all of us can only make small differences, if enough of us make small differences, that all adds up to a big change. He patted Kyp's back. Don't forget, Kyp, you're not alone. There's me and Cam and Mara, not to mention Han and Leia and the entire New Republic. We will stop Exar Kun, all of us, together. Kyp was silent for the rest of their trip to the hangar. Asterisk. Later, Kyp watched as Cam and Mara sparred, driving one another back and forth across Tempered Metal's internal hangar with the practice, easy exchange of blows that were almost fluid in their grace. Their Solanese airwood spar sticks whistled softly as they wove through the air and cracked against one another. Above them, in his socket within Luke's X-Wing, R2 moaned trepidatiously as the bout moved towards the snub fighter. Mara ducked under the ship's S-foils, using the fighter as temporary cover as she turned to face Cam's slower, more powerful strikes. It's an interesting matchup, Luke said from behind him, Kyp jumped in surprise. No one had snuck up on him like that since Mobveker, and that thought sent a pang of loss and anger through him. "Oh, yes," he said awkwardly and turned back to watch the fight, remembering being told of another match between Luke and Cam in the middle of a massive battle, with real blades. One that had occurred only too recently. Mara had turned on the athletics, faking one direction and then coming at Cam from another. She twisted, cat-like through her strikes, her wooden training sword lashing out at Cam, brushing channels in the folds of the larger Jedi's robes but failing to impact solidly with his chest. "Cam has the advantage of size and strength," Luke continued. "But Mara is faster and more graceful. See how she can shift her weight one way but then go a completely different direction when he commits." It was hard to miss. The way Mara moved was not unlike some of the best smashball players in the matches Kyp had gone to with Han, who had pointed out their fakeaways and deceptive spins. "They're both very skilled," Kyp said. "They are," Luke agreed, but Kyp could hear the admiration in his voice, and Kyp knew that admiration wasn't for Cam. They both learned to fight from a young age, and had to work for decades to hone those skills. They know very well what their strengths and weaknesses are, and how to wield them against each other, but you will probably never see two fighters more physically different from one another. Kyp fought down a reluctant surge of resentment and tried to calm his breathing. Cam and Mara had been training their whole lives. They'd had mentors and masters who worked with them to perfect their skills, to make them better and stronger. She had a palace. He had a father. I had the spice mines and I had to learn on my own, fighting for survival against all the hard cases the Empire had sent to Kessel. But it was worse than that, wasn't it? Both fighters were trained by the Empire. They fought for the Empire and killed for the Empire. He appreciated Cam and Mara, and he was pretty sure that they both meant well. Well, come on. The Empire was the Empire. Everyone knew the Empire was evil. How could they have served it for as long as they had and still be so blithely welcomed by everyone? But there was no point in mentioning any of that to Luke, he thought as he glanced sideways at the Jedi. Luke's expression left no doubt about his feelings for Mara. And Han thought well of her too, and he knew Mara had helped save Jacen and Jaina once. Better not to bring it up. Still, though, it needled at him. "Where's Tion?" he asked instead. "Oh, she's up chatting with Slips, Mara's piloting droid," Luke said, glancing back at Kyp. "She said something about droids being better tippers than people and didn't want him to get lonely flying the ship." Kyp blinked. "That's weird." Luke shrugged. "I know R2 and 3PO get lonely sometimes. Why should Slips be any different?" Across the room, the duel came to an end as Mara slipped through Cam's defenses and landed a solid blow to his midsection. Grimacing, Cam retreated and patted down his chest with a sigh. "I don't suppose we could do this again, but with me wearing my armor this time." Mara smirked and tossed her training sword to Luke, who caught it. "We've already had that fight once," she said dryly. She brushed past Luke with a subtle smile. "I'll be upstairs," she said, then jogged up one of the two semi-spiraling staircases in the tempered metals nose that led up to the freighter's bridge. Cam chuckled wryly and handed his training sword out to Luke. "Give it to Kyp," Luke suggested. Kyp took the offered training sword, holding it awkwardly. "I don't know how to use this," he pointed out uncertainly. "I know," Luke said, "but neither did I the first time I picked one up, and I was only a little older than you are now. And I didn't get to start with a wooden one." He flexed his gloved hand. "You don't have to start from a young age to master the art. Come on, if you're willing." Luke and Cam gave him suggestions about how to hold the sword, spending a solid 10 minutes just perfecting his stance and grip. Then they took him through a series of flowing motions which, after 10 minutes, had him almost gasping with exhaustion. "This is much harder than a blaster," he groaned. "Not really," Luke said. "But you're using muscles you don't use much, and practicing new motions. It's different from a blaster, which requires lots of practice too, and how physical it is." Luke adjusted Kyp's stance. "Don't let the blade dip so much, and keep your elbows higher," he suggested. "And don't worry about not getting it right. You'll be better tomorrow than you are today, and you will grow better every day you practice. You really think I can be a Jedi? Luke patted his back. I do. But what I think doesn't matter. Do you think you can be a Jedi? Kyp remembered the expressions of 3 Jedi SB agents, caught in Force grip, slain by his will moments before they could kill Han, Winter, and Jaina. The sensation of power that had electrified him, the desperation of despair followed by the exultation of victory. In his mind's eye, he could see the Empire. Faceless and inexorable, killers of parents and children, enslavers of innocence like Chewie and Kyp's own long-lost brother. Murderers and torturers, all of them. I will stop them, he promised himself. I must. He turned to look at Luke, feeling the righteous anger burn in his heart, and feeling an echoing fire, so much greater than himself, offering itself to him. To Luke, he said only, "Yes, Master." He felt a flash of pain from Luke at that word, and the older man smiled sadly at him. Luke is fine, you know. Jedi Skywalker if you absolutely have to be formal. I'd like to think we have as much to learn from you as you do from all of us. All right, Luke. The younger man smiled, somewhat shakily, and raised his wooden blade into a better guard stance as his tired muscles burned. He had to learn, and fast. He would not be unprepared to defend his family a second time.